He didn't know the full theory of it as it wasn't published, but he understood that those spiritual eyes were the reason for the witches having the sole ability to concoct potions. It allowed them to examine the concoction at a microscopic level and use their mental energy to stop the concoction from turning bad. If it wasn't for it, the mental energy would never be used at such a microscopic level. Gadgets, equipment, and such were all useless, since even if one was able to see at a microscopic level, his mental energy would not shrink to that level. Felix knew that without this step, the ingredients used wouldn't combine, absorb, or react to each other positively. If he went and tried to concoct the potion, he wouldn't even know how it failed. That goes to everyone without those spiritual eyes. That's why he was shocked by Lady Sphinx's ability to concoct. She started using the secondary materials. Felix commentated in his mind while watching Madame Hala through in a coded voidling scale. After so, the bubbling milky white concoction had its intensity reduced. Felix was able to see all of this since he was hovering in the air for better visibility. After a couple of seconds, the bubbles had increased in number again, and Madame Hala threw in the last coded voidling scale. When it was pacified, she hastily threw in the golem brass and sealed the lid shut. Then, she turned on the heat, making the cauldron shake while the lid clutter around. Appearing like a monster was sealed inside, trying his best to burst out. Both Felix and Madame Hala held their breaths in anticipation and worry, as they knew that this was the decisive moment of the concoction that had no relation to the potioneer. With everything that Madame Hala had done, the chance of the potion turning successful was still just 49%. Considering that this was an elemental potion, that chance was quite high for a rank 3 witch. Come on. Please, please, please. Felix kept praying piteously with his hands folded, appearing like a devoted believer. While he was praying, the lid was shaking harder and harder until Madame Hala started showing signs of disappointment and gloom. Upon seeing those signs, Felix felt his heart break into pieces, as he knew what was about to come, but he didn't dare to believe it. No, he didn't want to believe it. Alas, boom! An abrupt explosion went off inside the cauldron, producing the noise but not the actual effect, as it was suppressed inside of it. Peep! A second later, a stream of smoke surged out of a tiny hole on the lid, producing ear-piercing noise due to the suppressed smoke wanting to exit the cauldron all at once. At this moment, only that noise was resounding in the room, as neither Madame Hala nor Felix was speaking. While Madame Hala was sighing in disappointment and had an apologetic expression, Felix was gazing at the ceiling with a deadpan expression. Told you that you are going to jinx it. Brutal as always, Asna added salt to Felix's wounds by mentioning, "Now look at your stupid face. I can hear your heartstrings snapping from here. It failed, my materials, my money, my game points, all lost." Unresponsive to Asna's taunts, Felix kept murmuring to himself in a daze. Seeing how hard he got hit by the misfortune, Madame Hala decided to comfort him by mentioning, "I don't know if someone told you or not, but if you hired me again after I failed, the fees of the next concoction would be halved. If I failed again, the fees would be removed entirely." Alas, Felix wasn't comforted even slightly, as he knew that he would need to collect the materials again, causing him to waste another 4 billion SC and 12k GP at least. I should have bought it in the auction and got it over with. Regret started to wash over Felix like a tide after recalling that he gave up on the elemental potion for 9 billion SC. Although it was double the price, at least he wouldn't have been stressing himself over the concoction. Sigh. Madame Hala, no need to feel bad for me. Felix let out a long exhale through his nose, calming himself down, and said, "You did a wonderful job, but luck wasn't in our side." Madame Hala felt even more guilty after hearing so. She hated seeing her potions failing, and especially if the potion belonged to a client that paid a hefty amount of coins to trust in her skills. "I wish that you could trust me again with another concoction attempt," Madame Hala said with her head bowed slightly. She was cold at the start, not paying Felix any attention, but when she messed up, she didn't hesitate to lower her head for her failure. Felix respected that, as he knew that some witches would merely shrug their shoulders like it was not a biggie. "If I decided to go for it again, you will be my first choice," Felix said, smiling faintly. "I am glad." Madame Hala smiled beautifully. May I ask if there is any elemental potion in your possession or a sister of yours? Felix asked with a hopeful tone. Sorry. All the potions that I make are either pre-ordered in bulk by backgrounds or by clients like you. Madame Hala shook her head. My sisters are all like this. That's a shame. Felix sighed and said, I better get going. I don't want to waste your time. Then, his holographic image had broken into light particles and disappeared from the room. Madame Hala massaged her neck at the sight and started to clean up the tables, preparing for the next potion concoction. After Felix returned to his Androxa house, he didn't say a word as he simply picked up his car keys and drove to the training center. When he got to his room, he modified it with breakable objects like glass, cars, tables, etc. Then, he created a sledgehammer and started fucking the entire place, destroying anything that his furious eyes met. 4 fucking billions. Smash. 4. Smash. Crush. This carried on for at least 10 minutes until the entire area was filled with broken items lying on the ground. Felix was lying in the middle of them with his chest rising up and down. But his expression was calm and collected again, feeling completely refreshed after venting his frustration without being a nuisance to anyone. Now what? Felix said while massaging his temples. He could see that only 2 options were left for him. Collect materials and try again or integrate with his illusion essence. He already has 2% collected and his affinity rating was at 100%. But knowing that he spent a month to get this 2% was a huge turnoff. Because the potion was accessible only in big auctions like the event, he couldn't even buy it. Sigh. I better start collecting them again, Felix decided. But first, let's integrate the last 4%. Felix logged out and started meditating on his bed for an hour until his mind was empty from any thoughts about the potion. Then, he went down to the carpet and brought out all of his materials. Asna, please inform me if Lady Sphinx showed up, Felix requested. Okay, let's begin. Felix took a deep breath and penetrated his heart with the injection needle. 15 minutes later, Felix was left breathing ruggedly with his face on the carpet. However, a satisfied smile was affixed on his lips due to not fainting. He swiftly drank the rejuvenation potion, and while his body was getting healed, he was sending messages to Asna. No one showed up. Asna replied lazily while standing in front of her mansion door with the Jormungandr. Give it some time, the Jormungandr said. Felix nodded his head and focused on his body's recovery. 2 minutes later, he sat back up in a meditation position and closed his eyes shut. After he opened them up, he was already in the consciousness space. Felix sprinted towards Asna's mansion and asked after he reached their side. Still nothing. Both of them shook their head. Felix frowned his eyebrows and said, Elder, if I still recall, you have taken an hour or 2 before showing up after you woke up, right? To read my memories. Yes. The Jormungandr nodded his head, then shook it. But she is not doing the same now since I can't sense her presence in your body at all. It's either she's still asleep or the amount of essence wasn't enough to shape up a tiny part of her consciousness. Felix's heart sank at the news. He always took the primogenitor's waking up for granted. But it seemed like his thinking was too shallow. I will be waiting for her, Felix said firmly. She is probably still asleep, but she will wake up soon enough. Let's play a game of chess while we wait then. The Jormungandr manifested a chessboard and took his seat. Before Felix could take his chair, Asna was already sitting on it indifferently. I don't know why you are rushing to have your ass hooped, Felix taunted while taking a seat next to them. Asna flipped him the finger without glancing in his direction. Felix chuckled while closing his eyes, diving deep in his memories to see what's the peak ability that he had unlocked. In a couple of seconds, he opened his eyes with his eyebrow knitted in confusion. The truth eyes. Felix was bewildered by the name and most especially by the lack of details of this ability, as he had found only its name and something called 6 classmates. This never happened before since all of the abilities he unlocked always gave him details about their use. Elder, do you know anything about this? Felix asked. The Jormungandr shook his head and said, That oddball is too reclusive, and even the primogenitors who were close with her weren't exposed to many of her information and secrets. I see. Felix rubbed his chin and thought. Just like Elder Size manipulation, this ability must be the best one in Lady Sphinx's possessions besides her sand manipulation. So, it must be something good. While Asna and the Jormungandr continued their chess game, Felix was left to discover his memories on his own to check if he missed anything crucial. Alas, he ended up with nothing. I guess I can only activate it and see what it does. Felix thought to himself. I will be back in a couple of minutes. Felix left a remark behind while exiting his consciousness space. Then, he logged in and went to the measurement center. After he got in a VIP room, he modified it for vision abilities tests. It simply turned into a room packed with multiple beasts, humans, races, different environments, unique materials, etc. Upon focusing on a single image, fell. 9 called in his mind, First Classman activate. Immediately after, Felix's golden triangle-like pupil expanded until the 3 angles had touched his pitch-black irises. The sight resembled a cat's pupil expanding in darkness, adding an extra sense of charm to Felix's appearance. Felix didn't feel a thing, but his vision had received a massive overhaul, making him stagger 2 steps from shock due to the wide range of information that his brain was receiving. Before he could even focus on a single object, the pain started assaulting his brain and followed by a nasty headache and eyes bleeding. Arg! When it got unbearable, Felix closed his eyes shut while deactivating the truth eyes. What the fuck? He exclaimed the moment he healed himself back to peak form. It wasn't because of excitement but out of bafflement as he realized that he saw nothing. That's right. When he tried to recall what did he see during the activation, his brain didn't feed him the information he saw but just a black image like he was looking at a dark room. It's like his brain was having difficulty reimagining the scene. I am positive that I saw so many things at once. Felix massaged his temples, and this time he started thinking of a single object instead of the entire image. Truly. This time he recalled that he saw the inside of fox species beast that was placed randomly in front of him after the room's modification. To be exact, he recalled that he saw only its skeleton in white while the rest appeared gray and foggy. X-ray vision, Felix exclaimed in excitement. He knew that only X-ray vision was capable of letting him see through physical objects in that manner. However, when he attempted to recall the same fox, he was shocked to see the beast was emitting red waves like he was on fire. The hell? Infrared vision, Felix guessed instantly since he had a long experience with this vision. That what shocked him the most, as it was the last thing he expected to see. Yet, just as the image of that fox crossed his mind, Felix was floored to see that everything had turned black and white just like the fox. Guys, are you seeing this? Felix asked in agitation as he had no idea what's going on. He stopped trying to actively try and recall the image since God knows how it would appear this time. It seems like your ability allows you to see everything in the electromagnetic spectrum, the Jormungandr informed casually. What's that? Felix murmured in confusion. I think I heard of it somewhere. It's the range of the visible light, you dummy. Asna clarified smugly. The electromagnetic spectrum is a map of all the types of light that we can identify. It separates all the types of light by wavelength because that directly relates to how energetic the wave is. The Jormungandr nodded his head and added after her. More energetic waves have shorter wavelengths while less energetic waves have longer wavelengths. Not all light is in the visible spectrum, which is the light you humans can see. There are many kinds of electromagnetic waves that you can't see, like infrared light, ultraviolet light, X-ray light, gamma rays, etc. Only after hearing their explanation did Felix remember that he read about it in vision-related class in his clan school. So the truth eyes allows me to use all of those vision abilities at once. Felix exclaimed in shock and understanding. No wonder my brain failed to process the information. My eyes were using all of those visions at once. That's indeed a hefty load on the brain. The Jormungandr advised. I am also capable of seeing through the entire electromagnetic spectrum, but I never bother to switch on beyond visible light and infrared light. Every primogenitor that I know had this ability as well but never use it fully, as they combine only 2 or 3 visions at once and leave the rest off. I will see if I can do so. Felix nodded his head in understanding. He didn't react much about the primogenitors having this ability, since he believed that for beings like them, it was only natural to possess it at their peak. Felix believed that if he got lucky before, he might have unlocked this ability instead of ultra-infrared vision with the Jormungandr's bloodline. Let's test only X-ray vision. After Felix made his decision, he closed his eyes and ordered in his mind, first classment, X-ray vision, activate. His golden triangle-like pupil turned a bit dim, but the size remained the same. However, the world in front of Felix was completely different. Everything turned black, like the world was a light candle that had been blown off. Besides the bones of the beasts in the area and some objects, Felix was truly blind. He lifted his hand in front of his eyes and marveled at the bone structure of his fingers and their connection with the rest of his skeleton. Interesting, it seems like my eyes only accepted the X-ray radiations while blocking off every other light particle. Felix concluded from the test. No wonder Elder combined visible light with other visions. Felix understood that if he turned on his normal vision that every human possessed, the darkness would be replaced with normal background, but he would still be able to see bones and some materials. Previously, Felix was actually doing so with his infrared vision, but he never thought of it that way since he didn't know much about the depth of the light spectrum. Knowing that the entire electromagnetic field had more than 3 visions, Felix was planning on testing them all, since every one of them might come in handy in the future. Deactivate. After his pupil regains the golden luster, the world brightened up before Felix like he had his eyelids closed shut before. It seems like muscle, fat, and organs allow more of the X-rays to pass through them. Felix sighed in dejection. Even though it's a primogenitor's ability, I can still see only the bones instead of what lays behind clothes. X-ray vision in comic books and movies is truly just fantasies of us men. Pervert. Asna cursed after hearing his pervy thoughts and what he hoped for X-ray vision to be. The fucker was planning on abusing it to see through the girl's clothes shamelessly. Meanwhile, the Jormungandr was scratching his beard with a thoughtful expression. A second later, he coughed and said, "You can see through the entire electromagnetic spectrum. Be creative in your combinations and your wish shall be achieved." While Asna was glaring at the Jormungandr, Felix grinned widely after getting an indirect confirmation of that idea's feasibility. Perverts. This time Asna grouped them both in her insult, yet neither of them cared much about it. Don't worry, little Asna. The Jormungandr smiled gently and said, I never use my abilities on little kids. Understanding what he meant, Asna removed her arms from her chest and insulted him. Don't call me a kid, you bastard. It's you who is as old as the universe. You are still a kid in my eyes. The Jormungandr rubbed his goatee while murmuring, If it was the Sphinx, I might have taken a peek or two. I still remember that she had a fine body. Oh? I never thought that Jormy liked my body. I am flattered. Felix, Asna, and even the Jormungandr stiffened in their places after hearing a familiar reposeful voice resound in the consciousness space. A voice they heard just yesterday, making it impossible to forget about it. Gulp. Felix gulped a mouthful in dread while removing that lewd grin from his face. He wished for Lady Sphinx to appear, but he didn't think that she would show herself while he was thinking of ways to abuse her ability for his pervy thoughts. Yet, the Jormungandr was actually the one shocked the most, as he had yet to feel the presence of Lady Sphinx, even though she was clearly awake. He knew what could cause this and was displeased by the thought of it. Show yourself, he said while standing in disgruntlement. I am right here. A soft breath caressed the Jormungandr's ear as Lady Sphinx emerged from behind him while placing her head on his shoulder. Sigh. Even you. The Jormungandr sighed in disappointment while pushing her head away from his shoulder, making her displeased by his rough treatment. You will be surprised by how many decided to remain, Lady Sphinx said while taking a seat next to the dumbfounded Asna, who had no fucking clue what was going on. Thud. Splosh. Just as the Jormungandr wanted to reply, Felix's body smashed right into the lake beside them, drenching them all at once. Even Lady Sphinx received some welcoming drops on her face and hair. "Welcome, Lady Sphinx, to my humble conscience." Yalp! Felix's innocent smile as he spoke was frozen immediately after noticing the mess he created and the displeased glare he was receiving from Lady Sphinx. Before Felix could worry about his life after his shitty first impression got even worse, Lady Sphinx pointed at an empty chair and ordered Felix, "Sit." Not wanting to aggravate her any further, Felix swiftly sat with his head lowered, preferring to avoid looking at her face for now. "I will deal with you later," Lady Sphinx said indifferently to Felix and turned back to the Jormungandr with a faint charming smile. "Why bother come to the pact meeting in the first place and take it with us if you are going to just go against it?" The Jormungandr asked calmly. "Jormy, don't be stupid." Lady Sphinx placed a leg above another and confessed, "I had no intentions to off myself like all of you. I came to the pact meeting simply because I have reached a roadblock in my research and I needed some fresh inspiration and breather." The more Felix heard, the faster his heartbeat got as he started to understand the gist of their conversation and what it represents. "I could imagine you doing so." The Jormungandr smiled wryly and said, "I am happy that you had something to live for till this day, unlike me." "That's only natural," Lady Sphinx said with a tingle of obsession. "Why would I kill myself when I have yet to discover even 20% of the universe secrets?" 20%? The Jormungandr raised his eyebrow in surprise. "You have truly gone a long way. I am genuinely impressed." "I am still not knowledgeable enough," Lady Sphinx said humbly, appearing like she truly meant it. That made Jormungandr respect her even more as he understood that 20% of the universe's secrets was already an achievement that he never thought was possible. If his knowledge could be compared to the Sphinx, he knew that he wouldn't have even 1% of what she owned. "Can you tell me what happened after the pact?" The Jormungandr frowned his eyebrows. "You said that many others decided to reign it. I doubt that all of them had the same reason as you. Otherwise, they wouldn't need to take it with us." Alas, the only response he received was Lady Sphinx's expression turning playful as she said, "Some try to hide, some try to cheat. But time will show we always will meet. Try as you might to guess my name. After all this time, you still haven't changed this annoying habit of yours." The Jormungandr face-bombed in vexation after remembering that she had said more than 10 sentences since the moment she showed herself. That meant a riddle must be answered. Otherwise, she would not entertain his questions for at least a day. "Am I destiny, time, or death?" Lady Sphinx asked with a playful smile. Before Felix or Asna could even think about the content of the riddle, the Jormungandr replied nonchalantly, "It's death. I am way too familiar with him. I gave you an easy one since we haven't met for at least 1 billion years now." Lady Sphinx clapped her hands elegantly for a second before saying, "I will tell you later about the aftermath of the pact. Do know that you won't like it one bit." "All right," the Jormungandr said with a frown. Upon hearing so, Lady Sphinx turned her head to Asna and joked, "Your race has been giving me a lot of trouble recently." "Oh? How so?" Asna tilted her head in confusion. "How can I find out about the universe's secrets when they are watching over the laws like hound dogs?" Lady Sphinx sighed in irritation. "Especially space and time Unijin Guardian." "Well, it's their duty." Asna shrugged her shoulders lazily. "How about you?" Lady Sphinx asked Asna, "Why are you here instead of doing your duty? Is this your way of avoiding the universe's deduction to laze around?" "Oh? You didn't read this idiot's memories?" Asna said while pointing her finger at Felix, who was sweating buckets from his forehead. Meanwhile, his thoughts had been in disarray the instant he concluded from their conversation that Lady Sphinx was still alive. He always assumed that she was dead since the Jormungandr told him that he saw her in the pact meeting. But it seemed like he got bamboozled just like the Jormungandr. What's worse, he had no fucking clue what she was going to do to him now. Forget about the sand manipulation. Felix was fearing for his life. If it wasn't for the elder's promise that he would be fine, Felix would have been left without tears to cry. Right now, he decided to keep his head low and listen to their conversation until she addresses him personally. I was in the process of doing so before Jormy decided to act like a pervert, Lady Sphinx said. The Jormungandr coughed while fixing his chess pieces, acting like he didn't hear her. Asna chuckled and said, I will tell you about the story later on. It's a long one. Lady Sphinx nodded her head and smiled playfully to Asna. This thing all things devour. Birds, beasts, trees, flowers, gnaws iron, bites steel, grinds hard stones to meal, slays kings, ruins towns, and beats high mountains down. What am I? Armies, time, nature. Lady Sphinx rested her cheeks on her palms while staring at Asna in anticipation. You better answer it or she will ignore you for 24 hours straight, the Jormungandr advised while pondering on the riddle. It's easy, Asna answered smugly. It's time, because it's the only thing that is universal when it came to devouring all things. Correct. Lady Sphinx smiled beautifully and turned her attention to Felix, making him flinch in his place. Upon reading his thoughts, her tone turned cold all of a sudden. Idiot. You think I will kill you just because you collected a tiny piece of my consciousness? You won't. Felix raised his head with a relieved expression. No, but I will kill you for disturbing my focus when I was concocting an important potion. She narrowed her eyes frigidly and said, You have no idea how I struggled to collect the materials for that potion, and now it's all gone because of you. Felix felt like he was thrown into the depth of despair after hearing so. His body started trembling while his heart started pumping adrenaline, wanting to help him escape from those two cold eyes. He knew that she meant business and his life was attached by a piece of string. Elder. It was truly no intentional. Scared shitless, Felix bowed his head deeply until it almost touched the table, but he still was apologizing. If I knew that Elder was alive, I would have never ever considered bothering you like this. Truly. I don't care if you apologized once or a billion times. Lady Sphinx crossed her arms above her and proclaimed, It will not bring back my materials. Killing me will also not bring them back. Felix said tearfully while pointing at Asna and the Jormungandr. If you killed me, you will end up killing them both. Lady Sphinx glanced at them and said speechlessly, Do they look like they care about dying? Felix was left horrified when he saw that none of them seemed like they were bothered by it. He could understand that the Jormungandr didn't care much if he died now or a couple of months, but seeing Asna's nonchalance made him realize that she was probably starting to get depressed in his consciousness space. Alas, he had no time to think about Asna's matters when his life was on the line. Elder, save me, Felix beseeched in his mind. You said that I will be fine when I awaken her since you are here. Cough. That's before I knew that she wasn't dead. The Jormungandr said with a wry smile. With her being alive in real life, her consciousness could easily overpower mine since I am just a tiny piece while she could channel all of her mental energy from her real body. Stopping her is just impossible. Felix almost flipped the table after hearing so. He still remembered the Jormungandr's face when he promised him confidently that he would be all right, but seeing him scratching his beard in silence made Felix realize that he was as unreliable as him. Elder Sphinx, please give me a chance to recover those materials for you. Felix stopped relying on anyone but himself as he begged loudly for his life. It may not be now, but I am confident in bringing them back. Isn't that much better than just killing me to vent your frustration? Seeing Felix behave like this, the Jormungandr decided to help him out by saying, Give me some face and grant him a chance to redeem himself, as he said. Felix's eyes gleamed a bit after getting some support. She will give some face to Elder, right? After all, I am not worth that much, he thought with a hopeful expression. Alas, Lady Sphinx's cold gaze didn't change even a bit as she looked at the Jormungandr and said, Jormy, stay out of this. She turned to Felix and criticized, With your lowly strength, I doubt you can obtain even a single secondary material in the next couple thousand years. By then, I would have already concocted that potion and moved on to a difficult one. So just be a good lad and die, she said lastly before gazing at Felix with a penetrative gaze that made his soul freeze, causing the consciousness space barrier to start cracking. However, a millisecond later, the effect had gone away as Lady Sphinx eyed Felix playfully and said, "What can run, but never walks, has a mouth, but never talks, has a head, but never weeps, has a bed, but never sleeps?" At loose for words, Felix kept staring at Lady Sphinx's while having his entire back drenched with cold sweat. Meanwhile, Asna and the Jormungandr didn't know how to respond to the situation. The lucky bastard truly was really saved by a riddle, since Lady Sphinx had said exactly 10 sentences before wanting to kill Felix. But Felix knew that he would be dead whether he answered or not, as Lady Sphinx seemed hell-bent on doing so. Hence, instead of thinking about the riddle, Felix started brainstorming on ways to offset her suppressed fury that she clearly wasn't displaying. Promises are useless and begging didn't work as well. I need to offer her something tangible that would offset her anger. But what do I have to give that can move a knowledgeable being like her? Felix. Something that she doesn't know of. Felix's eyes brightened up after realizing that he had something unique to only himself in the entire universe. The fact that he was the only potential candidate to host multiple elemental manipulations. Elder, I believe that if you read my memories or listened to me for a few minutes, I can show you something that you have never seen before, Felix offered with a hasty tone. He could see that Lady Sphinx was slightly interested, but she didn't say anything in return. You better answer in the next 10 seconds, the Jormungandr advised. Realizing what he meant, Felix recalled the riddle and started pondering on it with his hand supporting his chin. He realized that he wasn't given the 3 choices like Asna and the Jormungandr, but he didn't have time to complain about her unbiased treatment. 8, 7, 6. What can run, but never walks? Has a mouth, but never talks? Has a head, but never weeps? Has a bed, but never sleeps? Felix guessed the answer after a quick analysis. Is it a river? Rivers always runs and they could devour anything. They have endings connected to seas or oceans that could be considered as heads. Lastly, there is the riverbed. It must be a river. 3, 2. It's a river. Felix answered and held his breath immediately in worry that his answer was wrong. Correct. Lady Sphinx smiled beautifully to Felix, appearing like she was fond of anyone who answered her riddles. Phew. Felix let out a long exhale and repeated what he said before quickly, worrying that he didn't hear him. God knows what goes in her mind during her riddles telling. I heard everything that went in your mind, Lady Sphinx said with a look of intrigue as she inspected Felix's forehead where the tiny hidden purple dot was placed. A human without any relations to the primogenitors lucked out on an element manipulation. She pondered while toying with her cat's mustache. With little Asna's help and the human's bloodline integration system, you managed to gather a tiny portion of my consciousness and was hoping that I will give you my sand manipulation when I wake up. Am I correct? She asked while eyeing Felix, making him nod his head in embarrassment after getting found out red-handed. By now, Felix would be a retard to not realize that it was a fantasy to get sand manipulation from Lady Sphinx. Why the fuck would she give it to him while she was still alive in some part of the universe? You are truly a fool. Lady Sphinx shook her head and said, if you went and attempted to accept another elemental manipulation bestowing, you would have ended up imploding until not a single atom was left from you. Obviously, I was never planning on accepting another elemental manipulation right away, as I wanted to first do some research on it before making sure that it was going to be safe. Felix confessed. He didn't lie, since the Jormungandr had clearly told him that he simply was a potential candidate, not a certain one. Research it. Lady Sphinx pushed her glasses upward her nose bridge and looked down on Felix openly. You think you have what it takes to research a solution for a dilemma that had gone unsolved for billions of years now? Aren't you way over your head? I never said I will succeed. Felix looked at her calmly. But I am willing to attempt it. After all, I got nothing to lose. Lady Sphinx smiled beautifully after hearing so. That's the spirit of a researcher. Before Felix could thank her for the praise, he was left at loss for words after seeing her playful smile. He knew what was coming, and he started dreading talking with her already. The Jormungandr truly didn't like when he said that he didn't want to woe her because she was a pain in the ass to talk to. Alas, they could only open their ears and listen to her fourth riddle. The more you take, the more you leave behind. What am I? Asna, the Jormungandr, and Felix all glanced into each other's eyes and answered at once, footsteps. Ding ding. Correct. Lady Sphinx's playful smile withdraws back, appearing like a satisfied cat after playing around. Considering that she was a chimera, Felix believed that she had multiple personalities, each for a species she was from. Can you turn it off or something? The Jormungandr complained. This is why no one used to hang around with you. Why do you think I started having this habit in the first place? Lady Sphinx confessed. It's to keep you guys away from me and not bother me with requests to concoct this and that. The Jormungandr eyed her speechlessly. Then turn it off here. You really don't want to listen to my riddles? Lady Sphinx asked, appearing a bit saddened. I am fine with it. Felix was the first to shamelessly show his support as he knew that his life was still not in the safe yet. Alas, Asna had taken the Jormungandr side as she didn't want their conversation to keep getting interrupted. 2-1. All right, I will keep my riddles to myself. Saddened, Lady Sphinx sighed and turned her attention to Felix. I admit that your research value is quite high and I will most definitely learn a lot if I manage to turn you into the first person in the history of the universe to host multiple elemental manipulations. The Sphinx nodded her head while appreciating Felix like he was a piece of art. Alas, Felix didn't feel overjoyed at all by her look as it sent goosebumps on his skin. However, he was still happy that she was showing signs of changing her mind from outright killing him. But, are you willing to be a research subject of mine? Lady Sphinx stated. It's going to be a torturous experience that is far worse than death. Can I reject? Felix said. Do you want to die now? Lady Sphinx smiled. Where can I find you? Felix coughed. Lady Sphinx said casually. Come find me at the Forsythia Witch Empire. I am staying in Vamdarome, the capital city of the empire. Vamdarome. Felix's eyes widened in shock after hearing so. He always thought that Lady Sphinx was staying on a planet that belongs to her at the corners of the galaxy away from the center of civilization. Why would I do that when I can just stay in my student's empire? Lady Sphinx said after hearing his thoughts. Students. Felix stuttered his question in agitation. Elder, are you the queen of the Witch Empire? Even Asna and the Jormungandr leaned closer, feeling curious about her answer as this development was truly unexpected. No, Lady Sphinx shook her head. Before they could react to her denial, she dropped a bombshell on them. But the Witch Queen is my 189th student throughout the long years that I have been teaching witches how to utilize their spiritual eyes for potion concoction. Sigh. She is a bit dumber than the last queen that I taught. Lady Sphinx sighed in dejection, appearing that she hadn't noticed their dumbfounded expressions. All of them managed to conclude a horrifying fact that no one knew about. The witch's potioneer occupation was taught by Lady Sphinx personally, and not inherited from birth like the entire universe assumed. Upon hearing Felix's thoughts and seeing their expressions, Lady Sphinx supported their conclusion. It is only natural that they have gotten taught by me. After all, it took me billions of years to discover alchemy and develop it into what it became today. For a strict field of study, there is no such a thing as born with it. Felix's entire views started reshaping themselves each time he heard Lady Sphinx speak. He always assumed that potioneering was created by witches, and it wasn't just him but everyone currently in the universe had the same belief. Even the witches themselves believed it and were proud of it. Hence, when Felix saw Lady Sphinx concocting in the labs, he had already started to have doubts about the entire matter. Especially when he saw that her lab was a copy-pasted version of the witches. Only now was the truth out that might shake the entire universe if it was revealed. But wait! She said she discovered alchemy instead of potioneer? What's alchemy? Felix contemplated in his mind. Since his thoughts were a free market for those three monsters, Lady Sphinx heard his question loud and clear. She placed her hands on the table and informed sternly, alchemy is a field of study concerned with the study of the composition, structure, and properties of the elements in the known universe. as well as the transmutation of substances. So potion making is just a branch of alchemy? The Jormungandr asked. He also had no clue about those things. Yes, it is quite a major branch in it. Lady Sphinx agreed. May we know what other branches are there? Felix asked. There are biological transmutation, genetics manipulation, chemistry, and lastly potion making. Lady Sphinx said. Genetics manipulation? I wonder what she thinks of the human's advancement in genetics manipulation. Felix thought. He knew that when it comes to genetics, humans were below only the metal race in this field since it was related to their strength and their survival. Hence, the massive investments in researching genetics. Your race has yet to touch the essence of genes, and what do they represent? The Sphinx neither scoffed nor disparaged the human's efforts. She simply advised, you focus too much on beasts' genes while ignoring your own gene pool that is still locked behind chains. If you switched your aim of the study, you would be surprised by the discoveries. Before Felix could comment, Lady Sphinx licked her lips while gazing at his body. But I will do so with your body. Let's see if you will survive my genetic modifications, unlike the previous test subjects. Hee, this will be fun. Save me, Elder. I don't want to go or die. Felix cried in his mind while looking pitifully at Jormungandr. Sorry, child. She has already placed her eyes on you. The Jormungandr merely shrugged his shoulders and stopped caring about Felix's whines. Who could blame him? Lady Sphinx didn't even try to hide what she was going to do to him, and Felix understood that genetics manipulation was a dangerous field of study and painful as hell. If it wasn't for so, integrations wouldn't have been always like walking on molten rocks. Alas, he brought this upon himself when he willingly awakened Lady Sphinx. Don't be afraid. Lady Sphinx caressed his cheek with her furry finger and promised, you won't die from my experiments. Elder, am I going to be locked in a lab for years? Felix sobbed miserably. I have a family to feed and I really can't be gone away. Thud. Ouch. Don't lie to me again, Lady Sphinx said after knocking him in the head with her knuckle. She pointed at her golden triangle pupil and said calmly, I see only the truth and nothing but the truth. Felix's heart skipped a beat after hearing so. Is this why they were referring to her as the guardian of the truth? Wait for a second. Didn't I awaken the truth eyes? Do I have that ability as well? You unlocked the truth eyes? Lady Sphinx appeared somewhat shocked as she brought her face closer to him and started staring right into his eyes, which were exactly the same as hers. She didn't have the time to read his memories before, so she was clueless about a lot of things concerning him. Hence, it came to her as a shock that Felix inherited the ability, gift, or trait that set her apart from the rest of the primogenitors. Thud. Ouch. What was that for? Pained, Felix complained after getting smacked in the head for the second time. Alas, he quickly closed his mouth shut after seeing that Lady Sphinx was fuming mad. This time she wasn't suppressing it. You little thieving prick. Livid, Lady Sphinx pointed at her eyes and shouted. I spent at least 2 billion years on my truth eyes, training them and discovering ways to break through beyond what was visible. I finally reached 5th classment after all that effort. Now you are telling me that you inherited all of that in 15 minutes. In the end, Lady Sphinx couldn't help but lose it after seeing her most prized treasure in Felix's stupid face, who was dumbfounded by what he heard. I will beat you up. Smash. Smack. Thud. Lady Sphinx's elegance was no more as her glasses were thrown somewhere. Her beautiful face was flushed red and her hands were stained with Felix's bloody face as he was getting the plumping of his life. I will cough. Die. Save me. Felix managed to utter only those 4 words before getting punched in the lips, busting them wide open. It seemed like Lady Sphinx was still controlling her strength to just bring him utmost pain without killing him. Hee-hey. Beat him well, big sis. Asna cheered at the side in delight while the Jormungandr was rubbing his beard in amusement. He never saw or thought that Lady Sphinx could lose her composure, as she was known for being the most patient and kind when dealing with those below her in the universal social pyramid. But he could understand where she was coming from. After all, He also had spent at least 1 billion years before finding a way to reach the size of a cosmic body. Yet, Felix had inherited that ability and could also reach the same size anytime he wanted. The only limit he had was energy. Once he deals with it, he could easily grow as big as a planet just like that. If the Jormungandr wasn't already planning on returning to Death's embrace and didn't care much, Felix would have gotten beaten even worse by him. Smack! In the end, Lady Sphinx stopped her pounding with one last punch at Felix's right eye that was already swollen and purple. All good now. The Jormungandr smiled faintly. Did you vent enough? Huff. Even I beat him every single day for the rest of his life. It would still not be enough. Lady Sphinx said coldly while kicking Felix in the ass one last time, hurling him away from the table. Then, she sat with them and cleaned herself up from his blood with a finger snap. Oh, Felix, are you dead yet? Asna asked while giggling in happiness. Seeing Felix suffering was always a pleasure to a sadistic queen like her. Arg, arg. Alas, only Felix's agonizing groans responded to her question. Little thief. Heal yourself and bring your ass here, Lady Sphinx ordered without glancing at Felix. Upon receiving permission, Felix swiftly submerged himself in the lake and emerged with a brand new body. He didn't dare to leave the consciousness space or heal himself lest he makes it worse. After seating with them, Felix avoided having eye contact with Lady Sphinx, fearing for a second round of plumping if she saw his eyes again. Look at me, Lady Sphinx ordered Felix. Cough. You sure are beautiful, elder. Felix complimented with a forced smile. Save your breath. Lady Sphinx pointed at his eyes and said with her lips trembling, if you understood what the truth eyes were capable of, you would be jumping in joy for a year. Oh? What do they do? Asna asked in intrigue. Both Felix and the Jormungandr had their ears perked up in curiosity. The truth eyes is split into 6 classments. Lady Sphinx blinked her eyes once, and the golden triangle-like pupil angles had expanded until they touched the irises. I have now activated the first classment. This allows me to see the entire electromagnetic spectrum. Then, she made a square-like motion with her finger, using Felix's mist to create a gray board. After finishing, she drew a long line and named it an electromagnetic spectrum. Next to the line was a wavy line that was long at the top and at the bottom had multiple stacked waves. At the top of the line where there are low frequency and low energy, you can see radio waves, AM waves, radar waves, etc. At the bottom of the range, where the frequency and energy are high, you can see gamma rays and cosmic rays. She explained patiently like a teacher, forgoing all of her anger at Felix. Infrared vision, X-ray vision, ultraviolet vision, night vision, normal vision, etc. are all between those 2 endings. She wrote them on the line and left them for Felix to study up close. I like to refer to the first classment as the base vision, she said casually, dumbfounding Felix. If all of this was just base vision, then were we blind the whole time? Felix thought speechlessly. Yes. Everyone without the truth eyes is blind, Lady Sphinx said while pointing at her eyes. Felix was shocked to see the emergence of a red triangle inside the golden triangle. It was reversed on it, making her eyes seem dreadful but magnificent at the same time. Uncaring about his shock, Lady Sphinx plucked a hair strand from Felix's hair forcefully, making him grimace in pain. She made it hover in front of the table and created a mirror-like screen beside it. The screen was showing the strand up close, probably synchronizing with Lady Sphinx's vision. This is the second classment, she said while gazing with her mesmerizing eyes at the hair strand. Felix, Asna, the Jormungandr was stunned but mostly fascinated after seeing that the screen was showing that Lady Sphinx was zooming in at the strand continuously until Felix's DNA was in full display. However, she simply paused for a split second and continued zooming in until she reached the atomic world, showing Felix's atoms. Just as they assumed that she was done, they were mortified by her zooming inside the atom for a couple of seconds until she stopped at a colorful bright world, filled with rainbow-like clouds and gleaming crystals. Welcome to the quantum realm, Lady Sphinx smiled, where laws are non-existent and peculiarity happening every millisecond. No one spoke as all three of them were mind-blown by the realm peculiarities where a rainbow cloud suddenly turns into a gem and the gem turns into a wave, spreading further away and blowing the other clouds. So far, only me, the metal race, and some entities had the capability to see this realm up close. Lady Sphinx said while waving her hand at the screen, closing it off shut. The only difference is that I have the capability to actually touch matter with my mental energy while they could only spectate it. Lady Sphinx pointed at her eyes and said, "That's the limit of the second classment, which I refer to as the quantum vision. Truly a marvelous gift." The Jormungandr praised sincerely. "Indeed. I always thought that there was a universe inside each atom, but I never had the ability to see it." Asna said. "Elder, can I also do that?" Felix asked. "You can, little thief." Lady Sphinx knitted her eyebrows in irritation after being reminded of the shit she had to go through for her to reach this second classment. It took her at least 300 million years to discover a way to go beyond the base vision. Yet Felix obtained it just like that. "Kid, stop talking if you don't want to get beat up again," the Jormungandr advised with good intentions. Felix lowered his head and acted like a static tree, wanting to avoid her aggression. "Although you can do the same, I doubt you can even use the second classment now with your weak foundation," Lady Sphinx warned strictly. "So don't attempt to activate it lest your brain ends up exploding." Felix smiled warmly without lifting his head after hearing her warning. He could see that although Lady Sphinx was pissed at him, she still was kind enough to care for his well-being. "Don't be foolish," Lady Sphinx said. "I just don't want my research project to die before I get my hands on you." "Hee hee, idiot." Asna chuckled and asked, "What about the other classmate's big sis?" Lady Sphinx stopped bothering with Felix and said, "I can't show you the third and the fourth classmate since we are in the consciousness space." "That's unfortunate," the Jormungandr asked. "Can we at least know what they do?" "The third classmate is called the spiritual vision." She closed her eyes for a split second, and after they were open, another blue reverse triangle was added inside the red triangle pupil, making her eyes have 3 triangle-like pupils. That made her eyes have a somewhat hypnotizing effect. When Felix lifted his head and gazed at them, he entered a trance that was broken after Lady Sphinx started talking. "It allows me to view the spiritual universe that is mirroring ours." "Oh, so that's how you entered the spiritual world in the memories," Asna exclaimed while leaning closer. "Memories?" Lady Sphinx frowned her eyebrows. "You want to get me killed?" Felix yelled at Asna in his mind after sensing danger from Lady Sphinx's eyes. Upon realizing that she shouldn't have said that, Asna smiled cutely. "Opsy. Oh ho. So you have read my memories as well? Looking into my secrets and private life?" Lady Sphinx smiled coldly at Felix while cracking her knuckles. "She did it first. Not wanting to get beat up again." Felix switched the blame to Asna while staggering a step back. "You should be thankful that you didn't see anything that crossed my bottom line." Lady Sphinx gave him a warning look and added, "Snooping into the primogenitor's memories had only one result: death. You were lucky twice that Jormy doesn't care anymore and that I am a kind person." Felix didn't comment after hearing her warning, as he realized that he was truly seeking death by collecting the primogenitor's essence, looking through their memories, and inheriting their abilities without their permission. Before, he always expected that Lady Sphinx was going to be dead and depressed, making her not care much about his behaviors like the Jormungandr. But now that he realized that the primogenitors could be alive even though they have gone to the pact meeting like the Jormungandr, Felix had no intentions of awakening another primogenitor even again. "Let's continue." Lady Sphinx didn't give Felix a hard time as she continued on. "The fourth classmate allows me to see the void and what lays in the fourth dimension." Although she saw their confusion, Lady Sphinx didn't bother explaining it since it would take her years for laymen like them to understand those concepts. Lastly, the fifth classmate. Lady Sphinx deactivated all of the previous classmates, making her eyes return to normal. She looked at them and said, "Returning to roots and seeing what we were meant to see. That is the fifth classmate, the truth vision. I can see only reality and nothing but reality. Illusions, lies, deception, fakeness. Nothing escapes my truth vision." For real? Felix's eyes widened up as he realized that if Lady Sphinx was telling the truth, then she must be probably the only one in the universe to see the real illusion primogenitor. But he didn't ask her about it as he simply kept listening to their conversation. The more you expose, the more I start to feel cheated with my size manipulation gift, the Jormungandr said speechlessly. Ha ha ha, you joking Jormy. Lady Sphinx laughed. My gift is good all right, but how can it amount to the behemoth strength you possess when you enlarge to the size of a star? It's simply for utility, and thankfully I was never interested in fights or conflicts like you guys. That's true. The Jormungandr agreed at once. This idiot had inherited both of them. Lady Sphinx narrowed her eyes at Felix. Are you even worthy to have one of them? Of course not. Felix pointed his finger at the Jormungandr and said, Elder had made it clear from the start that I don't deserve even poison manipulation. That's something I am fully aware of. Why do you think I wake up at 6 a.m. and put my best efforts to train and better myself every single day? Felix said calmly, I don't deserve them, but I am working hard to change that, and I am going to change that. Both Asna and the Jormungandr nodded their heads in approval after remembering Felix's training routine that takes at least 12 hours of his day, ranging from poison manipulation to close combat training. Words are words. Lady Sphinx crossed her arms above her chest and said, I will be the judge of that when I meet you. Give me your UVR ID. Lady Sphinx suddenly said, I will give it to my student and she will take of all the procedures to meet me at Vamdarome. Without a single ounce of hesitation, Felix narrated the sequence of his ID that was unique to only him. Good. Lady Sphinx waved her hand and said, You have 4 months max to reach me, or don't bother coming at all. I hate latecomers. Queen, how long it will take me to reach Vamdarome with my dark deviant spaceship? Felix requested instantly. If you took the normal wormhole expressway, you will reach in 3 months. And if you took the VIP version all the way, you will arrive in about a month and 14 days. Do consider that this calculation was based on you not stopping even once. The Queen replied dutifully. I have time to deal with the Gamma pests, but I can't wait for the Eric and Malik to reach me. Felix decided quickly. I will take care of the Gamma on my own and tell those two to stay with my grandpa for a while until I reach the Witch Empire. Elder, can I give? Yes, be quick. Knowing that she understood what he meant, Felix quickly narrated the ID of Malik and Eric. He understood that without a high-ranked witch from the inside giving them clearance, they would never step inside their galaxy as it was fully locked down and trespassers found would be subjected to the Forsythia Empire's rules. Thank you, Felix said, smiling. All right, beat it now. Lady Sphinx waved her hand at him and said, I want to catch up with Jormy. Big sis, you have never mentioned the 6th classment though? Asna said. Oh, that's just a concept of mine that I haven't even entered yet. Lady Sphinx smiled bitterly, but she had this feverish spark in her eyes that made them know that she had no intentions of giving up on it. What is it? Asna asked while resting on the table, looking at Lady Sphinx with her big star-like citric eyes. I will tell you when I am capable enough to reach it, Lady Sphinx said while patting Asna's head. Can I enter it also? Felix said excitedly while pointing at himself. Are you looking for beating again? Lady Sphinx threatened him with her knuckles, making Felix laugh out loud while exploding into a cloud of mist. The moment he opened his eyes, he remembered that he haven't asked an important question. Elder, can I learn alchemy and concoct potions like witches? He asked with a hopeful tone. Yes, you can. Lady Sphinx replied in a straightforward manner. How could I do so? Felix inquired with his heartbeats accelerating in agitation. You need to use the 2nd classment. Lady Sphinx informed. Only with quantum vision could you have the same ability as the witch's spiritual eye that allows them to enter the microscopic world. Haha, that's great to hear. Felix tightened his fists in elation and requested with an innocent tone. Elder, can you please be my alchemy master? Little thief, didn't you take enough from me? Elder Sphinx snapped, making the Jormungandr chuckle in amusement. Now, you even want to steal my precious time to teach you alchemy? You think that would take you a month to master it? Elder, can't you leave a clone of yours to teach me? Felix murmured softly. I doubt you feel that it was missing. What do you know? Lady Sphinx said, all of my clones are busy with other important research projects, so don't flatter yourself. You are still not worthy to be a student of my clone or even a personal student of my worst student. Felix clutched his heart in pain after hearing so, but he didn't refute it as he knew that she was right. Besides the information he got in the UVR, he was absolutely clueless about potion making, don't even mention alchemy. Sigh. I am sorry for being inconsiderate. Felix narrowed his eyes in resolve and said, I will find a way on my own to learn at least potion making. Upon seeing that he wasn't willing to give up on potion making, Lady Sphinx played with her cat's mustache while pondering deeply. Should I send him to the Royal Potioning Academy? I bet he will get eaten alive by the little witches there. Whatever, as long as they don't kill him. Soon. She shrugged her shoulders and said to Felix, are you interested in being the first human to attend the Royal Potioning Academy? Felix gulped a mouthful as his senses warned him that saying yes was nothing good. But he completely ignored them and nodded his head firmly. I will be honored. He wasn't a fool to miss such an opportunity to learn the art of potion making. He was ready to face off all the difficulties that would arrive with this opportunity. Good. I will be informing my student about your arrival. Lady Sphinx said calmly, do understand that you can't talk about me or mention my existence. I am nothing but a shadow behind the Forsythia Witch Empire, and you better keep your mouth shut so it remains that way. Felix didn't know why she was choosing to hide instead of coming out in the light, and he wasn't preposterous to ask her for the reason. She might tell the Jormungandr or even Asna, but not him since he hadn't earned his place in her mind. Hence, he kept those questions to himself and promised, my mouth is sealed. After hearing so, Asna snapped her finger and the connection was disconnected, making Felix clueless about their upcoming discussion. Thank you. Lady Sphinx smiled and turned to the Jormungandr. She looked at his violet eyes that were hiding an ocean of depression that no one could see but her, since she had also experienced some moments of that feeling in her life. Thankfully, she had something to live for, pulling her away from falling into the same pit as most primogenitors. Jormy, I still didn't ask you. Lady Sphinx eyed him gently and asked, how are you coping? The usual, the Jormungandr said with a soothing tone. Then why are you still here? Lady Sphinx asked in confusion. I made a promise to that lad to stay for a year, the Jormungandr said calmly. I will be leaving in a couple of months. Asna's expression got a bit downed after hearing so. She might bicker and curse the Jormungandr all the time, but she enjoyed his stay in this dreadful space. If he left, she honestly would start sleeping for days to weeks, waking up only when Felix needs her. It was too depressing to stay in this closed space. Don't be sad, little Asna. The Jormungandr chuckled in a heartful manner. Sphinx will be here with you since she will need to stay in touch with Felix. I am not sad. Asna snapped in annoyance. I don't care if you died. You were just taking up my space. Ha ha ha. The Jormungandr laughed after seeing that she wasn't being honest at all. Jormy, I am sorry to break it up to you, Lady Sphinx said calmly. But you are not going anywhere after you hear what happened after the pact. What do you mean? The Jormungandr frowned his eyebrows. Do you remember how many attended the pact meeting? Lady Sphinx asked. The Jormungandr took a second to dig within his memories and said quickly after, I believe that at least 60% of the primogenitors had arrived. Yes, 60% were willing to die without passing their gifts to anyone. Lady Sphinx sighed. Alas, after the pact ended. You should have waited a year or two to see if the pact was going to be taken seriously or not. How could I wait? The Jormungandr smiled bitterly. I have already reached my limit and was pushing through every day like I was still a little snake, trying to pass through a muddy swamp. Lady Sphinx didn't know how to react to that, so she jumped over it and simply informed him. If you waited, you might have received an invitation by the illusion primogenitor like the rest. What did that trickster do? The Jormungandr raised his eyebrow in surprise. The bastard finally did it. Lady Sphinx smiled wryly and said, He had created an illusionary world that resembled 99.99999999999% reality and every law in it. Impossible! How can that be? Both Asna and the Jormungandr drew a cold breath in shock and mortification. They could understand creating an illusion close to reality, but one that had even laws resembling reality? That's a bit too terrifying. Your reaction was the same for everyone else who received the news. Lady Sphinx narrated. I still remember how everyone from the pact gathered again and entered at once that illusionary world. The illusion primogenitor had manipulated the time laws in his illusions to run faster than reality. The primogenitors who entered inside had slept for 10 billion years, while on the outside, only 1 billion years had gone by. That duration of sleep was more than enough to refresh all of them and give them another push to continue living through their eternity. She stopped to take a deep breath and continued. When they woke up, the UVR/SGA era had been ongoing for about a millennial, while their empires, descendants, and such had been erased from existence with time. The era was completely different, as with the UVR, the universe was connected and wars had been almost uprooted with the existence of the SGA alliance. Instead of breaking the balance of peace, they decided to enjoy the new entertainment that was brought to them by the games without making their presence known. So they were always awake in this era, but just hiding like you? Asna asked. Yes, Lady Sphinx added. But I am hiding since I dislike being interrupted during my research, but they did so to keep the balance from breaking, since the moment they show themselves publicly, the universe would fall into chaos. The Jormungandr arched his eyebrows. I watched a couple of games of that lad, and they weren't really that entertaining in my perspective. That's because you had nothing to gain or lose from them, and the games were probably just humans tussling around with their pathetic strength. Lady Sphinx dropped a bombshell on them. However, the primogenitors had decided to choose either their lost descendants or fighters from new races as their champions to bet on in the games. Upon seeing their stunned reaction, she carried on with her eyebrows twitching. Naturally, the bets were nothing ordinary, as the stacks could skyrocket to the point even I will feel the pinch of losing them. The Jormungandr looked speechlessly at her. Don't tell me you are also taking part in this? Lady Sphinx waved her hand. I am standing behind witches and they can't fight. I stopped taking part after 10 of my champions got massacred the moment they met with other primogenitors' champions. I see. The Jormungandr rubbed his beard and asked, I still don't know why any of this would make me want to stay behind? Truly, everything that Lady Sphinx had said was an eye-opener that changed how he perceived the universe's current state. But still, what the fuck has any of that got to do with him seeking death? He was upset, alright, that many primogenitors reigned the pact, but he was also somewhat happy for them that they had found a way to go relieve their boredom and depression. But for him, nothing much changed. Oh, I forgot what I was building all of this for. Lady Sphinx removed her glasses and looked at him deeply in the eyes. Jormy, your name and legacy has been insulted and trampled upon by your enemies after they woke up. It wasn't just you, but also Thor, Kraken, Rock, and every other primogenitor who died straight after the pact meeting. The Jormungandr's entire demeanor had changed after recalling the primogenitors, with who he truly had a conflict instead of Thor, who was his best friend and rival. Asna was surprised to see a purple aura raising from the Jormungandr's body and encasing him slowly, while his expression was getting colder and colder, making her doubt if this was the kind and gentle Jormungandr who was playing chess with her. Oh? What did they say and do? He asked while narrowing his slits dangerously. Lady Sphinx didn't open her mouth, but it was clear that she was communicating telepathically with him. This made Asna pout in annoyance after having her curiosity raised like this just to be trampled on. However, she could see that the more Jormungandr heard, the colder his expression got and thinner his slits became. Even his hidden fangs were getting longer and protruding from his purple lips. Without a single doubt, Asna knew that he was royally pissed. Well, that's as much information that I managed to gather, Lady Sphinx said while returning to her seat. Thank you, the Jormungandr said with a suppressed voice while taking deep breaths through his nostrils. So, what are you going to do about them? Lady Sphinx asked in intrigue. Remind them of who they are dealing with. The Jormungandr smiled frigidly. They must have forgotten. Lady Sphinx laughed softly and said, "How could you do that when you have given your poison manipulation?" She leaned closer and tempted. "How about you possess the body of this idiot? I kinda wanna see the final result." "Oh, Big Sis truly doesn't give a crap about Felix," Asna thought while looking at the excited Felix who was packing his stuff in his spatial card, getting set for the journey, not knowing that he was in grave danger. "No." The Jormungandr narrowed his eyes as he said, "Since they have switched the battlefield to their champions in the SG, I will play by the rules as well and turn that lad into my champion. I will let them know that poison is eternal through that lad." The Jormungandr thundered loudly, making even Felix stop his packing for a second to glance in confusion after feeling a sudden danger. Seeing that it was just a false alarm, he continued packing with a foolish grin. The Jormungandr's cool-headedness had returned after a couple of deep breaths. He looked at Lady Sphinx and said, "Sphinx, I have a favor to ask. I want you to use some of your treasures to bet on this lad during those games." The Jormungandr coughed. "I have nothing on me but memories of some buried treasures that might have been discovered or not. I am willing to trade the information for some treasures to kickstart my plan." "I am down for it." Lady Sphinx gazed speechlessly at Felix who was getting nude for a shower and said, "Are you sure about choosing him? He will be eaten alive with his strength." Looking at the butt-naked Felix, the Jormungandr's eyebrows twitched. "Do I look like I have another choice?" "Haha, true." Lady Sphinx laughed. "Plus, I am not worried about his strength." The Jormungandr smirked faintly. "I will be personally teaching him poison manipulation while you are probably going to increase his strength, so he could tolerate the experiments." "That goes without saying." Lady Sphinx wore back her glasses and smiled. "I will make sure to turn his body into steel. Damn it. Why am I constantly feeling danger?" Felix thought after a slight shiver coursed in his back. Unbeknownst to the newest development happening in his mind, Felix kept showering while thinking about his own matters. "Queen, when will my spaceship arrive?" he asked. "In 7 days max," Queen answered. "Good." Felix nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he created a hologram and started reading about the news that had been getting better in some countries but only worse in the USA. Upon seeing that some towns had been fully raided by multiple gangs, forcing the citizen to escape, he frowned his eyebrows in disgust. "Scum of the earth. Let's see how bold you would be after the Gamma organization gets destroyed," he thought to himself while closing the window. He continued cleaning his body in silence after. "Aren't you going to tell him?" Lady Sphinx asked the Jormungandr. The Jormungandr eyed the focused Felix and smiled warmly. "Let him have his fun one last time before we start the training plan." 7 days later, 09:00 a.m. Felix had just received the news that his spaceship had arrived and was currently parked at the dark side of the moon. Naturally, no one was inside since the Queen was the one operating it. In those 7 days, Felix did a bit of shopping to prepare for the Gamma organization's destruction, harvest the symbiote's pieces, and lastly for surviving in space. He bought 30 spatial cards, 30 basic AP bracelets, 30 symbiote magnet devices that allow one to detect them and also pull them like a metal magnet. They were extremely efficient. Lastly, he bought an expensive spatial card in an auction that had triple the room space than the one he was using. He needed it since he purchased multiple oxygen bottles and suits that could be helpful in case he ended up thrown into space. After all, Felix was still a human and he couldn't really survive in space for even a minute. Right now, he was leaving his room while wearing only the obscure suit, heading to the dome's entrance. All of his stuff was in his spatial card, making him appear like he was heading for a stroll. "Morning, Felix," Olivia greeted from afar after noticing him. She was sitting with Sophia and Hina, eating their breakfast. The girls greeted Felix as well casually, not knowing that this was probably the last time they were going to see Felix in the real world. At least for a long time. Felix didn't have plans to return to the island after dealing with the Gamma organization. "Morning, ladies." Felix greeted back with a smile and continued on his way. He didn't feel like he needed to say goodbye to anyone since there was always the UVR. Hence, He didn't hesitate to cross over the other side of the dome and ride on a public hovercar that took him to the island's coast. Seeing that no one was here, Felix activated the stealth mode of his suit and requested in his mind, "Queen, please bring the spaceship 5 kilometers outside of the island's surveillance system. Do make it invisible." "As you wish," the Queen said. "Your spaceship will arrive in 15 minutes. "Not bad speed," Felix praised. He understood that the distance between Earth and Moon shouldn't be underestimated, as it would have taken days for Earthling rocket to close it. "All right, time for a swim." Felix stretched his limbs while looking at the peaceful ocean. Then, he jumped into the water and started swimming underneath it. With his fish gills, he didn't even need to go above the surface and expose himself. Felix was doing all of this just to avoid his absence getting noticed, since Mr. Rodriguez would be notified, then the council, his teammates, and he wanted to avoid all of that nuisance that would follow after. In less than 10 minutes, Felix swam 5 kilometers and waited patiently with his head outside of the water. Thankfully, the Queen's calculation almost never misses, as Felix had been informed that his spaceship was exactly 10 kilometers above him. "Please send a mini scouting aircraft and make it invisible as well," Felix requested. The Queen accepted the request, and Felix had to wait only 15 seconds before he started feeling like he was standing next to a jet. The wind and heat that was blowing on his face was an easy indication of its arrival. Eager, Felix beamed a pair of glasses and wore them swiftly. Immediately after, the world turned blue and the mini scouting aircraft's invisibility had been removed. It had a spherical shape, appearing like a blue egg. There were 4 jets attached to its front and back that were responsible for lifting it like this. "Queen, bring it down," Felix said. Whoosh! Splosh! After landing on water, the aircraft started floating without an issue. Felix swam towards it and scanned his bracelet with the glass door. A second later, it opened up and Felix laid on a comfy chair, not worried by the water that was touching the dashboard. He put the seatbelt on and the glass door closed after him. Without touching anything, Felix simply requested the Queen to take him to the mothership. Whoosh! The scouting aircraft had lifted off and Felix didn't feel a thing in the process. Not even a small vibration reached him. Felix didn't put his focus on this but on his dark deviant spaceship that appeared like a blue longsword due to those anti-invisibility glasses. The closer he got, the more details he was able to see. By the time he reached it, Felix already was satisfied by its entire design, as it was exactly the same as he had ordered. It appeared long and somewhat thin from afar, but only up close would one be able to appreciate its beauty. It had 2 short triangle-shaped wings at the back near the main engine. This part was the biggest and also the thickest when compared to the front of the ship that was abnormally long and had another mouth. Felix wasn't surprised when he saw this, as he knew that was the Divine Judgment red plasma weapon. Since it was a big-ass weapon, the spaceship got this appearance after it got modified into it. Felix wasn't worrying about the weapon causing trouble, like ruining the balance or something like that. He understood that if it wasn't possible to merge the weapon with his spaceship, he would have been notified to change the spaceship to another one. Meanwhile, the inside was spacious and open, making Felix feel comfortable right away. There were no wires or exposed mechanical parts, as the walls were all smooth and painted in white, contrasting to its dark color on the outside. "Good, really good." Felix kept nodding his head in praise and satisfaction while walking randomly through its long corridors. "Sir, do you want to see the spaceship's map?" the Queen asked. "Please do." The moment Felix agreed, a holographic map of the spaceship's interior was displayed to Felix. It was showing his current position and also the names of every room and area. The open areas were highlighted in green color while the restricted had a red color. There were living rooms for Felix and crew, a gaming room, a weapon room, a fuel room, a robot room that was housing all the bots needed to repair the spaceship in case it got damaged, and much more. Felix read them with his eyes and pressed on the captain's living room. Immediately after, it got expanded and showed Felix how it looked in reality. Since he was easy to please, he felt right at home when he saw a king-sized bed, a closet, and a spacious bathroom. To the side, there was a VR pod that had a better design than the one he was using. Felix knew that wasn't just a VR pod but also a small aircraft. In his previous life, Felix had been into many spaceships and was knowledgeable about a couple of things. This VR pod/aircraft was one of them. He understood that most space travelers never actually stay awake during their journey since the spaceship would be traveling at light speed and it was impossible to move on the ship or see a single thing from the window. Hence, everyone would enter the pod to spend their time in the UVR during their travel. Only when their spaceship stops traveling at light speed could they exit the pod and do their things in the spaceship. Since most of the time spent was in the pods, it was only natural to turn them into emergency aircraft that were capable of helping them survive in space for some time. They were also capable of landing successfully on planets with a forgiving atmosphere. Upon checking a couple of other rooms for the crew, Felix pressed on the cockpit room and started walking towards it while inspecting its appearance. It was nothing fancy as it was a somewhat small room with 4 chairs facing a large transparent glass window. Since the spaceship was modified, the glass window wasn't at the tip of the spaceship but in the middle right behind the plasma weapon. "We have first-class seats to watch the fireworks," Asna said in delight while sitting at the chess table with the Jormungandr and Lady Sphinx. "Fireworks?" Lady Sphinx wondered while drinking a cup of tea next to them. "Hee, you will see soon." Asna chuckled with a look of anticipation. In a short while, Felix finally reached the control room after a long walk. When he entered it, he sat at the captain's chair that was sandwiched by the rest of the chairs. As always, he made sure to put the seatbelt on. Unlike the ones in cars, this one had affixed him to his chair without making it too uncomfortable. Felix glanced once at the complex dashboard that was packed with turned off or on buttons and smiled wryly. Operating a spaceship was way outside of his comfort zone. "Queen, please take us to space," Felix said while placing his hands on the armchairs, preparing for the thrust. The Queen gave him 3 seconds warning before turning on the main engine while making the spaceship face slightly upward. The moment it was perfectly aligned, the spaceship started moving slowly at the start. But it kept pushing through the constraints of gravity until its acceleration had reached the point only a noisy blast was left behind in the area. Boom! It spread far and wide. Even those living on the island heard it clearly. "Are we under attack? Did a bomb just go off? Did everyone hear that?" The soldiers, the constructors, the island staff, and even the team members all reacted differently to the sonic boom of the spaceship. George even sent a swift message to Mr. Rodriguez informing him about it while also asking for the team to gather at the drops bunker. It was built under the island to survive against nuclear strikes or similar strength attacks. Since it was an emergency protocol, the entire team dropped whatever they were doing and dashed on black platforms towards the bunker's room. After they reached it, George frowned his eyebrows after noticing that Felix was missing from the bunch. Where did that troublemaker go now? George thought to himself. Soon, everyone noticed Felix's absence and they started murmuring between themselves. "Did anyone see him?" "I saw him 20 minutes ago," Olivia informed them. "He was heading outside of the drop in his pajamas." Upon hearing so, George's eyelids twitched as he sent a message to Felix. "Where are you? Didn't you hear the explosion? Stick to the damn protocol and come to the bunker." "George, I am afraid I can't do that." Felix sent a message with a fascinated smile. His eyes' pupil were showing a blue gem floating in nothingness since eons and eons to come. He was finally in space and only now could one truly appreciate the planet's breathtaking beauty. "What do you, Maya?" George's latest message couldn't be delivered as Felix had disconnected his bracelet from receiving any messages from his close contacts. He glanced one last time at the planet and narrowed his eyes frigidly. "Let's kill those scum. Queen, full thirst above those coordinates," Felix said while displaying the Gamma's spaceship's coordinates. It was finally time to confirm if Felix's interference in the timeline somehow affected the Gamma's spaceship coordinates or not. "What's the altitude you want to be above those coordinates?" the Queen asked. "Just keep us at the exosphere," Felix said. "I can scan their spaceship from there without getting noticed." Felix knew that the Gamma organization's surveillance system was deactivated due to the laws imposed upon them by the Alliance. However, the Anti-Surveillance Alliance was fully active and his spaceship scanning attempt would be discovered if it was any other spaceship. Too bad for them, the Dark Deviant had one of the best surveillance/anti-surveillance systems. Though its defenses, weapons, and speed were shit compared to other spaceships in its generation. Felix had already dealt with the weapon issue after his modification. When he deals with the Gamma organization and picks up the artificial symbiote, he would take care of its defenses. That would leave only its speed without an upgrade. As you wish, the Queen replied. A couple of minutes later, the Dark Deviant had its engines turned off while positioning horizontally, making the red plasma weapon face the planet. Good. Keep it this way. Felix looked at the glass window that was showing a massive cluster of clouds. Appearing like a storm was on its preparation stage. Felix ignored them and requested, "Please scan for the existence of spaceships in those coordinates." Immediately after his request, Felix noticed a button turn bright white in the dashboard. Felix memorized it since it was always better to get himself familiar with his spaceship in case he had to go manual when the situation forces him. The scan has been completed, the Queen said while displaying a hologram before Felix that was showing the disc-like black Gamma spaceship, parking right in the red desert. Got you. Felix grinned evilly after seeing the positive results. He wasn't surprised by how smooth the scan went since his Dark Deviant spaceship was known for excelling in surveillance and anti-surveillance. Its speed was average, so as its defenses and weapons. But it was the king in surveillance compared to the spaceships in its price range. Hence, Felix was confident that his scan had gone unnoticed by the Gamma members. He chose it for this exact reason. Please scan for any signs of life near the spaceship, Felix said. A couple of seconds later, he got his answer. 100 lifeforms had been found in a Tusayan. So those scum are still there? Good, Felix said coldly. Before he got the spaceship, Felix had already scouted Tusayan Town and found out that it had been raided by 5 criminal gangs who wanted to turn it into their base operations. The town was perfect since the population was only 560 and it was isolated. Hence, the real citizens were forced to escape their town and seek refuge. Because this was merely one of the thousands of towns and cities that were hit and still being hit by criminals, the U.S. government couldn't really spare a single platoon to take care of those gangs, who turned the town into a fortress. It was more important to defend their metropolis cities than a town in nowhere. Felix didn't know if this was the doing of the Gamma organization or just a lucky coincidence, and that those gangs had no clue about the spaceship a couple of miles near them. But soon they were going to find out. Queen, load the divine judgment at full capacity, Felix requested under the cheers of Asna, who was already having a bucket of popcorn on her lap. Meanwhile, Jormungandr and Lady Sphinx were playing chess. Honestly, it wasn't even a fair game as Lady Sphinx was wiping the floor clean with Jormungandr, who had absolutely no chance to contest in intelligence with her. How could he beat her when she was able to calculate hundreds of steps ahead of him? It was pure bullying, just like he was bullying Asna previously. Aren't you busy with your research projects, or something? Why are you still here? The Jormungandr murmured in irritation while knocking down his king. I can spare some time to watch over this kid. Lady Sphinx laughed while setting up her pieces back up on the board. I am not playing for now. The Jormungandr swiftly teleported next to Asna after seeing that she was rearing for another game. Tisk, sore loser. Lady Sphinx clicked her tongue in criticism and teleported next to them. Then, they all raised their heads and started watching the countdown of the weapons preparation while stealing popcorn from Asna's bucket, making her slap their hands every time in annoyance. While the countdown to their doom was ticking second by second, the Gamma's executives were currently split in their spaceship doing their jobs. None of them were outside of the spaceship. Miss Pink, I am here to report our daily harvest, said a smart-looking man with a white coat on while he pressed a button on the side of a door. A second later, the door had automatically opened up and the man entered with his head lowered and a list under his armpit. Speak, Miss Pink ordered without looking at him. Her eyes were focused on multiple holograms that were around the desk she was sitting on. Each was showing different stats and numbers. We have harvested 140 uncommon Tier 1 abilities and 49 rare Tier 1 abilities from the 2 last batches of Bloodliners, he reported while reading the list. Plus, we have lost 19 Bloodliners due to failing to integrate 7% at once. Should we revert back to 4%? He asked. No, if they die, they die, Miss Pink said casually while clicking here and there. The Earthlings have proven to be far more troublesome to deal with, especially after that demonstration of strength in the games. Are we going to move out soon? The man asked in surprise after understanding what she meant. Yes. It has been decided that we will aim at another planet. Miss Pink clarified calmly. We can't stay here anymore since the Earthling team is probably going to win the next 2 games with their captain's strength. By then, they would have all they need to find us and actually damage our ship. Sigh. This is truly a first one. The man shook his head. This planet and their citizen were studied carefully and thoroughly. The results showed that we could stay here up to at least 5 years. Variables exist. Miss Pink gave a tight-lipped smile. We were just unlucky to end up landing on one. The man instantly understood that she was implying about Felix, who had ruined most of their plans and was still doing so. He arched his eyebrows in irritation and said, If only that little shit was caught like the rest. Don't brood over it too much. There is plenty of newer planets to harvest. Mississippi Pink waved her hands at him and said, You can leave now. I have recorded the data. The man gave a slight nod and went away. After stepping on the ground, his legs were clutched by the pitch-black artificial symbiote, and he was taken to the farms. The area he reached thoroughly was a perfect fit for its name. It was a wide-open area with a ceiling reaching up to the sky. At least 20 large black pillars were connecting to that ceiling. In each pillar, there were hundreds of small chambers. At least 80% of them were empty, but the last 20% were filled with bloodliners. Some were banging the glass doors while crying in despair, while some were just lying on the ground with a deadpan expression. All of them were wearing an AP bracelet, appearing like a slave collar in their situation. Shut up before I zap you again, the man threatened out loud, making him earn either frightful responses, begs, or outright curses. You liar! You said you let us go after you get 6 abilities out of us. A burly man with dark eyes didn't care about the warning as he yelled in fury and despair. But you were just killing us after. His shout echoed in the spacious area, reaching the ears of most bloodliners. Some just started sobbing after hearing, so as they knew that he was telling the truth. They weren't fools to believe that the organization was going to let them go after they take what they wanted. But they still complied with them on the surface since they thought that by delaying their death, there was a slight chance of being rescued by the Council. Alas, even if the Council managed to find them and had weapons to destroy the spaceship, they would still not be able to save them. That's because they would prioritize the organization's destruction first and foremost. This meant any bloodliner who stepped foot in the spaceship was a dead man without any chance to leave to tell the tale. Even Felix had no possible method to rescue them without endangering himself. It was impossible to sneak inside the spaceship even for the 6th-stage bloodliner since human strength was still not good enough to overpower technology. Only Origin Realm bloodlines were capable of entering a spaceship and leave without a scratch on. The rest? Only death awaits them. Highly advanced weapons were not a joke. Felix had yet to reach that state to make himself immune to the spaceship's weapons that could kill him in a split second. Hence, he was hopeless to help them out while they were still inside the spaceship. He had no plans to act soft and retreat without destroying the organization since he knew that the longer their existence remained, the more bloodliners would get caught and harvested. Then get killed eventually. He was willing to accept this necessary evil, and he was ready to live while having it in his heart. He had no plans to create excuses for himself like he was doing them a favor by ending their despair or they were already dead either way. The moment he fires that weapon, their lives would be against his consciousness, and Felix was willing to have them upon him if it meant that the Gamma organization get uprooted from the soils of the planet. Currently, Felix was doing nothing but gaze at the counter, which had reached the last minute. 059, 00:51, 00:30, 00:10. Don't worry, Felix. Asna comforted with a smile. You are saving 8 billion in the process. They will surely be grateful to you. Saving is saving, Felix said calmly. Killing is killing. Felix looked at the countdown that was about to hit 0 and said one last time, "Never mix the two. The firing sequence has begun." The Queen's monotonous voice resounded in the cockpit, making Felix clutch the armchairs tightly due to the massive tremors occurring in the spaceship. Even the main jet's thrust didn't affect the interior of the spaceship this much. Just this alone was enough to let everyone know the unfathomable power that was held inside the divine judgment weapon. It was about to deliver it on the wicked who brought terrors in the planet for the past half a year. Inside Tusayan town, a chaotic scene was ongoing. Loud rock music was blasting in every street from the erected tower speakers. Houses had their doors and windows destroyed, showing gang members standing either behind them or in the streets. They were roaming while fully loaded with guns, laughing thunderously and sometimes firing off into the sky, expressing their fever and zeal at being the overlords of an entire town. Something that no one would even dare to think about before the Gamma's arrival. "Boss, when are we making a move?" A man with a tattooed face and a scar near his eye asked in intrigue. "Gather Team 1 and 2. A good-looking man with short brown hair said with his head buried in a hologram. "We will target Phoenix City. I have received information that the Marines are getting pushed back slightly." "Okay. What's that?" The tattooed man tilted his head in confusion after his eyes were met with a red pilar as thick as a skyscraper and as bright as the sun. It wasn't touching the ground but suspended in midair like it had been stopped by something. "My eyes!" He soon screamed in pain after his eyes were forcefully closed due to getting burnt off from the light. The boss and the rest of the gangs around the town had all turned to the red pillar reflexively after it showed up, and their end wasn't any different than the tattooed guy. Alas, before a symphony of agonizing cries resonated in the town, the Gamma spaceship had its invisibility removed forcefully after the red pillar ended up penetrating all of its defenses and going inside. Then, there is no then. Deathly silence engulfed the area for a millisecond before the red pillar expanded into a sphere from the base to the sky, appearing like a red mushroom cloud for the onlookers. Alas, no one was able to look at this fascinating scene as the moment the explosion occurred. The shockwave spread to at least 30 kilometers in radius, turning anything inside of it into dust. The gang members, the desert life forms, the buildings, etc., nothing was spared. All of this happened in silence as the sound wave had yet to catch up to the explosion. But when it did, the entire state of Arizona heard it loud and clear. The towns and cities that were 100 kilometers near the explosion zone were lucky enough to see what caused it, since the explosion had climbed a couple of kilometers in the sky, appearing like a second sun. Shock, disbelief, and fear clouded the eyes of the gangs and the Marine soldiers who were either in combat in those cities or patrolling their areas. What in God's name is that? Is that a nuclear bomb? Call the higher-ups. No one dared to believe it, but they knew that only nuclear bombs could create this scene. Knowing that one had exploded this near to them made them almost piss their pants in fright. Especially the gang members who thought that the US government was pushed to the limit and started firing off their nukes as scaring attempts. "General, a nuke had gone off north to Phoenix City. What are your orders?" "Governor, someone nuked an area in the Grand Canyon." A man in a black suit reported in utter agitation while looking at the mushroom cloud that had already climbed tens of kilometers, making it noticeable to even those further away. "I saw it too," the governor replied in dread while standing in front of his office's window. His secretary was trembling while looking at the escaping birds in the sky and the clouds that had gotten extra darker. "Sir, what do we do?" the secretary asked with a tremble in her tone. "Let's inform the White House first," the governor said. "A nuclear going off in my state without my knowledge? This is clearly not the doing of us." "Is it the Gamma organization doing?" the secretary exclaimed in fear. "Did they start trading in nuclear weapons now?" At this point, the governor smiled bitterly. Anything is possible. Meanwhile, inside the dark deviant cockpit, Felix had his eyes closed shut while listening to Asna's delighted exclamations and the primogenitor's disinterested chatter. After a second or two, Felix opened his eyes while rubbing his eyelids in exhaustion like he just got sapped from all of his energy. However, he still murmured, "Queen, please scan for any life signs in the blast area." A few moments later, the queen replied, "No signs of life has been found. You really raised everything," Asna commentated. Felix ignored her and requested the queen to run the scan 3 times. After coming out negative for the 3rd time, he requested for the spaceship to be brought down. When it entered the stratosphere, 30 kilometers, Felix stopped it and did another scan. Yet still, the results were negative. Let's get this over with quickly before the authorities arrive. Felix sighed while removing the seatbelt and changed his clothes to the dark suit meant for stealth mode. Then, he touched his chest and copied himself over and over again until there were 30 clones standing around him. All of them had their faces and bodies hidden in the copied dark suit. After doing so, he beamed 30 symbiote magnate devices that were capable of pulling symbiote skin pieces from tens of meters distance and gave them to his clones. Then, he beamed 30 normal AP bracelets and ordered each clone to wear one. "Queen, please activated the bracelet's affiliation system," Felix requested. A second later, the 30 AP bracelets had all been turned on, marking the successful activation of the feature. This feature allowed Felix to control those 30 AP bracelets without wearing them or at least benefit from their features. But still, anything he does with those bracelets was related to his consciousness. If he took a contract with one of them, he would be still subjected to its terms. This affiliation system was mainly used by parents with their young children's bracelets. Instead of allowing them to connect their consciousness with the queen, they used the affiliation system so if their kids were about to get cheated into signing a contract away from them, the parents would be notified straight away. Naturally, to not abuse it, anyone that was older than 12 years would need to connect their consciousness with the queen if they wanted to continue using their bracelet. Though for those clones, that rule didn't apply. Hence, Felix had 30 spatial cards active and usable. "Follow me," he ordered while sprinting towards the area where the small scouting aircraft were parked. However, after turning around and seeing that only 16 copies were following him, he quickly returned and beat up the fuckers who decided to walk instead of sprinting. Not wanting to waste time, he created another 4 and they obeyed him diligently. "So this is how my ability appears like in the hands of idiots?" Lady Sphinx said. "Truly fascinating. Ha ha ha. Hee hee." Felix's eyelids twitched at their mockery, but he didn't respond. He simply ordered his clones to enter one of the scouting aircraft and made sure that everyone was in his position before entering his own aircraft. "Queen, send us down and make sure to bring everyone up 15 minutes later no matter what," Felix said. He knew that 15 minutes wasn't enough to gather all of the broken artificial symbionts since the government would be sending their army and they wouldn't hesitate to fire at him when he fails to obey their orders. These aircraft were meant for scouting outside of radar, not for combat. Whoosh whoosh. After they got sent down, the aircraft all entered the mushroom cloud. Felix wasn't worried about the alloy getting affected by the radiation from the strike or his clones. As for himself, his entire body was protected with the Obscurum suit. However, the heat was still too much for his copies to handle since those copied suits were just for looks. Hence, Felix had requested the queen to let them cover areas outside of the impact zone. Meanwhile, he went straight towards it as he knew that the largest parts of the artificial symbiont would be concentrated there. Whoosh! After the aircraft reached 100 meters, Felix looked down at the smoky crater with his infrared vision turned on. He had already done a couple of tests with his first-classman vision and now was fully used to some combinations. Still, normal vision plus infrared vision was his go-to combination. As for the range and duration of the activated, it was still based on his mental energy. Shit, there is too much heat radiation. Felix deactivated infrared vision immediately after noticing that everything was bright red. He didn't dare to turn on his gamma vision since he would probably go blind due to the gamma radiations released from the explosion. It seems X-ray combination is the best option in this situation. After making his decision, Felix turned on X-ray vision above his normal vision. After pushing it to the limit, he was shocked to find out that there was only one skeleton hovering 5 meters above the ground. He wasn't shocked by the lack of other skeletons, but by the fact that the skeleton was extremely close to the impact crater. That shouldn't be possible since he knew that not even a peak 6-stage bloodline could survive a strike like this. After he had done 3 life scans with his spaceship before, he was even more certain that everyone was dead. What's going on? Felix narrowed his eyes through the mask at the skeleton. Before he could think of his next move at the discovery, his heart was chilled after seeing that the skeleton had jumped hundreds of meters in the air towards him. Shit! Queen, take us upward. Not wanting to remain up close to that abomination, Felix shouted loudly while leaning against his seat in fright. Thud! Alas, before the aircraft could pull up, it got tugged down roughly, making Felix shake on his seat while clutching into the seatbelt. He was utterly horrified after realizing that the aircraft was being pulled down forcefully into the ground. Queen, use full force, he shouted. Peep, peep, peep. Simultaneous with his shout, an annoying alarm went off while 3 buttons had been turned bright red. Felix glanced at them and couldn't help but curse out loud. Fuck me! It turned out, 3 of the 4 main thrusters had been destroyed by that thing. Felix knew instantly that he was in an enviable situation. Whoosh! 80 meters, 70 meters, 40 meters. The aircraft kept nose diving into the ground, forcing Felix to make a drastic move as he unfastened his seatbelt and beam an angel wings potion that he kept in his spatial card with the rest of his battle-oriented potions. Gulp! Felix drank it in one mouthful, not even bothering to taste its flavor. Then, he kicked the aircraft's glass as hard as he could, shattering it immediately. Upon seeing that the ground was merely 20 meters away, Felix didn't hesitate to jump into the sky while the potion's effect had yet to fully manifest. He won't make it. The angle wings potion needs 2 seconds to fully create wings, and then he would need 2 more seconds for his nervous system to connect to them. Lastly, another second to flap his wings. Lady Sphinx commentated while taking a sip of tea. Felix didn't even need to hear her, as he could see with his own eyes the approaching heated crater while his wings were just coming along. Plan B. Desert Domain. Felix snapped his finger, using the 3rd active ability that he unlocked after reaching 60% in his integration. It allows him to emit sand particles from every inch of his body. However, since he was wearing an obsicurm suit that was made from nanobots instead of fiber, those sand particles were blocked between Felix's skin and the suit. 10 meters, 7 meters, 5 meters. Lift off. The moment Felix felt he was encased in enough sand, he shouted loudly while using his mental energy to control the sand particles. 3 meters, 2 meters. Then, nothing. His body didn't smash into the ground but kept hovering merely 1 meter above it. A smart move, the Jormungandr praised after understanding what Felix had just done. Felix knew about his suit's inability to release sand and took advantage of it by encasing himself in blue sand grains. Then, he simply ordered for the sand to lift off, resulting in him benefiting from it. Since he utilized anti-gravitational attributed sand, it helped him even further. However, since he was fully encased in sand, it wasn't comfortable at all, as he had to keep his eyes open through the entire process to see the distance. Thankfully, it all worked out. Deactivate. Thud. Felix landed on the heated ground that was emitting red smoke ceaselessly. Besides it, there was not a single metal, rock, body part, or any other material, like the Gamma spaceship was never here. Felix quickly stood up while turning on his stealth mode. Even his glorious creamy white wings had turned invisible due to the nanobots making them part of the suit like his tail. Were they going to fly? Felix didn't hesitate to try it out, as he had no plans to remain in the ground with that skeleton thing. Whoosh whoosh. His wings flapped twice and he got lifted quite easily. Alas, just as he wanted to continue going up, he felt like his feet had been latched on by something sticky and gluey. The hell? When he looked down, he couldn't help but exclaim in panic at the sight of his entire foot encased in a pitch-black matter that was connected to something away from him. The moment he followed its path with his eyes, shivers coursed in his spine after seeing that it was the doing of the skeleton, who was still hovering 5 meters in the air. Whoosh! Alas, Felix wasn't given time to attempt and free himself, as he got pulled like he weighted absolutely nothing. He couldn't muster a single ounce of resistance as his body kept getting smashed into the ground over and over again, turning Felix dizzy but not hurting him at all. By the time he stopped, Felix was left dangling upside down in the air like he was being caught in a net by a giant. Huff, huff. Loud and rugged breaths kept hitting Felix's mask, making his eyes widen in disbelief and terror after seeing the real look of that skeleton. He was finally close enough to see his entire body without having his vision hindered by the smoke. Who could blame him for reacting like that? The human skeleton had turned out to be inside a 5 meters giant pitch-black substance. It was sticky and dripping like wax into the ground. Yet, it was still standing upright since every small drop that touched the heated ground would attach itself back to the body. Meanwhile, its face had only 2 holes and a long slit, appearing like they were its eyes and mouth. Sometimes they open and sometimes they close. Artificial symbiote. Felix exclaimed in shock after realizing that nothing else could explain this abomination other than that. He understood that artificial symbiote could be hosted by humans or any other race, but the size remains correspondent to the race. Otherwise, the compressed energy inside the symbiote would end up locking the host inside the suit. Could even lead to death. Thus, when he saw the human skeleton, the last thing that he could think of was a human hosting an artificial symbiote. "Are you liking my new look? You did this to me after all." A deep gruff voice emerged from inside the facial slit, appearing like a monster trying his best to speak. "Who are you and how can you even see me?" Felix asked loudly while still dangling from his feet. It wasn't like he didn't want to try and escape, but he knew that was impossible. Symbiote skin was known for being one of the toughest materials in the universe. Felix couldn't just cut it or destroy it. If it wasn't for so, his red plasma weapon would have been enough to delete it from existence, and there would be no point in him heading down to gather the pieces. Hence, instead of acting out, he decided to play slowly by delaying the time until he figures out a way to escape this shitty hole. "How can you not know me?" The voice was still deep, but Felix could sense unadulterated rage emitting from it. "You took everything from me. I don't even know who you are. You will find out now." Bam! The moment the last word resounded in Felix's ears, he found out that his body was already in contact with the ground. Smoke rose and pebbles were hurled everywhere as the monster kept lifting Felix up by his feet and smashing him again on his other side. Shit, shit, shit. Felix cursed each time his face had kissed the ground as his thoughts kept getting jammed, making it impossible for him to think straight. Although the pain was brought to the minimum due to the energy absorption Futhark effect, Felix knew that he didn't have all the time in the world to enjoy getting plummeted like this. "I need to find a way to escape before the Futhark energy runs out," he thought in agitation. "Shit, I can only summon the Guardians to hold him back." Felix knew that this move might get him in trouble since that person inside the symbiote would most definitely know that he was landlord if he ever bothered to watch the trending SG news. The Guardians were an iconic ability to Felix, and anyone would realize the connection immediately. But Felix didn't care about any of this right now as his life was on the line. The moment his suit's defenses gives in, he was dead meat. He had no intentions of cutting his foot so soon since he would be crippling himself right at the start of the fight, and he had no clue what this monster was capable of. After all, didn't his feet get caught right when he was about to fly while in stealth mode? "Rise!" The 4 Guardians heeded Felix's order and rose from the sand that was being thrown everywhere. Felix's exposed palms kept projecting colored sand ceaselessly, creating the Eagle Guardian first and followed by the rest of the Guardians. Even in this dangerous situation, the Guardians didn't forget their tradition of greeting Felix. "Ha ha ha, as expected from my cute Guardians." Lady Sphinx laughed softly. "They sure know their priorities." Asna and the Jormungandr spared her a speechless side glance before returning to the battle that had finally shown some development. Alas, it was still not in Felix's favor as the Guardians' weapons ended up getting caught by the symbiote substance the moment they attempted to strike it. The Eagle Guardian spear was stuck in the monster's head, while the Lion Guardian had his blade was glued fully in the monster's arm. Meanwhile, the Cat Guardian had it even worse than the bunch as her nails were affixed to her body unlike them. This made her get caught in the monster's grasp just like Felix. Fucking hell. I called you to free me, not get caught with me. Felix shouted while his face had just got smacked with the ground again, making him shake his head in dizziness. When his vision was recovered, he managed to notice that the Serpent Guardian had also her whip rolled around the monster's neck without moving. However, his eyes gleamed in delight when he spotted that her green whip was turning brighter and brighter. She is absorbing its energy, he concluded. Felix understood that the artificial symbiotes were nothing but a huge mass of energy inside a pitch-black skin. This meant the Serpent Guardian's attributed green sand was the perfect counter to it, since she could absorb its energy and making use of it. What's going on? The monster finally stopped smashing Felix as the Serpent Guardian's activity had attracted his attention. However, he didn't really feel a thing as the energy absorbed by the Serpent Guardian was minuscule. For golems and all with different weapons and colors. Isn't this one of Landlord's abilities? Is he Landlord or someone else with the same ability? The monster tilted his big black head to the side while bringing Felix's relaxed body near his face. Are you Landlord? Shit. He already started doubting me. Felix flinched after hearing his question, but he didn't respond at all. He simply focused on his Serpent Guardian and realized that she was growing bigger, but the symbiote never seemed to get even an inch smaller. Felix knew that when it comes to symbiotes, size was correspondence to energy. This meant the energy she absorbed was negligible, and if he relied on her to finish the job, he would be dead. Hence, he sent away his guardians as they were just wasting his energy per second. Just like that, he was back to the start, dangling from his feet. The only difference was that his suit was getting close to giving in while the monster had yet to get touched. I can't fight like this. I need to escape his grasp first before he hugs me and ends up having me glued to his chest. Felix thought with a grim expression. You are not bad yourself. The monster looked closely at Felix, who was still in stealth mode, and said, I don't know if your body is this tough or you are wearing something to protect you, but I know that you can't last long. Whoosh! The moment his words reached Felix's ears, he found out that he was kissing the ground yet again. By now, Felix knew that the monster had only this method of killing him since the moment he punched him, tried to twist his head or something like that, they would end up glued together. Felix was certain that the monster didn't have a method to remove the stickiness effect from the substance. This was one of the reasons Felix didn't want to fight this battle at all. He knew that if he fought melee form with his size manipulation or his tail, he was bound to get stuck again. When that happens, it was truly a game over for him. Bam! Bam! Fuck it. Let's go all out. In the end, Felix stopped caring about having his landlord persona found out as he snapped both of his fingers, creating a massive pitch-black cloud that had engulfed him and the monster alike. He used the strongest and deadliest poison combination in his arsenal, corruption inducement. Did it have any result? Bam! Bam! Nope. Felix was still getting beaten up, appearing like the monster wasn't affected even slightly by the inducement. When Felix glanced with his X-ray vision combined with his energy senses, he saw that the corruption particles never actually entered inside the monster. They were blocked outside, sticking on the pitch-black skin. Usually, this wouldn't have been an issue since corruption inducement was a skin-based effect as well, but for the symbiotes, it was just like dust touching it. This killed all of his poisonous abilities as the symbiote's skin was the perfect counter to it. Even the holes in the monster's face got closed shut immediately after poison had emerged. Felix knew that he could keep his poison cloud active around him since the monster couldn't hold his breaths forever, but that was possible only if he had time to pull it off. Alas, his suit wasn't going to last that long. Warning, warning. 20% left in the energy absorption futhark. The Queen's monotonous voice resounded in Felix's mind. Damn it. I can only cut my foot and escape. Felix's expression hardened at the thought. He wanted to avoid doing so at all cost, but delaying it any further and he may never walk away from here. Although he decided to detach his feet, he didn't hastily do it. Instead, he started analyzing the pattern of him being smashed left and right. He wanted to cut it at the best possible time, so he would get hurled away by the monster when that happens. A couple of seconds later, Felix beamed a sharp dagger in his hand that was hidden by the suit. This dagger wasn't cheap at all, as it was purchased by Felix for emergencies like those, giving the capability to cut through hard objects. Whoosh! Bam! The moment Felix got slammed on the ground and was about to get lifted back up, Felix ordered the nanobots in his feet to leave an opening to his skin from the back calf to his feet. Then, without a single ounce of hesitation, Felix brought himself upward and sliced his feet in a single motion, making him get hurled tens of meters away. Cunning bastard! The monster roared. Felix heard him loud and clear, but he didn't pay attention to him as he was fully focused on his wings, wanting to regain control of them and balance his body that was flailing randomly in the air. Arg! Alas! The hellish pain waves of his severed foot kept making him lose focus continuously. But Felix just gritted his teeth and roared in his mind. Floyy! Whoosh whoosh! Felix's wings flapped twice, finally uplifting him from his falling posture. Come back! Just as he was about to continue flapping his wings and soar away, a maddened barbarous roar echoed in the area, making him turn his head reflexively. He was left horrified when he saw that the monster was actually flying 100 meters in the sky, approaching him from above. Felix couldn't see if he was using wings or that was just from a single jump, but he wasn't planning on remaining beneath him to find out. Alas, just as he changed his path to the left, Felix was forced to reflexively dodge after sensing an incoming danger. Thank God he reacted that fast, as the monster had attempted to catch up in the same way as before by extending the substance like it was rubber and sending it to Felix. Felix only knew so after the monster's hand passed by his head, scaring him out of his wits. Felix swiftly glided to the right side, wanting to create some distance from the extended pitch-black arm, since God knows if he could control it even from this distance. Thankfully, that didn't seem possible as the extended arm didn't follow him. However, Felix still didn't let down his guard as he could see that the monster had landed back on the ground and jumped again with a frightening momentum, bridging the distance close again. Whoosh whoosh! Fucking shit! Felix cursed while maneuvering to the side after hearing the upcoming raging wind. This time, 2 extended arms went past him, failing to catch him yet again. How could he fucking see me? Felix was still baffled by this since he was still in stealth mode and his suit was capable of erasing everything about him, making him immune to vision abilities below the 4th stage of replacement. The last time he checked his memories, the strongest member of the organization was Mr. Gamma. If he assumed that Mr. Gamma was the one inside that monster, he should be still just at peak 3rd stage of replacement. Felix believed in this information since it was told in the Alexander Kingdom stream when they have sent a fleet to deal with the Gamma spaceships in his previous life. Felix still remembered word by word how the fleet general said that Mr. Gamma was just a 3rd stage bloodliner pest, creating so much trouble for them. Felix believed it wholeheartedly since it was a known fact that only criminals, who gave up on their bloodline path or integrate 1% by 1%, choose this path of bullying new planets. As for the 4th stage of replacement and above, they turned to piracy or other criminal activity that was 100 times more profitable than selling Tier 1 abilities. Yet, this monster was capable of spotting Felix no matter how much distance he pulled away from him. It was like he had a GPS that allowed him to track Felix. This made it possible to aim at Felix while using the smoke as a screen since Felix couldn't really see anything besides the skeleton with his X-ray vision. He understood that if he turned on other visions in this radiation furnace, he would make it just worse. Come down here! Felix was forced to change his path from soaring up to the left after another extended arm was sent in his direction. Immediately after, he returned to his path and continued his climb. He had already surpassed 150 meters and was closing down on 200 meters. He fully emptied his mind, focusing only on dodging those extended arms and soaring higher and higher. In a couple of seconds, Felix decided to glance down and scout the situation after he didn't get attacked. Sigh, finally. He couldn't help but sigh in relief after seeing that the skeleton was still chasing him, but his jumps never took him higher than 100 meters. Felix had already crossed half a kilometer. Lame. I thought you will fight him, Asna commentated while eating popcorn with a bored expression. The Jormungandr and Lady Sphinx traded glances between each other and saw the hint of disappointment in their eyes. They understood that Felix's escape was the smartest decision to make. But they also knew that if he couldn't even win against this monster, how was he supposed to represent the Jormungandr in the games against monsters that were tens of times stronger than the artificial symbiotes? Don't be stupid, Asna. How can I leave this abomination walk on Earth after creating it? Felix narrowed his eyes dangerously. Who knows how many genocides he would end up committing before the Scallions' forces reached the planet and stop him? The Jormungandr and Lady Sphinx smiled faintly after hearing so. Felix knew that the only reason criminal organizations respected the Scallions' rules was to not endanger their organization and their money-making scheme. After all, they could easily use their spaceship to destroy a country or two before the Scallions' fleet makes it to the planet and take care of them. But now that the Gamma organization was razed to the ground, leaving behind only that abomination, God knows if the rules even matter to him anymore. Felix, who created this entire situation, wasn't that irresponsible to bail just like that without even attempting to find a way and kill it. Now that I am free of his grasp, I can think of a plan. Arg. Fuck. Felix's thought process was broken by the pain coming from his feet, reminding him that he was missing a foot. The adrenaline had already withdrawn after Felix reached a safe area. Felix quickly beamed advanced rejuvenation potions that were more expensive but also highly effective than the ones he was using always. He drank it in one gulp and let go of the bottle. While his foot was regrowing slowly, Felix gritted his teeth in pain and started paying attention to the monster who never stopped chasing him. Let's get him out of this shitty mushroom cloud first. After deciding so, Felix flew horizontally until he emerged outside of the smoke and into the cloudy red skies. Although the sun was blocked, the visibility was 100 times better than being inside the smoke. Felix quickly turned around and kept flapping his wings while in a still position. His eyes were narrowed at the monster that had been successfully baited outside of the smoke. When he deactivated his X-ray vision and zoomed closer to the monster, Felix couldn't help but wonder how could anyone turn like this. Now that he was in a safe spot away from the monster, he could think of the possibilities that resulted in this abomination creation. Alas, no matter how hard Felix thinks, he would never be able to guess what had exactly happened during the red plasma strike. The Gamma spaceship, 1 minute before the red plasma strike, in front of a massive glass window that was peeking into the Grand Canyon, Mr. Gamma was standing there, doing nothing but staring at the desert in absent-mindedness. Ring ring. Alas, the tranquil atmosphere was broken by a phone call to which Mr. Gamma accepted it right away. Haha. I have heard the news, Scarface. A mocking laugh emerged from Mr. Gamma's bracelet. Ha, words sure travel fast. Mr. Gamma replied calmly, not feeling offended by getting mocked. Everyone else already knows that you faced a wall in that blue planet and planning to switch. That man asked, how about you ally with my organization? We Greyfoots welcome the Gammas to the new planet that we are targeting now. It has 12 billion population and their average bloodline strength is currently at lesser purity. What's the price? Mr. Gamma asked in a straightforward manner. Nothing much. The man let out an honest laugh and said, we just want 30% of the harvested abilities on our planet. Buzz off, I would be a FO. Boom. Mr. Gamma's sentence was interrupted at the abrupt, thunderous explosion that arrived from the ceiling, shaking the entire spaceship like it got struck by a major magnitude earthquake. Warning. The spaceship is under attack. Warning. The artificial symbiote defenses would last only 5 seconds. Warning. Please head to the safe room in Area 27. A series of monotonous warnings resounded right after the attack, shocking everyone in the spaceship, especially when they heard second warning. Bone-chilling fear took control over their body, making them tremble in their places without bothering to listen to the next warnings. But some of them still managed to let out terrified screams while running headlessly like chickens. Since the spaceship had yet to stop shaking, all of them fell to the ground and ended up covering themselves in turtle posture, shivering in their places. Mississippi Pink, the lanky man, the fat man, Mr. 12, and the rest of the Gamma executives had the same reaction as everyone, dropping their superiority and acting like terrified little rabbits in a storm. 5 seconds was too short to even have a proper thought in this dreadful situation. Hence, Mr. Gamma didn't waste a single second wondering about who attacked, how did they do it, and why, as he simply roared in his mind, "Activate the symbiote protection suit and break ITS limitation." "Are you sure?" The Queen asked for a confirmation dutifully. "Yes." Immediately after Mr. Gamma's agitated confirmation was heard, the pitch-black artificial symbiote that was in the walls, floor, and every place nearby surged as one towards Mr. Gamma. Then, they quickly engulfed him like he was being eaten alive by a black slime. Boom! A split second after the process finished, the red plasma beam finally managed to penetrate the symbiote's defense and collide against the alloy. Sadly, it didn't hold it even for a split second before rupturing wide open, allowing the sun to shine upon every being in the spaceship. Miss Pink and the rest had managed to take a single glance at the beam before their bodies turned into dust, then into particles, leaving nothing out of them. Their death was fast and painless. Unlike Mr. Gamma, who was the only one still surviving inside the beam, the only reason he was still alive was due to the artificial symbiote absorbing the plasma energy like a hungry beast who never tasted food for years. The more energy the symbiote absorbed, the bigger it got. This was due to the growth limitation getting released by Mr. Gamma. If not, the symbiote would have been broken into pieces like the spaceship. Although Mr. Gamma was feeling a hellish agony like he was being cooked alive, the artificial symbiote had yet to break down or give in, making him continue surviving the blast that lasted for an entire 4 seconds. By the time it ended, Mr. Gamma had already turned into that 5 meters monster with a massive amount of energy that could sustain an entire metropolis for 2 days straight. Arg! Mr. Gamma groaned in pain while trying to stand up. Alas, he failed the first 2 times as he felt like his body was separated from the artificial symbiote body. "Queen, what's happened to me?" Panicked and agitated, Mr. Gamma asked in his mind while looking around him. Too bad. Everything was in the darkness, making him turn on his vision passive advanced elemental vision. Only now was able to see his body aura at least. Even though he was inside the symbiote, he could easily move his head and other body limbs like he was suspended in midair. If he wasn't feeling that his body was still somewhat alright inside this abomination, he would have already lost his mind. It seems like artificial symbiote had absorbed more energy than it was allowed. The Queen replied faithfully, making Mr. Gamma let out a long exhale in relief after just hearing her voice. He was worried that his bracelet had been damaged by the attack. "How can I get out of it?" Mr. Gamma asked. "I believe that you will need to exhaust all of the absorbed energy so the artificial symbiote could return to its normal size and dormant state." The Queen said, "Only then would it be possible for me to order it to break apart. For now, I can only order it to make basic movements." "Exhaust energy?" Mr. Gamma said with a questioning tone. "Simply use the artificial symbiote actively to exhaust it like a battery." The Queen said. "I see." Mr. Gamma wanted to sigh in relief after hearing so, but he couldn't since he was holding his breath. "What about basic movements or control?" he asked. "Can you open up holes for me to look outside and also breath?" "Yes, I can do that," Queen informed. "I can also make it walk, sprint, jump, punch, kick," extended its arms far and legs as well. "That's good. I have some way to defend myself since I can't activate my abilities in this state." Mr. Gamma requested, "Please make it stand up." The moment he said so, the giant artificial symbiote stood on its feet finally while its face was in the process of opening up holes for Mr. Gamma. When it was over, Mr. Gamma was met with the sight of heated red ground and smoke rising everywhere, hindering his vision. When he breathed in, he started coughing his lungs out like he had breathed sulfur. However, he didn't close those holes, but simply beamed a portal small oxygen bottle that could stick to one's nose and feed him oxygen without holding it. This wouldn't have been possible if his body wasn't free to move inside the symbiote. When he created this hidden protection protocol, he truly didn't expect that it would end up saving him from such a large-scale attack and leave him in this state. He created it simply because he was worried that someday the spaceship would get attacked in space and he would be propelled into space. When that happens, he could be protected from the horrendous space environment while breathing oxygen from bottles in his spatial card. Who did this? Did the Earthlings sneak a one on us without our knowledge? Mr. Gamma, suppressed fury and confusion from the sudden ambush, had resurfaced all at once after his thought process was finally cleared. It can't be Earthlings. The Alexander Kingdom has been keeping tabs on their council's activities, and they didn't seem like they purchased an energy web. What's that? Mr. Gamma stopped analyzing after seeing through the smoke a colored human-shaped thing approaching the blast zone from the sky. He frowned his eyebrows as his passive elemental vision could only show him that. But it was enough for him to realize that whoever was approaching had a hand in his organization's destruction. After all, what were the odds of someone entering a mushroom cloud resulting from a nuke-like explosion? You will pay for this. He gritted his teeth and ordered the Queen to make him jump at the target. Then the rest was history. Back to the present, Felix and Mr. Gamma were in a staring standoff. One on the ground and the other was 400 meters in the sky. Neither one of them was moving as Mr. Gamma had absolutely no way to reach his target while Felix was brainstorming on a plan to damage the artificial symbiote-busted defenses. Since he wasn't flying away, Mr. Gamma decided to wait and see his next move. He honestly preferred if Felix remained inside the smoke, but that ain't happening anytime soon. My foot has healed, and besides my brown Futhark energy being at 20%, I am still at my peak form. Felix thought. Even I drunk the battle-oriented potions to boost my strength and lower my energy consumption rate, I would still not be able to damage him. For him to survive a nuke-like blast, I doubt any attack I use would even tickle him. Felix rested his chin under his hand and continued contemplating. Poison is useless as well. The only time I actually affected him was when the Serpent Guardian managed to absorb his energy. But that tiny amount was negligible. But what if the amount was large enough to affect him? Thoughtful, Felix rubbed his chin while his eyes kept turning brighter and brighter at a sudden brilliant idea that had surfaced in his mind. Desert domain combined with energy absorption attribute. Felix smirked faintly. If I managed to create a domain around him, I could bury his ass in the green sand until he is sapped dry. The moment he came up with a plausible plan, Felix didn't hesitate to beam multiple potions and drink them one after the other. They increased his senses, reaction speed, hardened his body for extra defense, and protected his mind from mental attacks. Although he doubted that he would be attacked by mental abilities, it wouldn't hurt to have his defenses up. Queen, please make my bracelet vibrate after 10 minutes. Felix requested while cracking his neck. Done. Good. Let's see how it goes. Whoosh. Felix folded his wings and nose-dived towards Mr. Gamma, who smirked in his mind after seeing Felix's foolish action. How dare you make the first move? In this state, even a peak 6-stage bloodliner can't kill me. Mr. Gamma roared while having his hands fully prepared to extended towards Felix and caught him again. Felix ignored what he said and simply shaped up his suit into a different outfit that allowed more of his pores to be exposed. Naturally, this removed his stealth mode, but Felix didn't care about it since it was useless in this fight anyway. He only kept a helmet on his head, hiding his feature and hair. When he finally reached 100 meters, Felix snapped both of his fingers, and a flood of green sand particles streamed from his pores and showered Mr. Gamma and the area around him. Mr. Gamma didn't remain standing in his position, as he kept moving away from the sand while sending out his arms at Felix. Whoosh whoosh. Felix kept evading them with some difficulty since the green sand sometimes ended up blocking his sight. After all, his ability wasn't meant to be used from the sky but to stand on the ground while the sand engulfs the area around him. Stay still, you rat! Mr. Gamma roared while whipping out his extended pitch-black arm from the side, forcing Felix to fold his wings and body reflexively. Whoosh! The arm went past his head, almost giving him a haircut. Felix quickly returned to his posture and started flapping his wings, soaring in circular motions around Mr. Gamma, filling the ground continuously with green sand. He stopped aiming at Mr. Gamma when he realized that hitting him was a far-fetched fantasy. This made his entire movements appear confusing and peculiar in Mr. Gama's eyes. What is he trying to achieve? Mr. Gama questioned in his mind. Whatever he is trying to do, it's best that I leave this area. Just as Mr. Gama wanted to jump away, he froze in his place when he saw that Felix had actually landed on the ground 20 meters away from him. Then, the 4 guardians were manifested from Felix's palms without affecting his desert domain creation. The guardians greeted Felix and entered battle posture while facing the dumbstruck Mr. Gama. Felix was standing in the middle of them while holding that small dagger in his hand. Is he really planning on fighting me up close again? Mr. Gama questioned Felix's mentality at the sight. Ugly shit. Let's start round 2. Felix smirked while gesturing at Mr. Gama with his hand. I will return the favor of smashing my body so many times. You are truly courting death. Mr. Gama roared while swinging both of his arms at Felix from the sides, making it difficult for him to dodge. Whoosh whoosh. Felix didn't even bother dodging as the green sand beneath him had shaped up as 2 shields and blocked those pitch-black arms. What is that? Mr. Gama was left in shock by sight. Alas, Felix didn't give him time to gather his thoughts as he ordered the guardians to enter a melee battle with him. Felix knew that they were useless against the substance stickiness, but he didn't care as he simply wanted to buy time until his green sand filled up enough space. Thud thud. As expected, the guardians managed to strike only once before getting stuck again, making them useless in the fight. But Felix still didn't recall or remove them as he wanted to keep them stuck like that to hinder Mr. Gama. You think this will stop me? Mr. Gama sneered while using his hand to break apart the guardians' weapons, separating them from his body. This left only the weapons to be stuck with him. Mr. Gama did the unexpected as he caught the long golden blade with his hand and utilized it as his weapon to smash apart those defenseless guardians. They all returned to sand, making Felix's eyelids twitch at how useless they were against enemies of a higher caliber of strength. Sure, they had fine battle senses and weapon mastery, but those 2 things were absolutely useless in front of pure raw strength. Thank you for the wep. Before Mr. Gama's voice trailed off, he realized that he was holding nothing but drifting sand particles. Say what again? Felix asked smugly while leaning closer. Seeing that he was getting mocked playfully made Mr. Gama understand that Felix wasn't feeling threatened by him at all. Heck, he even appeared like he was disregarding his strength. If I could use my active abilities, this bastard would have been killed 10 times already. Provoked, Mr. Gama breathed ruggedly, leaning forward like a suppressed bull ready to charge. Good, he is not leaving. Felix didn't show his delight in the outside but worry. He entered a defensive guarding position while having his tail's bulgy end submerge inside the green sand that was about to reach his calf. Whoosh! Just as he blinked once, he was shocked to see that Mr. Gama was right in his face while having his hand ready to pound him to paste. Sand surfing. Felix instantly utilized his 4th passive, making the sand beneath him move his body to the side with an abnormal reaction speed. Boom! Mr. Gama ended up having his hand submerged in the sand, fully missing Felix. Yet, he didn't even pause his attacks as he brought out his hand from within the sand and swung it rapidly at Felix's head. Boom! This time sand had abruptly risen and blocked it for Felix, but its behemoth strength had ended up destroying the sand once and for all. So that's why this bastard is emitting sand around us, Mr. Gama concluded after seeing those 2 passives in play. One for escape and the other for defense. But still, the sand is weak and can be broken easily by a single strike. If I kept pressuring him, I will end up catching him eventually. Boom boom. Felix knitted his eyebrows in displeasure after seeing that his sand was getting destroyed each time it helped him block an attack. I need to keep dodging away so my defensive ability wouldn't activate and destroy my sand, Felix thought while surfing away on the sand, trying his best to keep his distance from Mr. Gama. His defensive ability was good, but in this situation, it was ruining his plans since he wanted to create a desert domain as fast as possible. Hence, Felix did nothing but dodge continuously without striking back or stopping for even a second to take a breather. Naturally, he wasn't moving too far from the sandy area as he was moving in circles around it. Mr. Gama's entire body had already turned green with all of the sand grains sticking to him. Since they weren't much, Mr. Gama didn't feel even an itch when they started to absorb tiny ounces of the artificial symbiote's energy. Bam bam. He simply kept chasing after Felix, missing his strikes always narrowly, making him beyond livid and have his thought process affected by it. Killing Felix was the only thing appearing in his bloodshot eyes, especially when he always sees himself missing by an inch. Just more attack would do the trick, just one more strike and it would connect with him. Thoughts like those fueled his mind and body, making his strikes continue to get faster and faster until the substance finally touched Felix's forearm. Got you. Fuck me. Whoosh. Not delaying a second, Mr. Gama pulled Felix towards him while having a fist waiting to greet him, knowing that he wasn't going to survive the punch. Felix bit his lips hard and sliced his own arm from the elbow with his sharp dagger. Not this time. Mr. Gama reacted instantly by sending his other arm as well towards Felix's head this time. Thankfully, Felix was never fighting alone as the moment his body fell into the sand. He got encased in a half-spherical dome, blocking the strike for him. Immediately after the sand was broken apart, Mr. Gama roared in fury at the sight of Felix surfing on his stomach, appearing like the sand was alive and taking him away to safety. The only thing left behind was a trail of blood that was surging from Felix's separated arm. Verver. Just as Felix wanted to restore his arm, his bracelet vibrated 2 times before going quiet. The authorities will be here soon. Time to end this, Felix thought while glancing at the green desert that was spreading around them. If he had to guess its length, he would say that it had reached 80 to 100 meters in diameter. As for its depth, it was close to reaching his kneecap. Honestly, the only reason it took a while was due to Felix's small figure. If he activated this ability while he was 8 meters in size, the story would have been different. But Felix wasn't a retard to make himself bigger in this fight, since he would make it easier for Mr. Gama to catch him. Whoosh, whoosh. After Felix dodged with some difficulty 2 more green arms, he snapped both of his fingers, and the green sand underneath both of them rose instantly and swallowed everything in 80 meters. If anyone was watching from the outside, they would notice that the green desert had turned into a humongous green pyramid that reached 50 meters in height. This was Felix's 4th active sand ability, Sand Burial. It allows him to bury his targets in a pyramid of sand, depending on the amount of sand used. Bastard. He was preparing for this all along. Mr. Gama could only express his anger in his mind, as he couldn't even open his mouth due to the green sand surrounding him. That forced him to make the queen close those 3 holes lest the sand fill inside the symbiote suit. What's worse, he found out that he was having difficulty moving since the sand was sticking to his body, making him feel like he was carrying a building on his shoulders. After a couple of failed attempts to move, Mr. Gama stopped at once and thought calmly. An ability with a size like this would not last for even a minute since the energy consumption to sustain it was not affordable by anyone. Since I am protected inside the indestructible artificial symbiote skin, nothing will hurt me while being here. Those 2 reasons were more than enough to make Mr. Gama relax his tensed shoulders. 1 minute or so and his body would be freed from the sand and he could restart the fight with Felix. Oh no! Did the bastard lock me here to buy time to escape? Mr. Gama hastily looked 180 degrees in front of him, trying to spot Felix with his elemental vision. Why is he still around? Mr. Gama was surprised when he saw that Felix was standing 40 meters or so away from him. Is he planning on consuming energy stones to prolong it? Mr. Gama thought calmly. Maybe his aim is to suffocate me? Heh! I am able to hold my breaths for 3 hours without a problem. Even if he managed to prolong my burial more than that by some miracle, I still have oxygen bottles in my spatial card to last me at least 3 days. All of those countermeasures made Mr. Gama as relaxed as a kite even in this situation that seemed doomed. All of this due to his absolute confidence in Felix's inability to sustain the pyramid. Let's see who will last the longest. Mr. Gama scoffed in his mind when he saw that Felix didn't leave yet but simply kept standing in his place with his hands crossed above his chest. Since he could see only energy shapes, he didn't see that Felix was grinning widely while touching the smooth surface of the green pyramid. Hee, it's working. I can feel that the sand is absorbing his energy. Felix looked with his infrared vision at Mr. Gamma, who was frozen in the bottom center of the pyramid, and grinned. He probably has no idea that the green sand can utilize the energy absorbed to sustain itself. If Mr. Gamma heard Felix's thoughts, he would have lost his shit and started to squirm in panic. After all, the only reason he was this calm about the entire situation was his utmost belief that he would be freed soon when Felix's energy runs out. But when the pyramid was sustaining itself by relying on his artificial symbiote massive energy, he could be sealed for days until all of his energy was sapped dry by the pyramid. Not mentioning getting suffocated after running out of his oxygen bottles. Whoosh whoosh. Now, I could just watch as he dies slowly and painful. Felix stopped grinning at once after seeing 5 jets flying past his head. He quickly entered stealth mode and turned on his X-ray vision to limit, since it was the best when it comes to giving him information about lifeforms. They sure arrived quickly. Felix clicked his tongue after seeing that the army was advancing slowly from every direction towards the blast area. Just by looking at their skeletons' displacement, he could guess that there were tanks, marines, jets, and the rest of the army vehicles, since most appeared like they were sitting in the air. Queen, send me a scouting aircraft to pick me up and withdraw the rest, Felix requested while sprinting away from the green pyramid. He had no idea how much dead skin did his clones harvested, and he hoped that it was at least 30% of the spaceship. With the detectors and the spatial cards that he bought for them, he understood that gathering 20% should cause no trouble for them. After all, the entire area was loaded with pieces of the artificial symbiote skin. 30% should be doable. That's the calculated amount needed for his spaceship to get coated on from the outside and also the inside with the artificial symbiote. For now, he didn't bother by it yet as he continued running away, wanting to keep as much distance as possible from the pyramid without leaving his abilities' range. I think those apes are going to destroy the pyramid and free that ugly thing, Asna said. They wouldn't do it now, Felix replied. They need to understand what it is first. That should buy us 2 days or 3 before the Council or the US government comes to an agreement to destroy it. How about you threaten them with your spaceship? Asna proposed with her eyes brightened. Fire some warning shots and no one would dare approach the pyramid. No. Felix rejected the proposal firmly. I still don't know if the one inside realized I am landlord or not. If he did, he would publish the recordings. Even if he didn't realize it now, he would do so later by a simple search on my abilities, since they are unique than the rest. Felix knew that whoever was inside still had his bracelet on, since he was able to control the artificial symbiote. After all, without the Queen responding to his orders, he wouldn't be able to even walk properly. Felix still exposed his abilities, knowing all of this, since holding back against him meant either death or escape. Felix had no intentions of leaving that thing to roam free when he was the one creating it. But he also didn't want to expose more than he already did. His spaceship needs to be hidden at all cost, otherwise a single picture of it and every dark deviant spaceship would be associated with Landlord in the galaxy. By then, he could forget stepping into a wormhole expressway unless he changed the spaceship. While Felix was hiding and Mr. Gamma was counting down the seconds, the world leaders were gathered in the UVR's council, discussing nothing but the green pyramid and the blast area that had been spotted by the jets. After 10 minutes of discussion, they still haven't reached a conclusive explanation about the abnormal situation. But they did decide to send army bloodliners with vision abilities to scout the pyramid and the surrounding. Due to the fear of radiation, everyone was wearing a protective suit. Naturally, Felix's stealth mode had gone unnoticed by those soldiers who were picked from the Awakeners' public camps. Even Mr. Gamma hadn't been spotted by them since he was in the center of the pyramid. Those bloodliners were at best a first stage of replacement. There was no way they would have vision abilities capable of seeing beyond 20 meters. Hence they informed their captains that the coast was clear. Send in the energy detectors. Just to be thorough in their search, the general of the army ordered for the use of the UVR's surveillance equipment. This time, Mr. Gamma had been found red-handed, shocking everyone alike when they saw his energy aura that appeared like a mini-sun in their detecting machines. When the results were rallied to the council, loud chatter broke in the assembly hall. "What is that thing? I can barely see the shape of a human. It's impossible that he is a human," Mr. Rodriguez said in dread. "He is at least 5 meters in height, and I doubt that there is a human being able to pack that kind of immense energy." The world leaders nodded their heads in agreement. "I believe that's a beast or someone from a different race. So what do we do now?" They ended up back to the start without having a single clue on what should they do. It was too soon to make a drastic move, and no one wanted to propose a plan in case things went to shit and they ended up getting blamed for it. Switching blame and pointing fingers is a peak active ability for those politicians, and they had no plans on speaking first until things clear out a bit. "Let's at least make the area restricted and enforce our defenses around the pyramid," the German president proposed. Her suggestion earned a resounding approval, as it was the right thing to do now. "How about those black substances in the area?" the president of France asked. "Does any one of you recognize them?" Everyone shook their heads in denial, as they were politicians, not Wikipedia. "I suggest scanning it," Mr. Rodriguez said. "If the information about the substance was public, the Queen would inform us about it." His decision was approved quickly, and the order was relayed back to the general. In turn, he sent a soldier to scan a piece that was nearby. Felix didn't react much when he saw this sight, as he wasn't bothered by those artificial symbiote pieces getting taken by the council. That's because he knew that they would either get sold for money and be placed in the planet's bank account or used to coat their upcoming spaceships. Felix only hoped that he got enough for his own spaceship. "I should probably send Mr. Rodriguez an anonymous message about this situation," Felix thought while watching the soldier running with an excited expression towards the general. He didn't want to tell them about every little detail, but telling them about the Gamma organization's destruction and that the last survivor was sealed inside the pyramid shouldn't be a problem. On the opposite, it would help him by a couple of days until his pyramid was done absorbing the artificial symbiote's energy. Without further ado, he wrote a quick letter and emailed it with an anonymous identity to Mr. Rodriguez, who was currently shocked, just like the rest of the world leaders, about the soldier's scan. Upon hearing his bracelet, Mr. Rodriguez broke out of his daze and glanced at the screen. Seeing that it was a new email to his private email address, he frowned his eyebrows and asked, "Queen, what's its content?" "It's from an anonymous email. She said that the skin of the artificial symbiote is a result of the destruction of the Gamma organization's spaceship." Just this alone was enough to throw Mr. Rodriguez off, making him doubt the content of the email. The Queen didn't bother about his reaction as she continued. "He said that the monster inside the pyramid is Mr. Gamma, who survived the red plasma attack by wearing an artificial symbiote skin. Currently, he is dying slowly due to suffocation, and you shouldn't free him. He also said that it was highly advisable to pull away from the soldiers from the pyramid, since Mr. Gamma might explode his soul as a despairing attempt." "Is this for real? We can't be that lucky?" The more Mr. Rodriguez heard, the faster his heartbeat accelerated, as he couldn't help but wish that the validity of the email was real. But he wasn't that naive to believe everything sent to him, even if it appeared close to reality. After the message ended with a request to not launch an attack at the pyramid for the next days with a clear explanation why, Mr. Rodriguez took a deep breath to calm his nerves and started thinking calmly about the content without sharing it with the rest. First, how did the emailer got my ID to send me a letter personally? Second, if everything he said was the truth, he must be still nearby the area watching the pyramid and worrying about our interference. Third, who is he and why did he allegedly destroy the Gamma organization? Mr. Rodriguez kept rubbing his chin while contemplating. Then we have Mr. Gamma as being that monster. Is it the truth or not? So many questionable matters that needed to be solved before trusting that letter. But first, let's inform the rest. Mr. Rodriguez went and did so by showing the content of the letter. After the initial shock faded away, everyone began discussing it, sharing their own opinions on the matter. Some were in favor of trusting the content and making a move based on it, and some were totally opposite to it. After 15 minutes of back and forth between the two parties, a decision was finally voted on by the majority. That was to aim all of their weapons at the pyramid and focus first on gathering the artificial symbiote pieces. Only after securing such valuable resources would they discuss again what should they do. As for Felix's warning about the explosion, it was totally ignored. Felix didn't know of their decision, but he was glad that they didn't fire off at the pyramid. He even lied to them about Mr. Gamma being the monster since he wanted them to feel pressured not to make a rash decision. This was the only chance he had to kill off Mr. Gamma, and if it was lost, he would never be able to encase him again in another pyramid. Though he was somewhat bothered that his warning was ignored. Frankly speaking, he was expecting this response since the council wouldn't walk away from the symbiote pieces no matter what. I wonder how is he reacting right now? Felix thought while squinting his eyes at Mr. Gamma's skeleton that was constantly moving, unlike the symbiote body. He probably started realizing that he is being drained. Felix grinned slightly. Just as Felix expected, Mr. Gamma was truly about to lose his mind since more than 30 minutes had gone by, and he had yet to be freed as he anticipated. What's worse, the Queen had informed him that the artificial symbiote had lost more than 0.5% since the moment he got caged. This led him to conclude that the green sand was absorbing the artificial symbiote energy. SSSSS. Don't tell me that the energy absorbed is sustaining the ability. Mr. Gamma drew a deep breath in dread and fear. No! I can't stay here anymore. I need to find a way out from this ability. Scared out of his wits by the idea of getting buried alive to the death, Mr. Gamma decided to utilize the network for solutions. Since he can't create holograms in his situation, he simply asked the Queen to make a search for him. Starting with green sand that is capable of absorbing energy. The results that the Queen informed Mr. Gamma were the ones with the highest search value by other interested people. Hence, a result about landlords' association with green sand was impossible to not be mentioned since information about attributed sand was kept hidden at all cost due to its immense value and rareness in the universe. Heck, Princess Bird, who was supposed to have more access to knowledge than the majority, still didn't know about attributed sand. Don't even mention commoners. But after Felix's fourth game, the term had been associated with Felix since he had shown 3 attributed sand. Black, green, transparent, while the golden sand appeared normal in their eyes. But that didn't stop them from trying to know more about attributed sand and especially the ones in Felix's possession. That what caused the first results to have a major connection with Landlord, making Mr. Gamma's previous assumptions turn real. He is really Landlord. Mr. Gamma knitted his eyebrows. Why did he destroy my organization? I doubt that we have crossed paths with him. That's not important now. Mr. Gamma shook his head and smiled coldly. Everyone wants to know his location and I have it in my hands. With the recording filmed, no one would doubt me. But if I am going to expose him, I need to first secure my escape or the payments wouldn't even matter much. I need to play this smart. Mr. Gamma closed his eyes and requested, Queen, keep giving me more information about Landlord. A day later, inside the Dark Deviant spaceship, Felix had just woken up and grabbed a quick bite before switching his senses to a copy that he left above the pyramid to keep an eye out. Naturally, Felix wasn't going to remain down there for 3 to 4 days since he still had his biological needs to fulfill. But he was constantly switching his senses to his copy, worrying about the army doing something foolish to the pyramid that had grown 2 times its size, reaching 100 meters or so in height. However, upon seeing that nothing much changed and that the army was still focusing on gathering those artificial symbiote pieces, Felix returned to his original body. Then he went to the bathroom real quick. Felix was thankful that the army didn't possess the symbiote magnet device like the one he gave to his copies. Since without it, those soldiers were having difficulty collecting them because every object they used ends up glued with the symbiote skin forever. No one dared to use their hands lest the symbiote glued with it and they end up cutting it. Only the symbiote magnet and some unique devices were capable of collecting them fast and also separate later on without any issues. That's why when Felix grouped up with his copies in the spaceship, he was delighted to see that they have gathered 29%. All those pieces were inside the spatial cards and Felix decided to leave them there for now as the process of the coding was going to take time. Though he was missing 1%, Felix was planning on getting it later. Sir. Felix, you have received an email from Mr. Gama. Felix's peaceful pooping session was interrupted by the Queen's monotonous voice. It was really him. Felix had requested the Queen before to inform him of incoming emails and messages that had relation to the Gama organization. Whether from the organization itself, Mr. Gama, or another member. He did so because he knew that there was a high chance of being contacted. After all, his landlord's email was out in the open. Let's see what he wants. Felix thought while opening the email. I am a button away from selling the recordings and your location coordinates to all the parties interested in you. If you want to keep the status quo as it is, then you better deactivate your ability. Obviously, we are going to sign a mind contract with the Queen acting as our supervisor. You have 1 hour to consider my offer. Mr. Gama. It seems like he didn't find a way to escape on his own. Felix narrowed his eyes dangerously while closing the email. Good. Let him suffocate to death like the scum he is. I like the sound of that, Asna said, chuckling. Felix didn't even bother replying back as he had no intentions of releasing Mr. Gama back in the open. Although the offer seemed tempting, Felix wasn't fooled by it. In his eyes, the moment Mr. Gama realized his landlord identity, he already considered himself as exposed. After all, Mr. Gama could have easily sent recordings and location to his allies or trusted friends way before he even tried to blackmail Felix. This was just one of the many methods that could ensure that Mr. Gama saves himself, stay true to the contract terms, and also earn big from selling Felix's information. Hence, the moment Felix had decided to use his abilities openly, he preferred raising his guard against those coming for him than sign the contract and live in a false sense of security. Were they coming or not? Did Mr. Gama lie or not? Felix had no intentions to live under this constant worry of the unknown. An hour later, inside the Green Pyramid, the artificial symbiote was noticeably smaller compared to its previous state, unlike the pyramid that was growing slowly but continuously. Fuck! 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 Mr. Gama kept cursing in his mind like a deranged man after waiting an entire hour, yet no response was sent to him. Based on what he said in the email, this was a 1-hour offer. Mr. Gama chose this direction, wanting to add pressure on Felix and not give him a long time to consider his options. Too bad. Felix didn't give his email even 10 seconds of his time. Landlord! Why you want me dead so bad? Mr. Gama roared. I even gave you a way out. Mr. Gama was truly losing his mind since he was left with only 6 oxygen bottles remaining that could last him 47 hours and 20 minutes if he took them moderately. Knowing exactly when he would die and how he was going to die was far worse than just receiving a swift death. I can't die on this primitive planet. I still have too many ambitions to fulfill. Without bothering about his ego, Mr. Gama sent another email to Felix, and this time he slightly dropped his aggressive tone and promised Felix that his information was still safe. Alas, he waited another hour and still nothing. Not giving up, he kept spamming emails each hour until he couldn't do it anymore. It wasn't because he got tired or lost hope, but simply because he got blocked by Felix. Apologizes, your email wasn't sent properly as you have been blocked from the other side. Mr. Gama could only hear this notification resound in his mind while falling into the depth of despair. No, not yet. There must be another way. Mr. Gama shook his head firmly inside the suit and started brainstorming on other ways. After a couple of minutes, he opened his eyes and peeved with his elemental vision outside of the pyramid. Upon seeing multiple humanoid auras around the pyramid, he laughed loudly like a madman. That's it. If that bastard isn't willing to accept the deal, then those greedy primitives would do it in a heartbeat. Without further ado, Mr. Gama wrote an email to Jacob, the spokesperson of the council. There weren't any hidden deals between them or anything. It was just that Jacob had his business email public. A couple of minutes later, Mr. Gama pressed send and waited patiently for the council's response. He decided to go all out in his email as this was most likely his last chance to save himself. He already eliminated calling his allies to help him since they wouldn't make it in time. As for using those native criminals, they wouldn't dare to approach this area even if he promised them $1 billion SC. Those native criminals had no problems fighting in the shadows and in the cities since that was their best environment. But in the desert, they knew that the army would steamroll them. Hence, the council was possibly the last chance of salvation for Mr. Gamma. Inside the council's assembly hall, the world leaders were in a heated argument about the artificial symbiotes pieces. Some countries wanted to sell them and split the profit between them, while some wanted for the profit to be placed in the planet's bank account. The division was obvious. Strong countries like Russia, China, US, etc. wanted the former, while the rest of the countries wanted the latter. It wasn't because of their love for the planet, but simply because they knew that the splitting wasn't going to be fair to them. Hence, it was better than no one profit from it. Jacob, who was watching the discussion from the podium, glanced at his bracelet screen after it vibrated. Seeing that it was an anonymous email, he decided to ignore it. Unlike Mr. Rodriguez, who received a message in his private email, Jacob was receiving tens of emails like those on a daily basis, and he didn't have the time to read all of them, especially when most of them turned to be just troll emails without value. 15 minutes later, VRR. 30 minutes, VRR. 1 hour had gone by and Jacob's bracelet vibrated at least 20 times during it until he had enough and decided to mute emails from anonymous senders. All of those emails weren't from just Mr. Gamma but other anonymous senders. Finally, some peace. Jacob pondered with an irritated expression. I should probably delete this email and create another one. This time, I will make it private as well. Deciding to do so later, Jacob refocused on the council's heated discussion, not knowing that he had just missed $1 billion SC deal to destroy the pyramid, though it was questionable if he was going to take it or not. Meanwhile, Mr. Gamma was already on the verge of coughing blood after realizing that Jacob was a lost cause as well. However, he didn't give up yet as he carried on searching on his contact list for anyone to help him out. Alas, he ended up eliminating everyone due to the distance and time constraints. He only had 2 days or so, and no one could reach him from another planet in this period. I am really going to die like this. Why, just why? Mr. Gamma questioned in despair. Why did landlord aim for me? There must be a connection. Think, no one attacks others hard like this without having a bone to pick. Either that or he was hired by someone to do the deed for him. But landlord is earning billions from the games. Who could afford to hire him to deal with my organization? Better yet, why even hire him when there are hundreds of cheaper options to deal with us? This is a personal matter. I can feel it. Mr. Gamma closed his eyes and dove deep within his memories, trying to remember if he ever harmed someone that appeared like landlord. Impossible. Mr. Gamma opened his eyes widely. It can't be the Earthling captain, but they have the same tail, figure, and both of them can use poison. Queen, please give me the names of the abilities that landlord and the Earthling captain had shown so far in public. Mr. Gamma requested in agitation, wanting to check things through. The Queen took some time to inform him about every ability that Felix had shown from his first game to his last PSG game. Naturally, she told him only about the ones that had been caught in public, and she made sure to separate between Felix's abilities and landlord's abilities. Yet, it didn't really matter as Mr. Gamma had obtained the connection that he wanted. They had multiple abilities that are the same, they have the exact same tail, and it seems like landlord had colored it in the games to add to his disguise. Then, we have the same posture and body shape. Mr. Gamma took a deep breath from the oxygen bottle. Last but not least, Felix is from Earth and landlord had destroyed my organization that is targeting it when we have no enmity between us. There is no other answer to explain all of those similarities. They are one person. Mr. Gamma blinked his eyes in an utter stupor, not knowing what to think after reaching this mind-blowing conclusion that would shock the entire universe if the news ever went out. Because the Queen had informed him about abilities that weren't similar to each other. And when he did a head count, he realized that both Felix and landlord had shown more than 17 abilities. Knowing that it was impossible for Felix to join the PSG first game with a strength beyond the first stage of replacement made him understand that Felix was still below that. Yet, he had shown that many abilities at once from both characters. Could it be that I have mistaken them, and this was just a big coincidence that the universe is playing on me? Mr. Gamma was still trying to hold into that last string of logic that screamed at him that it was impossible for humans to have more than 6 abilities from each bloodline. But remembering that Landlord had used in total 5 sand abilities in the 4th game while against him now, he had shown 4 new abilities, made that logic string snap at once. I don't know how he could have used multiple abilities, but this is my way out, Mr. Gamma thought in excitement. If I threatened him about releasing his real name and his method to possess more abilities, he is bound to listen. Otherwise, he will be hunted no matter where he went in the galaxy. This time I will not play tricks like before. Mr. Gamma decided to write the email and also an honest contract that would make Felix feel safe to sign it without worrying about his information being released. He finally found a way to save himself, and he wasn't planning to squander it for greed like he did before. After an hour of telling the Queen what to write, Mr. Gamma signed it and requested the Queen to send it from a new email. Your email had been sent. Upon hearing the notification, Mr. Gamma smiled with a tingle of hope in his eyes. Alas, minutes have gone by then hours. Yet, no response was heard from the other side. Maybe I should try with another email. Mr. Gamma went and did so. The result? Still no response after waiting 2 hours. By now, Mr. Gamma's heart started thumping wildly as his suppressed agitation started to resurface. He didn't know if he was being ignored or Felix had his AP bracelet messages and emails muted. He was scared as hell by both of them. Yet, since he had nothing to lose, he kept creating emails and sending them. He even begged the Queen to inform Felix that it was an urgent matter concerning Felix's life or death. Too bad. The Queen didn't entertain his requests, as it was against the rules to make the Queen send information forcefully like this. Unless one had given permission, he wouldn't send a message even if the fate of a planet depends on it. 2 days later, the Green Pyramid had already reached 200 meters in height, making the Council and the Army quite agitated by its abnormal growth. But Felix had been updating Mr. Rodriguez anonymously, informing him that it was a normal occurrence for the energy absorption. Truly, when the Council received the latest energy scans from within the pyramid, they were shocked to see that the mini-sun was replaced by a normal human-sized energy shape. After doing a reading on the energy capacity, they found out that it belonged to a 5th-stage bloodliner. That result shocked them but also relieved them. After all, at least they knew now the strength of the person they were dealing it unlike before. Yet still, they didn't order for an attack since they weren't retards to not notice that the pyramid was weakening Mr. Gamma and even sealing him. Hence, they decided to continue watching patiently for any other developments while continuing to gather the remaining few pieces of the artificial symbiotes. As long as Mr. Gamma wasn't released, they were Gucci with the current status quo. Meanwhile, Felix was sitting inside an invisible scouting aircraft right above the tip of the pyramid. He was staring downward at Mr. Gamma's heat radiation that was still pretty active. If it wasn't for the artificial symbiote blocking the green sand from reaching him, he would have fainted straight away from having his elemental energy drained as well. Felix knitted his eyebrows. Symbiotes are truly a pain in the ass to deal with. Whatever, let's harden the pyramid for extra insurance. After deciding so, Felix snapped his finger and the green pyramid had started to shake from the base to the peak, alarming the patrolling soldiers. What's going on? Is this an earthquake? Inform the captain. Too bad. Before the soldier could use his AP bracelet, the shaking had stopped and what was left behind had dumbfounded everyone alike. Such a magnificence! A soldier murmured in a daze while staring at the green pyramid that had turned as smooth as glass, gleaming brightly under the rays of sunlight. Anyone who saw it would never doubt that it was a construction instead of an ability. 200 meters in height and with a base that was measured visually to be at 250 meters or so. They were rightfully to think so. While the council members were discussing this abnormal development, Mr. Gamma was laughing in derision after feeling that the sand had turned as hard as rocks and as heavy as a mountain. It was already impossible for him to move a finger with a weight like that on his shoulder, but now, he couldn't even twitch. Landlord, oh landlord, since you seem hell-bent on getting me killed, I will make sure that your life, your family, your planet, and everyone that is close to you feel the weight of your actions. Mr. Gamma murmured softly, not bothering about saving oxygen anymore. Only 3% left in the last bottle, and he had already accepted his fate. Queen, send this folder to every social media platform in the Mariana Empire. Mr. Gama requested peacefully. Are you positive? Mr. Gama took a second to think about the massive profits that he was giving up and nodded his head. Do it. He had no wife, no kids, or true friends. So, there was no need to let someone else benefit from the folder by selling it to the interested parties. It has been done. The file named Landlord's Identity has been sent to 7.4 million social media platforms in the Empire's territory. Thank you, Mr. Gama said while closing his eyes shut. Please delete all my data and destroy the spatial card when I am gone. I will. After hearing her response, Mr. Gama opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Then, he did the unexpected as he shouted at the top of his voice. Landlord, you will regret your decisions today. Mark my words. Cough. You will regret it, dearl. Cough, cough. Before he could even finish, he ended up breaking into dry coughing before trying to inhale the last bits of oxygen from the bottle. He didn't know if Felix heard or not, but he would like to believe that was the case. Warning, 1% remaining. The Queen reported faithfully. It doesn't matter anymore. Mr. Gama snapped his bloodshot eyes open and said firmly, I am not dying from suffocation. Meanwhile, 1 kilometer in the air, Felix was glancing from time to time at the heat radiations of Mr. Gama, checking on him. What the hell? When he took another glance, he was shocked to see that the heat radiations were increasing abnormally, appearing like a tree that had been lightened on fire. Queen, take us away from here. Terrified, Felix shouted in his mind while fastening in his seatbelt. Felix didn't dare to remain here even a split second after seeing that sight. He always kept in mind that Mr. Gama would lose his shit and end up exploding his soul, but never expected that he would actually go for it. Boom! Alas, he did, and the result was nothing but frightening as the explosion resulting from it was strong enough. The pyramid had been shattered to pieces and hurled in every direction. Before those poor soldiers realized what happened, they have all turned to either ash or got hit by a flying green rock before turning to ash just like the rest. Meanwhile, Felix had already reached 2 kilometers in the sky, escaping the blast zone but not the shockwave as it ended up reaching him and hitting his aircraft, damaging 2 of his main thrusters. Losing them was more than enough to force the aircraft into falling down. Stealth mode. Desert domain. This time, Felix acted quickly by starting with his hovering strategy since it works much faster than consuming wings potion. Whoosh! After stopping his body from falling with his mental energy, Felix swiftly exposed his head and drank the second angel wings potion. Then, he waited until his wings had fully manifested before deactivating his desert domain, turning the sand into light particles. While he was flapping his wings, Felix kept looking at the second mushroom cloud with a gloomy expression. He did warn the council about the possibility of Mr. Gama going supernova, but those greedy politicians didn't bat an eye to his warning since the artificial symbiotes hadn't been fully collected yet. He doubted that they would order for the soldiers to retreat even if they knew that was going to happen for real. That's because they might worry about the pieces getting destroyed or propelled kilometers away. Sigh, greedy fuckers, you lucky I have shit to deal with. Felix cursed them in his mind while soaring rapidly to his spaceship. The moment Mr. Gama was confirmed dead, Felix had to leave the planet as fast as possible since he had no idea how Mr. Gama had dealt with his information. But he knew that it wasn't going to be pretty. Soon, very soon, he was about to find Mr. Gama's last despairing gift. Inside the Dark Deviant spaceship, Felix had just entered the VR pod and sealed the glass door on him. The moment the needles were connected to his bloodstream, while his limbs were affixed with the pod, Felix requested, Queen, take us at full speed to the closest VIP expressway that is connecting with the Mariana Empire. As you command. How long will it take to reach it at max speed? 7 days and 4 hours. That's good. Pleased. Felix nodded his head. Lady Sphinx had given him 4 months deadline to reach her, and so far 11 days went by, and if he used the VIP expressways to Vamdarom, he would need only a month and 14 days. Felix glanced one last time at his mother planet before focusing in front of him with a determined expression. "Please take us away." When the Queen received his second confirmation, she started adjusting the spaceship to face a straight-line destination that wasn't blocked by any planet, star, or other celestial bodies. After doing so, the Queen turned on all the engines on the spaceship, even the ones hidden. Then, the sequence to traveling at the speed of light had started. 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. Then, nothing. The spaceship didn't leave anything behind before disappearing from existence. Earth was left behind, the moon was left behind, and the people were left behind. Felix was truly gone. The Mariana capital, in the inner circle of the city, there was a towering building that was being sandwiched by two buildings 3 times its size. On its topmost floor, a handsome man wearing a peculiar pink suit was sitting behind a large desk while viewing some holographic documents. It could be seen that he was focusing on them deeply. "Interesting, didn't think my media conglomerate would land on such scandalous news," the man murmured. "The royal prince will be pissed for sure if we run his cheating scandal." "Knock knock. Boss Lawuni, open up." An agitated loud voice emerged from behind the office's door. "Something big happened. Major news." "Oh." Lawuni glanced at the door and said calmly, "Enter." A short man with deer legs and big glasses pushed the door wide open and skipped to the Lawuni with a stirred expression. Lawuni could see that his subordinate eyes were about to spew fire from fervor. It must be something good for him to behave like this. Lawuni mused while waving the holographic holograms from his face. "Speak," he said. Boss, we just received a folder from a man called Mr. Gamma." The short stuttered as he spoke. "The folder name is Landlord's Identity." "Oh? Didn't we receive a couple of troll folders like those?" Lawuni frowned his eyebrows. "What makes this any different?" The short man gulped a mouthful and said, "This one is the real deal." Are you certain?" Lawuni said calmly. "I doubt anyone would bother sending the info to us if it was real. They could just sell it and earn billions out of it." "Boss, just watch the video in it and you will understand everything." The short man didn't want to waste time as he was too eager to publish the news. He didn't know if it was just them who received the folder or other media platforms. Hence, they needed to be at least the first ones to release it to gain the most traffic and earn from the ads. Seeing his rushiness, Lawuni stopped questioning him and simply gestured with his finger for him to leave him alone. The short man bowed his head lightly and skipped to the door before closing it behind him. "Let's see what's all this is about," Lawuni mumbled while clicking on the holographic folder. Immediately after entering, he noticed 2 items, a video, and a document called an explanation. Lawuni pressed on the video and leaned back on his chair. "Boom! Motherfucker! Scared me death." Lawuni almost fell from his chair after the video started with a booming explosion that shook the entire office. He hastily lowered the volume down and leaned back again. When he focused on the video, he was stunned to see that the scenes had jumped straight to an ongoing battle inside a smoky area. He squinted his eyes in focus and finally managed to see that it wasn't a battle but a one-way beatdown of Felix. Mr. Gamma had actually sent the recording from the very start when Felix had his aircraft brought down to the ground. From then on, he didn't change anything as the video had shown everything to the end of the battle when Mr. Gamma got entrapped inside the Green Pyramid. Only then did the video end, breaking Lawuni from his engrossment. If he wasn't professional, he would have simply enjoyed the video instead of analyzing it. Hence, from the very start, Lawuni was watching for hints that were related to Landlord. He found plenty just like Mr. Gamma. "Shit. This actually might be real and even better than we expected," Lawuni exclaimed in excitement and eagerness. He understood that Landlord was one of the biggest enigmas in the Empire or even the entire galaxy due to his unorthodox bloodlines that defied logic. Any news about his real persona or location could turn someone into a multimillionaire or billionaire. Yet they had it right here for free. Let's read what our benefactor had to say. Lawuni swiftly closed the video and clicked on the explanation. He wanted to read the entire folder before rereading it again with the rest of the staff. A couple of minutes later, Lewuni closed the explanation with a dazed look, not daring to believe what he had just read. It turned out the explanation was about Mr. Gamma telling everyone about Felix's real identity, reasons for being 100% certain that he was landlord, and lastly, Felix's method to utilize more than 6 abilities for each bloodline, unlike the rest. No wonder he was using abilities that he never used in the games before. Lewuni mumbled to himself. Lewuni was truly finding it hard to express his shock and disbelief at the notion that Felix was capable of using multiple abilities. He couldn't fathom how was that even possible, since it had been millions of years and the human race had never managed to surpass the known number. 3 passives, 3 actives from each bloodline. Fuck! Break out of it! Lewuni slapped his cheek. This is not the time to ponder on those matters. Peep! Lewuni pressed on a button at the side of his desk and shouted, "Everyone head to the confessor's room now. You have 3 minutes." When he finished the announcement, Lewuni fixed his tie and sprinted to the door. For such a piece of vital information, Mr. Gamma must have sent it to everyone since it was free. Gotta be the first ones to publish it. As he expected, throughout the entire empire, 100 of kingdoms, 99% of the media platform were reacting exactly the same as him, rushing to write articles on the folder and publish everything as fast as possible. After an hour gone by, the first article had hit the network, edited personally by Lewuni, and placed on the website of one of the 3 biggest media convergence in the empire. Exposed at last. Landlord's secret identity. The article's title appeared like this, written boldly and making it accessible to the subscription readers and non-payers. Hence, it didn't take even a minute before the article had received 1 billion clicks, then another 1 billion clicks. 5 minutes later, other articles with their own unique titles started popping out on each media website like mushrooms, making it impossible to miss the news unless one was living under a rock. With those clickbaiting titles, most people who glanced a single time at the article decided to read some of it and see what's all about. Those who disliked reading had the video to entertain their curiosity. 15 minutes later, the news went viral in the empire as every person who was active in social media didn't hesitate to share the news to gain some attraction to his social page. News spread from those at the bottom of the social ladder to those at the top. Hence, Olivia, Noah, Robert, the Maxwell elders, the council, and the rest of the Earthling team had all been notified one way or another of the news. Even the Maganda chief, Princess Bird, Zoja, and the rest of the Anti-Royal Alliance had read the article, or their subordinates did, and informed them straight away about it. Everyone had their unique reaction to the flabbergasting news. However, no matter how unique their reaction was, it would never compare to Olivia's reaction. "I knew it! I knew it! I knew it!" Olivia kept jumping in excitement while having the holographic article in front of her. Sophia and Hina, who were hanging with her in the cafeteria, didn't even react to her excitement as their widened eyes were still affixed on the article. They were feeling that it was getting more ridiculous with every word they read. No wonder he went missing in the past days. Hehe. I should be making everyone call me Sherlock Ollie from now on. Thoughtful and delighted, Olivia stroked an imaginary beard while scrolling down the article. After reaching the comments section and reading some of them, her heart was chilled as her happiness died straight away. Is this for real? Does he really possess more than 12 abilities in merely first stage of replacement? Is this real life? We need to find out how he did it. This is massive for the human race. His mythical bloodlines were already too good to be true. Now, you are telling me they can give more than 6 abilities per stage. Holy shit. This will change everything. Hunt him down. We know where he is now. Fast before he escapes to space. The moment he enters space, we lose the method forever unless that bastard decided to come clear. The comments just keep going and going non-stop about getting hold of the method. Only after seeing other people's reactions did it finally click in Olivia's naive mind that Felix was in deep shit. Truly a deep shit. Meanwhile, Robert and the rest of the elders almost had a heart attack after reading the news while sitting together to drink a cup of tea. Robert even spewed a mouthful of tea at Albert after seeing Felix's full name mentioned in the article. This can't be right. I refuse to believe it. Robert yelled in agitation and clear signs of worry on his face. Unlike Olivia, who was a bit slow, Robert understood instantly the dreadful repercussion of this situation and how dangerous it was going to be for Felix. He didn't even bother thinking deeply about Felix's sand element, multiple abilities, and his hidden landlord persona. The only thing in his mind now was to check up on Felix and see if he was all right. Alas, he had to stop after a couple of his calls went to the voicemail. "Nothing?" Albert asked. "No, he has turned everything off," Robert replied with a suppressed tone. Just as he was to call George, his bracelet vibrated. Upon seeing that it was a message from Felix, he sighed in relief and clicked it. "Dear Gramps, don't worry about me as I am traveling far away. I can't tell you where I am going or how things came to be like this for your own safety. Don't tell this to anyone, but I am going to send 2 high-tiered bloodliners to protect you. Make them your bodyguards or something. Also, make sure to remain in the Sky Pearl Island since it is protected by the army. Take care of your health, Gramps, and let's meet later in the UVR. Sigh, as long as you are fine, son." Robert let out a long exhale in relief. "Was that Felix?" Charlotte asked after noticing Robert's weird behavior. "Yes, he said that he is fine and we shouldn't worry about him," Robert said. Robert had no intentions of revealing any more than that to the elders. At this point, he only trusts Felix with his information. The elders were smart enough to not question him more about the matter. So they switched the subject to Felix's abnormality. "How could he have a sand element?" Albert asked in confusion. The first question was enough to baffle them thoroughly, as they remember that Charlotte was the one who scanned Felix's affinities during the elemental assessment. In it, only 59% poison and 12% illusion were shown after the scan. "Wait a second." Abraham knitted his eyebrows and said, "Didn't we give him an AP bracelet before the assessment?" "Yes." Quick-witted, Charlotte raised her eyebrows and said, "Do you think that he always had sand element affinity, but he didn't give permission to the Queen to let her share information about it? That's highly likely. After all, if it's not this, then Felix had awakened a new element and pushed it to a good affinity rating." Albert laughed. "It sounds foolish just saying it. True, the resources needed to pull it off are too much for Felix, even if we considered the profits from his hidden individual games." Abraham reasoned. "I don't know why he wanted to hide the element from us, though." Albert stopped speaking at once and smiled bitterly. "Forget it. Hiding it was nothing compared to the rest of his exposed secrets." The elders glanced at each other and sighed in unison, feeling like Felix that they know was only a facade. Their feelings were shared by the Earthling team members who were discussing the news together in the cafeteria with George. Felix's landlord. "Huh, it truly sounds unbelievable just saying it out loud," Johnson murmured. "I also can't believe that he is that landlord." Ronaldinho hesitated. "He seemed too playful, while I imagined landlord to be a cold-blooded player." Everyone but Olivia nodded their heads in agreement. The personalities were truly quite distinct, and Felix did his best to keep it that way. "How do you think he managed to use Toxic Claws and Miasma Swamp?" Hina tilted her head in confusion as she asked. "He is at first stage of replacement, which meant he is able to only use 7 abilities. Yet, if we counted only his sand abilities, he had shown at least 8 in his game and the video. If we added that to the 5 poison abilities and super strength passive, isn't that even more than what peak 6-stage bloodliner could have?" Hina's question had hit the crux of the main confusion that everyone was having. Yet no one seemed to have an answer for it now. They had already tried contacting Felix, but he never responded. "How about we check some forums discussions?" Kenny suggested. Seeing that no one disapproved, Kenny typed in landlord's identity discussion, and billions of results had filled his hologram. He picked the most recent one that was about the article and enlarged the hologram for all to see. They were shocked to see that the discussion already had hundreds of millions of comments from people all around the empire. They didn't doubt for a second that other empires' forums were all packed like this, as the news should have been gone viral there by now. "How could we find anything useful here?" Ronaldinho commentated speechlessly. "People are posting by the millisecond. I barely can see a comment before it gets buried. Simple." Kenny went to the discussion search tab and wrote the keywords that he wanted to know about. After pressing enter, The discussion had been filtered from anything that didn't have a relation to those keywords. The reason why landlord has more than 15 abilities. 100% guaranteed that it's the real deal. A possible theory that could explain landlord's abnormality. It's simple. The universe has finally taken pity on us and gifted us with the first human to manipulate elements. Trust me when I say that he must be an experiment escapee from a lab that was built on that primitive planet. The Gamma organization must be part of the lab, and they were tasked to retrieve him at all cost. The more Kenny scrolled down, the weirder the answer got without any intellectual basis to them. After reading more than enough yet without a real answer with logical thinking behind it, Kenny closed the discussion and jumped to another. George raised his eyebrows in surprise after seeing that he was requested to attend the council's assembly as fast as possible. I guess they want to interrogate me about Felix. George sighed while standing up. I will be leaving. Something has just come up, George said as he walked away. He didn't tell his team to keep information about Felix's poison abilities to themselves, since they couldn't do so even if they wanted. The team contract stressed that talking about the team members' abilities to anyone outside of the team was punishable, since it was a breach of information. In the council's assembly that was hosted in the UVR as usual, the atmosphere was beyond heated as the presidents who were supposed to be composed and cool-headed were about to start shouting at each other. George's body had been reconstructed right in the center of their booming argument as 200 or so presidents talking at once was no different than a marketplace. Bam bam. Jacob could be seen hitting the gavel as hard as he could, wanting to bring some order into the assembly. Alas, the gavel's noise did nothing but make more ruckus. Are those our leaders? The hell is going on? Dumbfounded, George kept watching the ongoing hysteria. But after hearing bits and pieces of their discussion, he was left stunned in the middle, not knowing how to react. Who could blame him, though? The discussion was about whether to kick Felix from the planet or keep him. You ungrateful bastards. He got exposed because he took it upon himself to save the planet from the Gamma organization. The U.S. president shouted. First, no one asked him. The Japanese president said calmly. Second, we need to be rational now more than ever. His actions have exposed not just him but the entire planet. We are currently under the tongues of most people in the galaxy. Our planet is nowhere near being ready for that kind of exposure. Most presidents nodded their heads in agreement. What's worse, as long as he remains as an Earthling, we would be getting visits from every terrifying background in the galaxy looking for him. Heck, they must be preparing to send their people here as we speak. That's true, we need to make it clear that we have separated our relations with him and publish it. Only then would they not consider us as their enemies. So what if they consider us as their enemies? With Felix's exposed strength, our planet would be dominating the games. Mr. Rodriguez rebutted. We can use the wishes to build defenses and obtain technologies that would make it almost impossible to sneak to the planet ever again. At that time, our planet would soar without needing the outsiders' support. The leaders also couldn't help but nod their heads at the sound of that. This was the reason a division of opinions had emerged after Felix got exposed. Both opinions were logical and reasonable. They understood that if they decided to kick Felix away, they would most likely be safe from the outsiders' aggression who were approaching them rapidly to be the first to catch Felix. However, doing so would make them lose Felix once and for all. Well, they couldn't really revoke his Earthling identity or even kick him from the team since he didn't break any of the contract terms. But they could make an announcement about it to show their stance in the matter. If it came to be, they would even help outsiders to search for Felix as long as they keep on nice terms with those horrifying backgrounds. On the other hand, if they stood behind Felix's back and supported him all the way, they understood that as long as Felix wasn't caught, the Earthling team would keep climbing higher and higher in the ladder due to his overpowering strength. After all, they saw some highlights of his landlord career and they knew that he was miles and miles away in strength and experience than Olivia and the rest. Not to mention the fact that he had more abilities than even a peak 6-stage bloodliner. While they were confused about it just like everyone else, they didn't bother discussing it right now when the planet's safety was at stake. Since climbing the SG Alliance ladder meant more resources, they could potentially break away from their primitive status way earlier than anticipated, helping them catch up to the technologies and strength of other planets. Naturally, by doing so, they would be placed against all of those backgrounds aiming for Felix, as they would be required to ban entry for all of them. That meant the only way to enter the planet would be the illegal way, like the Gamma organization. However, with the moon surveillance system, spaceships and such would be exposed immediately. If they won their next game, they would wish for a planetary defensive grid that would help them build a defensive matrix around the globe, making it possible to strike any spaceship they wanted from outer space, just like Felix's did. Naturally, not as powerful, but it was good enough to fend off most spaceships. Since those spaceships didn't request permission, even if they got destroyed, the backgrounds behind them didn't have the right to retaliate. If they did, they would be getting punished based on the SG Alliance contract. Regardless, if the Council took this route, it was highly possible that the Alexander Kingdom and other backgrounds would not accept deals from them, making it difficult to hire their resources and also enter trade deals with them. That would lead their planet to be protected but isolated from the rest. If they ever got kicked from the SG Alliance, they would be facing the wrath of those backgrounds all combined. Hence, kicking Felix or not was all about presidents that were willing to risk it for a quick advancement against presidents who wanted to play it safe. "It's sure lively here." "You got that right," George murmured as he gave a quick glance at Felix, who was standing next to him. "Felix!" It took George a second glance to make sure that his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. Alas, his shout was loud enough, those presidents had their focus diverge to him. The moment they saw Felix standing in the center with his hands in his pockets, deathly silence had fallen into the assembly room. Felix scratched his cheek and said, "Why quiet all of a sudden? I want to hear more about your discussion." The only thought that coursed in the president's minds after seeing his abrupt appearance was, how long was he listening for? They completely forgot that Felix could pop inside the assembly any moment he wanted, since he had the invitation link and he was eligible to attend by the contract terms. Felix's absence in most meetings and their agitation made it pretty easy to forget about it. "Captain Felix, I am glad that you are doing well," Mr. Rodriguez broke the silence by saying with good intentions. "We were worried sick that something might have happened to you after the Gamma organization incident. Indeed, you have no idea how relieved I am to see you well." Most presidents kept clamoring with sincere expressions, making Felix want nothing but to spit on their faces. He saw that most of them were fully adamant in their stand to kick him out before. Yet the moment he appeared, they did a 180-degree switch. "Disgusting. At least stay true to your stand." Felix hated cowards like those who always try their best to stand behind the strong. He understood that if some presidents proposed to kick him out, it was fully justifiable, since he did indeed bring unwarranted trouble to the planet. It meant they were truly looking for the best interest of the planet, or at least afraid to face off the consequence of standing behind him. He had no problems with that. But to straightaway get chummy with him after he appeared? Felix felt only disgust from those presidents that had shown this behavior, because it truly made them appear that they were speaking behind his back like some teenage girls instead of confronting him about their stand. "Anyway, I have no time to waste being here." Felix's entire demeanor switched as he stopped caring about giving them face. He looked at them indifferently and said, "I am here to say that I have no intentions of leaving Earthling identity or the captain's position, so you can expect me to lead the team in the next game. George, say hi to the team for me." Felix's body broke into light particles immediately after he made his stance clear on the matter. He didn't even give them time to think about his words. The only reason he bothered to show up was to see their attitude on the matter. He had no interest to tell them grand promises or beg them to not make the announcement. In his eyes, the moment they did so, he was done with them and it would be time to clean up the council. Indeed, he felt that it was normal to kick him out, but it didn't mean that he approved of it. Planet Earth was too important for Felix, and he wasn't planning on giving up on it that easily. As for this setback, he already had plans to fix it. Meanwhile, inside the UVR's royal tree of the Maganda tribe, in a spacious conference room that was held in the hollowed stem of the gigantic tree, the Anti-Royalty Alliance could be seen gathering around a circular-shaped wooden table. "Everything checks out," Gabrielle said with an elevated tone. His bloodlines even provided more abilities above being unique than the rest. I truly don't know how could one create or discover such bloodlines. What's our next move? Zojia asked with a rushed tone. I believe that the royal family and the rest are already preparing to make a move on him. Thoughtful, Magada chief rubbed his chin for a second before saying, we need to know first if those bloodlines belong to him or the organization. After a quick rundown, his background seemed clean and ordinary. So, it is really hard to believe that those bloodlines were his. Indeed, it's more logical to consider that his organization was hiding in that primitive blue planet and picked him up as their experiment. The second leader of the sanctum said, whatever, we will extract information from him after we catch him. Zojia said, should we send our fleets to pressure those leaders into giving up permission to scan their planet and send some of our men? The Maganda chief didn't respond, as it could be seen that he was in deep contemplation. A couple of seconds later, he looked at them and proposed, why don't we take his side in the light? The rest of the alliance raised their eyebrows in surprise at his proposal. Think about it, the Maganda chief clarified. Everyone right now is advancing to the planet and aiming for his head, since they had no idea about the organization. But we do. If we chose his side in the light, we could receive some goodwill from the organization and finally show them that we mean well. But in the shadows, we can send mercenaries unrelated to us to capture him. We will be winning in both cases, the Maganda chief said, smiling cunningly. Indeed, that's quite devious. Zojia and the rest agreed to the proposal in a heartbeat. They knew that if the organization saw their efforts to help Felix, it might contact them back and consider taking them as their allies. Naturally, the Anti-Royalty Alliance's first request would be getting a bloodline bottle or at least a sample to see if they were the real deal or they weren't talking with a phantom the entire time. All right, let's finalize this plan as fast as possible, the Maganda chief said. The rest nodded their heads and entered a heated discussion about the plan's details that lasted for half an hour. After they were done, they initiated the first step by calling Felix. Ring ring. Clunk. The call got connected. Hello, Chief. Felix could be seen from the hologram supporting his head with his palm while using his real face. He had an easygoing smile as he looked at the seniors, appearing quite natural. He could finally drop the disguise and just be him. I don't know why you were hiding such a handsome face. No wonder my daughter keeps talking about you. Maganda praised with a rowdy laugh. As always, the chief tried to make the mood less tense and more friendly. Felix also preferred it being like this, as he replied with a friendly tone as well. This resulted in entering a needless conversation filled with nothing but flattery and asking for each other's well-being. But after it was done, the mood was set for the anti-royalty to address the main concern of their call. Mr. Felix, I believe that you are in quite a pitch with all the ongoing news about you, Zojia said calmly. I know, Felix said. It seems like you are not worried at all? The chief asked after seeing his calm attitude. Felix didn't respond to that. He just kept smiling faintly until the chief coughed and moved on to another matter. Mr. Felix, we just called to let you know that we have your back, the chief said solemnly. We will do our very best to help you in such difficult times. Just give the word, and we will see what we can do about it. Seniors are truly too good to me, Felix said with an appreciative expression. Don't mention it, the chief asked. Tell us, do you need any sort of help? Without hesitation, Felix brought out an invisible list and started reading off it without an ounce of shame. I want you to recognize Earth as your ally and send space fleets to protect it from anyone's aggression. I want you to make your stance clear that any non-native that hurt an Earthling would be considered an enemy of yours. Lastly, I don't want my family or the Earthling team to be harassed or touched by any means. I want you. By the time Felix finished reading the list, the chief and the rest were looking at him with mouth agape, not knowing how to react. They expected him to ask something for himself, but everything that he mentioned was for outsiders. Is that truly all you need? The chief asked speechlessly. We can easily take care of those things, but what about you? We want to help you escape or at least hide in a safe place until the heat goes off. The organization would deal with that, Felix said indifferently. Felix wasn't a retard to request anything concerning him since it would give off his location quite easily. But he also didn't want to not take advantage of them since he still had plans to continue using the organization's shadow as his excuse for his abnormality. This time, he actually was planning on giving some random common element of primogenitor's bloodline to the Anti-Royalty Alliance to make them feel safe with their decision to back him up. His change of heart was due to his exposure since now everyone knew that his bloodlines give more than 6 abilities. Hence, it didn't matter anymore if the chief and the rest found out about it when they get their hands on a primogenitor's bloodline. Obviously, to keep the primogenitors hidden, Felix was going to give them a bloodline that had only 75% essence. With such a low percentage, they would never be able to wake up the primogenitor's consciousness, but at the same time, they would be getting 9 abilities from it, making them realize that the organization was the real deal. Felix wasn't worried in the slightest that they would be able to experiment on the bloodline, since the Jormungandr had told him when he first met him that only beings like the primogenitors and Asna could see his essence. That applied to every other primogenitor's essence. This meant the chief and the rest wouldn't find anything abnormal in the essence or manage to extract some information leading to the primogenitors. Well, consider it done then. The chief promised. Your planet would be safe and sound under our protection. After all, we are the 3 strongest superpowers in the Empire. The chief wasn't bragging at all as he understood that only the royal family would create troubles for them, since the rest of the kingdoms were going to respect their alliance whether they liked it or not. As for other empires, they weren't too worried about them since it was impossible to send their fleets to the earth like it was their own backyard. Respecting territories was a must. Otherwise, the tension would arise between the empires. Though they were going to send a couple of spaceships to keep an eye close at the planet, that shouldn't be a problem to the Anti-Royalty Alliance. Thank you, Chief. Felix bowed his head respectively and said, I will do my utmost best to keep requesting the high echelon of the organization to contact you back. After they see your sincere actions, I believe that they might reach out to you soon. That's good to hear. The chief smiled widely. The rest also said casual things like that instead of pressuring him. As the chief said, they would be making a move in the dark and the light, so even if this plan failed and the organization turned out to be a ruse, they weren't losing anything in the process but a couple of words and threats to keep outsiders away from Earth. That's why the moment the call got disconnected, Zojia called her subordinate and said coldly, Contact the mercenaries affiliated with us. Send a couple to the planet and the majority to keep an eye next to the Alexander Kingdom's wormhole expressways. Cover all of them? The subordinate asked with a shocked expression. He understood that there were at least 20 wormholes expressways that were leading to the Empire and some kingdoms. That without mentioning the VIP ones. Do it, we need to be close when his spaceship license get checked in the queue. She said, just bribe the employees to keep a close eye on either landlord's name or Felix's name. He must have registered it as one of them. But madam, if he used the VIP expressway, he wouldn't be stopped to get checked as he could just enter the wormhole and leave the mercenary spaceships behind. The subordinate said. After hearing so, the chief and the rest glanced at each other and saw the gloominess in each other's eyes. They understood that unless they knew Felix's spaceship, they would have a very slim chance of capturing him in space. The only chance they got was by Felix using the normal expressway that had days and days of queue time. But if he went with the VIP expressway, he was a goner. In their eyes, that's only if Felix even bothered to leave the Alexander Kingdom, as he could easily pick any primitive planet's coordinates that were accessible to the public and hide there unbeknownst to anyone. Hence, the moment Felix decided to leave the planet, they knew that it was almost impossible to capture him unless he made a fatal mistake. They doubt that would happen anytime soon. Just tell them to keep an eye out in the next months. Zojia waved the hologram away after saying so. She didn't want to commit to this plan since the mercenaries weren't cheap to hire, and because she was hiring quite a lot, that would take a great toll on the Alliance's capital. All right, let's see what we can do about his requests. Meanwhile, in the Androxa capital, Felix was chilling on the bed while reading the newest article that was placed in the SG trending news list. Unsurprisingly, he had hit the #1 trending news in the Mariana Empire, stealing the spotlight from players 2 ranks above him. As for the galaxy-wide trending news, he reached 10th place and was still climbing, fiercely aiming for number 1. When Felix saw the reaction of most people to his exposure, he realized that it was mostly negative. The majority was calling him a selfish prick who found a way to improve the human race bloodline system but was keeping it to himself. The comments on the articles were dripping with toxicity. Even his poison immunity was having difficulty stomaching in it. Everyone wanted answers, and the interview invitations Felix was receiving had made his agent Emma's brain short-circuit, as she couldn't read even 1% of them. Naturally, she was just as shocked as the rest about Felix's identity, but she didn't have time to think about anything before getting slammed by work. The fan club's popularity had exploded following Felix, almost freezing the website from the traffic it received all at once. Previously, Felix had utmost tens of millions of fans joining the club, but now, it was already past 200 million fans and no signs of stopping had been shown yet. Emma had to deal with this plus Felix's email, and lastly his upcoming landlord clothing brand. How could she have time to even breathe? That's why Felix gave her permission to hire assistants that she deemed worthy to help her. He made sure to tell her to hide her real identity as well as her assistants so they wouldn't get targeted by those after him. After all, they could easily kidnap them and attempt to force Felix out of his hiding. He even gave Emma a way out by canceling the contract between them, but Emma refused it vehemently. Above her job, she was Felix's number 1 fan, and for a fanatic like her, there was no way she would leave when things get dirty. Meanwhile, Felix's Primo investment company wasn't touched by any of this since Felix hadn't registered it by his full name or had mentioned anything to Mr. Igris about his real identity or landlord. So, it remained isolated from him, and Felix wanted to leave it like this since the business world was all about opportunities and relations. He didn't want to mess the relations part by getting his mess to the company. Lastly, Eric and Mirak didn't have an idea before about Felix's identity since he had told them just his name in the auction. But after they noticed that they were heading to planet Earth, it wasn't really hard for them to connect the dots. They would be lying if they said they weren't scared shitless to have relations to Felix, the most wanted bloodliner in the galaxy currently. But, at the heart of it, they were still his slaves and they needed to obey his orders. Plus, they were somewhat eager to receive a mythical bloodline of their own, since they believed that Felix wouldn't get stingy with them when he paid almost 10 billion SC to buy them. Felix didn't tell them yet about the bottles he was preparing for them. He simply gave them an order to protect his grandfather at all costs during their stay on the planet. Felix was planning on keeping Malik with his grandfather while he takes Eric with him to the Forsythia Witch Empire, since he knew that Eric was too unreliable with such an important matter. Naturally, Felix wasn't going to let him come to the Forsythia Witch Empire until he reached Vamdarome. After all, he would be exposing his destination, and Felix wasn't willing to take any chances. The only reason he wasn't worried about his wanted status was due to the Forsythia Witch Empire. He understood that the moment he reached the Empire, he would be safe from anyone's aggression, since Lady Sphinx wasn't going to let anyone touch him on her turf when he was a valuable research project. Hence, he only needed to keep his guard up for the next month and a half until he leaves the Milky Way galaxy. Should I spin the wheel for the 5th game now? Felix pondered. Since I am exposed, I can go all out in my sand and also poison abilities. That should net me an easy win. Hold it right there, child. Abruptly, the Jormungandr voice resounded in his mind. Is something wrong, Elder? Felix asked in confusion. Come inside, the Jormungandr said calmly. I want to talk to you about something. Right away. Felix didn't know what he wanted from him, as he rarely, if not ever, called him like this. Hence, he was quite intrigued. Elders, stupid Asna. Felix greeted with a head nod the Jormungandr, Lady Sphinx, and Asna, who were sitting at a round table, playing blackjack with round gray chips. The table was placed next to Lady Sphinx's house, which was a moderate-sized gray-colored pyramid. Upon seeing it, Felix started to believe that he was getting more and more like a real landlord. He didn't dare to imagine how his consciousness space would be after he reaches the 6th stage of replacement. Numbed, he sat next to them and waited a couple of minutes until the game ended in Lady Sphinx's favor. TSK, you must have been calculating the numbers. The Jormungandr clicked his tongue in criticism while throwing his cards on the table. "Oh my? Weren't you doing the same as well?" Lady Sphinx giggled while pulling all the chips at the side of her table. Meanwhile, Felix could only pity Asna, who seemed shocked by their conversation. Honestly, what did she expect from those two who were from the snake species and the cat species? Cheating and trickery were the norms. If Lady Sphinx wasn't banned from using her truth eyes, the Jormungandr wouldn't have stood a chance. "Let's carry on later." The Jormungandr turned his focus to Felix and said solemnly, "You should not expose your poison manipulation in your next games." "Oh," Felix said in confusion. "But it is a foregone conclusion that I have it. The video caught me using a cloud of corruption aura without mentioning other poison abilities like poison bombs, toxic claws, etc. They may not conclude it right from the start, but they would eventually find out about it." "I know," the Jormungandr said, "but I don't want you to expose it, since the other primogenitors would find out about it, and know that I am attempting to join the primogenitors' games." "Wait, what?" Felix was left baffled by what he said. "Since you have finished dealing with most of your issues, I guess it's time to tell you about it." The Jormungandr narrowed his slits at Felix and asked, "Child, are you willing to be my champion?" "Champion?" "Yes. You will represent me and the poison element in the Universal Supremacy Games against other champions representing other primogenitors." Stunned, Felix's eyes widened as he kept looking at the Jormungandr's solemn expression, making him realize that he was talking for real. Upon seeing his confusion, the Jormungandr decided to summarize what Lady Sphinx told him about the primogenitors' champions' stakes, etc. By the time he finished, Felix felt like the world had been flipped upside down as the amount of information were too much for him to handle. Most primogenitors were still alive and actually betting on champions in the games while watching behind the shadows. This changed his perspective about everything, especially the Supremacy Games and the Alliance as a whole. Were the primogenitires the real masterminds behind the top 10 races in the Alliance, or they just wanted to remain hidden and entertain themselves with the games? So many questions like these coursed in his mind. "So, you want to represent me and show them that the Ragnarok bringer is still alive or not?" the Jormungandr asked. "Elder, do you have to ask?" Felix punched his palm in eagerness and said, "What do I need to do?" "First, you will need to enter the second stage of elemental manipulation so you can contest against them." The Jormungandr stood tall with a strict expression. "I will be training you personally to enter it as fast as possible." "Haha, that's what I want to hear." Felix couldn't express how glad he was to hear the Jormungandr say that. It wasn't just because of being his personal student, but due to the fact that the Jormungandr was planning on continuing living instead of returning to the death's embrace. He truly had no idea how to change Jormungandr's mind, and he felt truly relieved of his decision. "Elder, do you think that entering the second stage of manipulation is enough?" Felix expressed with his eyebrows knitted. "I don't know about the strength of those champions, but I understand that to be eligible to participate in the UISG 1 needed to have a peak third stage of replacement strength. That's just the bare minimum requirement. No one actually dares to enter those games with such a pitiful strength." When it came to the Universal Individual Supremacy Games, Felix knew that it was nothing like the Human Branch SG. First, just to enter the bottom tier of it, Felix needed to play a promotion game after he reaches peak gold rank. That promotion game was split into two choices. Either he chooses to play a game in the UISG platform or a game in the SG Human Branch. The only difference would be if he won the former, he would be promoted straight away to the UISG gold rank. Meanwhile, if he won the latter, he would be promoted to platinum rank. So, in a sense, he wasn't really being promoted but demoted if chose the UISG promotion game. But Felix understood that was based on the strength level of the games on that platform. For example, the SG Human Branch Gold rank allows bloodliners from lesser purity at the Awakening Realm to peak second stage bloodliners. But in the UISG Gold rank, the minimum was from the third stage of replacement to the peak fourth stage of replacement. This was due to other races being much stronger whether body-wise or elemental-wise. Let's take the Orc race, who were being known for their physical prowess and thick skin, as an example. A youthful orc at the age of 14 would have a physical strength equivalent to a 4th-stage bloodliner without doing anything but eating. Meanwhile, adult orcs would have physical strength 2 times higher than an Origin Realm bloodliner. Naturally, for the orcs to have such a strong physique only meant that their elemental manipulation was non-existent, as their affinity ratings were one of the worst in the universe. Even their intelligence or mental defenses weren't really that good. Meanwhile, humans were known for having all and also none. They got everything, making them an all-round race, but they were shit in everything as well. It was common sense that mastering one thing is 1,000 times better than knowing 1,000 things and mastering none. This made it hard for them to perform well in the UISG. Felix knew that most bloodliners just chose to remain in the human branch SG and continue their climb there instead of fighting other races. Hence, he truly had no idea how was he supposed to battle on that platform when his body strength was barely at 4,000 BF. The Jormungandr scratched his chin and replied, "True. You are too weak for that platform right now. But don't worry, Lady Sphinx would take great care of you. She already planned out a possible method to help you bridge the gap in strength without needing to integrate." Felix trembled when he saw that Lady Sphinx was licking her lips while gazing at his body, like a cat staring at a fish. He knew that hellish torture awaits him at the Witch Empire. "For now, we will focus on getting you to the 2nd stage of elemental manipulation." The Jormungandr closed his eyes and said, "To enter it, you are still missing 3 techniques. First, how to liquefy the poison. Second, how to turn poison into medicine. Last, using every inner ability instantaneously, even ones with higher potency." Felix's eye brightened up after finally having his poison path laid to him. Before, he was left to explore and mess around since the Jormungandr didn't have any real reason to waste his time on teaching Felix personally. Thankfully, his will to live was reignited by Lady Sphinx. Or probably just his will to get his revenge. Whatever it was, the Jormungandr didn't hesitate to start teaching Felix about the first technique, liquefying poison. What you need to do is simple but difficult at the same time. The Jormungandr created a gray sphere from the mist and said, "To turn poisonous mist into liquid is a tough process, and even I struggled in the early days to do it the first time." Felix's eyes were focused on the gray sphere that was getting smaller and smaller while revolving around itself. While he was doing so, he kept listening to the Jormungandr. "The first step is recognizing how much energy you are willing to invest for you to turn poison mist into liquid. You see, 10% poison element energy could let you create at least 100 poisonous bombs. But the moment you attempt to create liquid bombs, you will end up creating just one. Since the liquid is much denser than mist, hence the consumption needed to correspond to it." The Jormungandr paused to see if Felix was still with him. Upon seeing that he was nodding his head in understanding, the Jormungandr carried on with a leveled tone. "That's why in your case liquid poison is useless, since your energy could never withstand its monstrous consumption. But learning how to liquefy poison internally is a must-learn step, since it is connected with liquefying it externally." "I see. The second step after you choose the amount of energy you want to use is condensing that amount over and over again inside your body until it turns into a liquid. As I said, the higher the amount of energy, the more liquid you obtain. Hence, at least pick enough to make a single drop." The Jormungandr pointed at the gray sphere that became a single gray drop hovering on his finger. "As for the process of condensing itself, there is only one way to do it." The Jormungandr extended 2 fingers and said calmly, "Use the same stacking method that you have done to increase your poison potency. That method might be cumbersome, but it's the best one since it helps you immensely to turn your ability's activation into a subconscious process that takes no less than a split second." Felix had to agree to this part, as he truly felt like he was having fewer troubles imagining new abilities and manifesting them. After all, to increase poison potency, Felix was required to create hundreds of the same ability internally before merging them either all together or one by one. This grinding process was arduous and demanding of patience and will. But Felix still kept giving it at least 4 hours of his day, grinding and grinding until he finally reaches the stage where he could create internally any ability he wanted with any potency he desired. "Focus here." Felix broke out of his thought process after hearing the Jormungandr's stern voice. The Jormungandr continued on, You simply will need to ignore the potency and keep going with condensing the mist until you can't anymore. When you feel that limit, you will know that a drop of poisonous liquid could be extracted from your finger or palm. The Jormungandr showed him a demonstration of the gray mist, creating Felix's body and how the process would go through inside of it. Felix couldn't help but feel dreadful at how burdensome the process appeared. I know that it is difficult to master and make use of it, the Jormungandr mentioned. That's why your task is simply to create a small liquid ball instantly. That's manageable. Felix nodded in resolve. As for the other two techniques, I will teach you when you finish with this one first. The Jormungandr narrowed his eyes at Felix and warned, You have a month to finish, otherwise you won't like the consequence of failing such a simple test. I will be on it, Felix said, sweating a bit under the Jormungandr's strict gaze. He didn't know what he could do to him, and he honestly didn't want to find out. A month might seem short, but Felix had been given the method to pull it off. He just needed to practice it, unlike the earlier times when he needed to discover everything on his own. It was truly 100 times better to receive personal guidance from the poison primogenitor himself. All right, get going. The Jormungandr waved his hand at Felix while creating a new set of cards. Lady Sphinx and Asna, who were talking on their own matters, instantly focused on the table after seeing the cards. Elder, before you start, can I ask how exactly are the champions going to end up fighting each other? Felix asked with a puzzled tone. The moment he heard about the primogenitor's secret betting ring in the games, he had this issue bothering him. After all, there were going to be millions of games ongoing, and he doubts that it would that easy for the champions to meet in the games. Naturally, by having hundreds of champions representing them. The Jormungandr replied casually like it was a normal thing. Wait, I was under the impression that champions mean those who inherited the primogenitor's full elemental manipulation. Felix exclaimed in shock. Don't be stupid. The Jormungandr gave him a side glance and said, You think a primogenitor who is alive will bother hand down his gift to someone else? The only reason I gave it to you is that I didn't care much about sticking around. The Jormungandr sneered. As for the rest? They have utmost a limited manipulation that allows them to manipulate elements externally, unlike you who still has a third stage waiting to master. However, I believe that they were receiving personal guidance from the primogenitors. So work hard to catch up as fast as possible. Makes sense. Felix nodded his head understanding. There is also another way for the champions to fight against each other, but you don't need to worry about it now. Lady Sphinx smiled. If you join those games, you will be stomped like an insect. Thank you for the motivation, Elder. Felix coughed. All right, get going. The Jormungandr shooed him away while handing cards to Asna and Lady Sphinx. Have fun. Felix exploded into a cloud of mist after saying so. He had too many things to deal with, and the day seemed like it was getting shorter and shorter to waste. The first thing Felix did after opening his eyes was attempt to liquefy the poison internally. He spent 2 hours on it until he finally succeeded in liquefying 5% of his energy, making a single drop. Although Felix was given the method and tips, he still struggled with the process itself since it required him to keep creating smaller poison balls and merging them rapidly. If he slowed down, it wouldn't be called a practice, but if he speeds up, he easily loses focus and break the sequence. Emerge, Felix said while extending his hand forward. On top of it, a drop of red poison emerged from his pores like sweat and started hovering on it slowly. Wonder how it will taste? Felix smiled and brought it to his mouth. Then, he licked it and his eyes couldn't help but shine in delight at its deliciousness. It tastes like strawberry juice. Felix exclaimed, Let's continue practicing. Maybe I will create a small sphere after I liquefy all of the energy. Half a day had gone by quickly as Felix kept engrossing himself in his practice, unbeknownst to the latest released news that shook the entire Mariana Empire. The 3 Sanctum Federations, the Everglow Kingdom, and lastly the Maganda tribe, had all announced that Earth officially became their ally. There was no contract signed, or even a meeting was held between the 2 parties before the announcement. Hence, the council was just as shocked as everyone else. although it appeared quite humiliating that the Anti-Royalty Alliance didn't even bother informing them about their decision to ally with them. The council wasn't complaining much since having those giants' support had given them some peace of mind. When the council contacted the Maganda chief and the rest for their reasons, they all mentioned that they did it for their friend, Felix Maxwell. The world leaders were stunned and also horrified after understanding that Felix had the backing of the top 3 strongest superpowers in the empire without counting the royal family. Yet, they were planning on separating from him. That foolish decision was dropped instantly as no one dared to bring the matter anymore. Some world leaders were actually scared that Felix might feel offended and take it on them. Good for them, Felix didn't have time to deal with such a nuisance. At least not now. Meanwhile, the announcement hadn't affected just the council but also all the kingdoms in the empire and even the royal family. For the kingdoms, they decided to change their approach from overly aggressive to polite when they reached the planet. They understood that getting marked by the 3 superpowers was nothing good as they could halt trades with them and in the worst case, send their pirate crews to make trouble in their territories. After all, since open fights and battles were deemed unacceptable by SG Alliance members, every background had fleets in the shadows to do the deeds for them. As long as they kept being unassociated with the background, those fleets could do as they please in space without bringing troubles to their background. Naturally, they doubted whether the 3 superpowers would go that far for a small primitive planet, but it was always better to play along than to play against. Since the planet wasn't their target in their first place, they didn't care much about changing their approach. In the real world, the Mariana capital, the inner city, in a colossus mesmerizing palace that was screaming of lavishness and ascendancy over any other building in the city, a man and a girl could be seen drinking wine together near the balcony. Both of them appeared like otherworldly beings, having their brown skin gleam under the ray of sunlight. Their gorgeous facial features were exactly the same, making it difficult to spot the difference between them if it wasn't for their different body proportions. Those 2 were the Royal Prince Balin and Royal Princess Alma of the Mariana Empire, the infamous twins. "What is your opinion on the announcement, brother?" Alma asked while taking a small sip elegantly. The man didn't reply as he kept twirling his glass with a thoughtful expression, appearing like he was in his own world. "Brother. Oh? You said something?" Prince Balin asked softly after breaking out of his daze. "What's on your mind?" Princess Alma inquired in intrigue. "The announcement," Prince Balin said. "It seems like our enemies had made a deal with that primitive. You think he might have given them a mythical bloodline bottle like the ones he was using?" Princess Alma pressed her glossy pink lips together and said, "Isn't that bad to us?" Princess Alma understood that possessing those bloodlines was going to change the status quo immensely. If they ever accepted their war declaration, it wouldn't end up pretty for them. "I doubt he would have given them anything now since it is pretty soon. Unless he is a moron." Prince Balin yawned and said, "Regardless, we can't be left behind in the race to get those mythical bloodlines. Should we stop waiting for him to contact us first and just call him?" Princess Alma asked. "No," Prince Balin said naturally. "The royal family doesn't approach others, especially not from a primitive like him. He will call us on his own after we leave him without a choice." No wonder the Anti-Royalty Alliance said that the current royal family was filled with degenerate generations. For serious matters to be held back like this due to their superiority complex was beyond irrational and harmful to the empire. But it seemed like neither Prince Balin nor Princess Alma cared much about it. "Should we tell father about this?" Princess asked. "No need to bother him with such an easy matter." Prince Balin smiled lazily. "I will take care of it on my own. I am getting a bit bored anyway." "Same," Princess Alma said with a delightful smile. "What are you going to do?" Prince Balin looked at her lustrous apple-green eyes and said with a faint smile, "You will find out later. Stop teasing and just tell me." Princess Alma looked at him with puppy eyes. "Where the fun in that, lil sis?" Prince Balin said, smirking with a hidden glint in his eyes. The day after, at 8 a.m. Phew! Finally I did it. Felix wiped his sweaty forehead while sitting on his Androxa house carpet. In his hand, there was a revolving red sphere appearing like a paintball. This was the effort of 14 hours of training continuously. A hypertension liquid sphere that needed 100% of Felix's poisonous energy. Good work, the Jormungandr praised with a faint smile. Felix smiled in return and said while throwing the sphere in his mouth, "Should I continue? Take half a day break. We will continue in the evening," the Jormungandr informed. "All right." Felix cracked his neck and stood up. He swiftly went for a shower, and when he was done, he sat in the living room and brought out the game spinning wheel. The 2 months reset had finished ages ago, and Felix was asked by the Jormungandr personally to play those upcoming 2 games as fast as possible so he could join the USG promotion game in half a year. By then, he should be fully ready to participate and actually have a chance to fight the games instead of getting brutalized like most human players on that platform. Hopefully it's something simple. Felix rested his chin on his palm while pressing the green button. As usual, the wheel span rapidly and Felix decided to leave it to stop on its own. Ting ting, ting. Congratulations on picking sports format. Sports again, Felix murmured. Well, this is actually my first individual sports game in this life. Click. Felix didn't overthink the matter as he pressed the green button again. Ting ting, ting. Congratulations on picking disastrous obstacles marathon. Following the notification, a side hologram emerged and showed Felix the details of the game. Game format: Sports, Racing Edition. Game name: Disastrous Obstacles Marathon. Participants number: 59, still increasing. Race laps number: none. The integration allowed: from lesser purity to peak stage 2 of replacement. Ranks allowed: gold. Race map: an artificial map. Surprise edition: no. Prizes pool: high-grade stones, peak-grade stones, lava monkey's tail, flask of enhanced senses, potion of premonition, a blizzard talisman, triple elemental sword. Rules of the game: 1. Players will be transported into the starting line. The starting line will be separated into multiple smaller lines that are connected to the main course. 2. Each player will start the race at their own small line. The lines will connect at 500 meters and the course will remain like that for the rest of the game. 3. There is no lap since the race would be on a straight path towards the finish line. 4. The race map is split into 3 random zones. Each zone would have its unique environmental obstacles. The obstacles would range from beasts, disasters, sudden blocks, etc. 5. Game points could be earned from eliminations, for 100 GP, and slaying beasts. 5. All types of abilities are allowed. However, flying abilities would be limited to only 10 meters above any surface. Being thrown or such doesn't count. 6. There is no duration in the race. The moment the first player crosses the finish line, the game would be concluded. For more information, please open your SG profile interface. Good luck to all participants. Almost like the game I played in my previous life. Felix rubbed his chin while pondering on the details. In his previous life, he participated in an obstacle marathon as well, but it had only 2 zones since he played in bronze rank. Since this was a gold game, it was expected to be much harder and longer to make it more entertaining. 3 zones? I guess I need to train in most of them. Felix cracked his neck and stood up. He picked up his car keys and went to the garage. Immediately after entering his car, he murmured, "I wonder how am I going to be received in the training center." Since the moment the news got spread, Felix hadn't visited the training center or even left his house. He was truly curious about the Bloodliners' reaction in the training center. Were they going to harass him, respect his boundaries, or even foolishly challenge him for his room? Unfortunately, the reactions weren't too far from what Felix had expected as the moment he stepped foot into the building. He was greeted with shocked looks at the start before switching into displeased looks. Look, he actually has the audacity to show his face in public. Have you heard? I read in the network that he was offered 50 billion SC to share his method of obtaining the mythical bloodlines. Yeah, I read that too. It says he never bothered to reply to the offer. Heck, he didn't reply to anything related to his method. Tisk, selfish prick. If he doesn't share his method, he should honestly be labeled as a traitor of the human race. We finally found a way for the human race to improve and climb higher in the SG Alliance. But why did it have to be in the hands of that selfish prick? I agreed. We should also sign a petition to cancel him and anything related to him. That's a good idea. While Felix kept walking towards the elevator nonchalantly, the chatter of those around him couldn't help but reach his ears, as they weren't really trying to lower their voices. He wasn't using a disguise but his real face without a single modification so he could see the public reaction. Didn't think I will fall one day to cancel culture. Felix mused after hearing a pretty girl say so. The moment he looked at her, she quickly avoided having eye contact with him. If I had a social media account, I would have been bombarded with curses. Felix chuckled while entering the elevator that got emptied the moment he stepped foot in it. Ha ha ha. You are being treated like a plague. Asna laughed in enjoyment. Felix was left speechless by the sight as well. He always thought that tens of bloodliners would group up around him and harass him for answers. But it seemed like no one was foolish to put himself in that situation since it was obvious that Felix wasn't going to expose anything. Since they were not going to get anything from him, it was better to not associate themselves with him at all. After all, that would just give the false impression of friendship or something like that. In this state, no one dared to even say hi to Felix since they might get kidnapped the day after for information about Felix or just to force him out of his hiding spot. That's why Felix didn't stop at the 21st floor where his room was placed. Instead, he claimed to the 30th floor and challenged a man for his room. He won it pretty easily since the man straightaway surrendered and escaped. Felix did so to avoid having a connection with Nora as he didn't want to put her in danger. He was already planning on cutting off relations with her since it wouldn't be right to get her killed for sex. Queen, link this room and give up on the old one. Felix requested after stepping inside his new room, uncaring the looks targeted at him. It's done. Upon hearing so, Felix closed the door behind him and started to modify the room right away. Obstacles Marathon wasn't really the best for him and he had to make sure that he brings out the juice of each ability he had to win the game. After all, he would be racing against bloodliners with wings or movement speed abilities like Rolandinho's Lighting Dash. Although Felix was planning on using all of his 10 sand abilities and size manipulation, he had no intentions of underestimating other players. All it took was a perfect ability that was compatible with a game design and the player could win it easily. 5 days later, in the evening, most of the people around the Milky Way galaxy had their eyes placed on Felix's gold rank game. There were only 10 minutes before it starts and the stream numbers had already exploded, reaching up to 4.5 billion concurrent viewers. This number was from just the monthly paid streaming SG service, as it was believed that at least hundreds of billion viewers were watching the stream free on the dark web. This number was unprecedented in a gold game as it rarely surpasses 200 million viewers. No one was more excited about this but the players participating in the game with Felix, as the exposure was truly too much to handle for them. They understood that winning the game would earn them 3% of the streaming revenue. How much would that be when the stream reached that number and the prices for normal tickets had already climbed past 40,000 SC? Meanwhile, the VIP tickets were getting sold at 5 million SC, and people were finding difficulty getting one. All of this hubbub was to watch the first mythical bloodliner and the first human to have more than 18 abilities in his arsenal. This was a historical moment, and no matter how much hate Felix was receiving on the network, people still tuned in to watch him. Yet, Felix was nonchalant to all of this as he was merely playing cards with Lady Sphinx, Asna, and the Jormungandr. Well, he wasn't really playing but just having his ass hooped by Lady Sphinx, who had yet to lose a single game since the moment she showed up in Felix's consciousness. While Felix didn't care much and Asna was already numb to the feeling of losing, the Jormungandr didn't like it one bit. "Sigh, I am out." Disappointed, Felix threw his cards on the table and leaned against his chair. He looked at the Jormungandr and couldn't help but start to sympathize with him, as he could see that Lady Sphinx was teasing him with a playful smirk, telling him to give up. Meanwhile, Asna appeared just like a pretty doll that served no purpose but being eye candy at the table since she was the first to get eliminated. "I will be going now," Felix informed them after he realized that the game was about to start in 7 minutes. When he opened his eyes, he brought out the VR store and started browsing for different clothes. A couple of minutes later, he went with black shorts, white sneakers, and a white t-shirt that had its brand on its chest. This is much better for my sand element. Felix nodded his head in satisfaction while fixing his messed-up golden hair. He had no intentions of wearing a hoodie with a masking feature since there was no point to it, and also it was detrimental to his sand abilities, especially his desert domain. I wonder if those 3 brands are regretting representing me? Felix chuckled. Hee. They would probably have their products cancelled for sponsoring me. Naturally, those clothes were all from the brands that made a deal with Felix for the next 3 games. He already got paid before the yearly auction event, and it was time for his turn to do his job. Though, he believed that it was better for them to void the contract and free him from his duties unless they get lumped in with him on the ongoing cancel landlord movement. That's right, there was a movement to cancel Felix which started 4 days ago and was growing quite popular. Canceling simply meant not supporting him in the games, don't vote for him for the yearly Best Low Yellow Player Award, buy his merchandise or brands, don't sell him stuff or buy from him, don't accept him in auctions, etc. Anything that was detrimental to Felix was placed on the table and people were actually going for it. Felix didn't know if this was a move by backgrounds to turn him into a public enemy or it was truly people's natural reaction. Whatever it was, he didn't give a shit. The only thing harmful from canceling him was getting negatively affected in the PPFT market, as the players wouldn't want to sell him or buy from his pool. As for the yearly award and the rest, he didn't really care as he could live just fine without them. Let's kick some ass. Felix cracked his knuckles while smirking in front of the mirror. By the time his voice echoed in the room, he was already gone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Felix had just got teleported inside the game lobby. Around him, flashes kept popping here and there, marking the teleportation of the other players. A couple of seconds later, the entire hall was packed with more than 60 players, all appearing more unique than others. Some had weird outfits on while others had peculiar-looking mutations. Yet, no one was paying attention to them as everyone's focus was placed on Felix, who was blinking his eyes innocently while standing in the center of the lobby. The atmosphere went deathly silent as no one spoke or made a move, as they simply kept staring at Felix with narrowed eyes, appearing like predators eyeing their prey. I.e., I know that my handsomeness shook you, but please don't ogle me that much. Felix smiled warmly. You are making me blush. The moment Felix said so in such a serious atmosphere, his landlord persona was dead and replaced by Felix Maxwell. No more pretending, no more hiding, just himself. Felix's casual attitude expressed his contentment at the sound of that. It was time for Felix Maxwell to grace the individual supremacy game stage again. Trying to be cute? A stunning girl snorted in displeasure. She was tall and had thick curly hair that hanged a little bit below her shoulders. It was dark brown with a few caramel-colored stalks. Miss Valkyrie, am I not already cute? Felix replied, smiling. I only feel disgusted when I look at your face. Valkyrie's cry curled her lips and said, You have something that could benefit the entire human race, yet you are keeping it for yourself without an ounce of shame. You dare try to act cute with us? Fucking selfish bastard. I swear if he was placed next to me, I will break all of his limbs. The rest of the players either glared at Felix or totally ignored him and went to chill in the corner. Not everyone had the tendency to waste their breaths without a purpose. Aren't you a feisty one? Felix walked towards her with a charming smile. When he reached her face, he rubbed his chin and said, Do you want to kill me? No. Valkyrie's cry smiled coldly. But I will make sure to hurt you badly in the game. That's generous from you. Felix nodded his head at her in appreciation and walked to the corner. When he passed by her ears, he whispered soft, I, on the other hand, won't hesitate to cleave your head off. The stunning girl felt her heart skip a beat at the sound of that. She would be lying if she said that Felix didn't scare her. Probably every bloodliner in the room was afraid of him one way or another due to his wide range of abilities. But most importantly, due to ending up killing him in the games. Everyone sure hates Felix for keeping the information to himself, but no one wanted him dead since he was the only one with it in their eyes. If he ended up getting killed at the hands of this stunning girl, she would definitely receive an outrage like no other for robbing the human race of the opportunity to advance. As long as Felix keeps the information to himself, he would not get killed. Whoosh! Before Felix could reach the hall's corner, a flash of light appeared behind his back, making him turn around. Oh, the MC arrived early this time, Felix thought while gazing at a tall, slender man wearing a white tuxedo and a bow tie. He had a strict expression on, appearing like a teacher supervising a test. Quieten down, the slender man said strictly. My name is Dallas Lamont and I will be your judge this evening. The players dropped the matter about Felix and focused on Dallas. While Felix didn't know about him since he never judged a game of his before, some players were quite familiar with him. They knew that he hated two things from the players, wasting his time and talking over him. As long as one respects those two, they were golden in his eyes. Shall we begin? Dallas said while clicking on a button. The large screen descended and was already turned on, displaying the rules of the game. Dallas pointed at number 4 and said, the track course has 3 zones that were picked randomly. Let's start with the first one. The moment he said so, the screen had switched to showing a futuristic modern city, with smooth metallic skyscrapers and smaller sizes building erected all around the place. Meanwhile, on the ground, there was not a soul walking by, making the city appear like a ghost city. Roar. Scree. Alas, that impression had changed immediately after the players' ears picked the roars of beasts echoing in the deserted streets of the city. Without needing to guess, everyone knew that beasts must be swarming in the buildings or even in the sewers. This is first zone, the Bestial City. Dallas snapped his finger and the 2 bright beacons had emerged from 2 endings of the city's wall. One was red and the other was blue. The red one had the word, start, rotating around it, making it hard to miss. The other had, finish. The marathon will begin 500 meters before the start beacon and outside of the city walls. The moment the marathon begins, you are required to simply cross the finish line of the Bestial City and continue on to the second zone. Dallas explained. Before we jump into the second zone, let me show you the starting line, Dallas said while zooming on a white line that had 65 stations standing on it and keeping 2 meters distance from each other. Each station was separated from its sister by 2 translucent walls, making it appear like the starting line was connected, but in reality, the players couldn't mix it all. Felix understood that starting line was done like this to give a chance for the players to decide whether they wanted to be the forerunners or not. The marathon was obviously not going to end in half an hour, since to pass through just the city, it would take at least 15 minutes of constant running. Don't even mention the rest of the zones. For such a dangerous marathon, the players were given the freedom to decide how to run it. If you want to stay in your station until everyone has left, you can totally do so, Dallas mentioned. If you want to ignore the marathon and camp someone's station, you can also do so, but you can't enter each other's stations. The moment he said so, most players aimed at Felix with a hidden glint, making him smirk in amusement. Trying to scare me? Felix understood that no one would actually camp his station if he decided to give everyone a head start. After all, this game was probably going to reward the winner with at least 40 billion SC plus due to the 3% streaming revenue. Nothing matters for the players here besides securing the win. Hence, no one was retarded to waste his time dealing with Felix when 40 billion SC plus was on the line. Moving on. Dallas snapped his finger and the screen had returned to the city. He zoomed on a building's entrance, showing them a white mirror-like screen, and said, those are teleportation portals placed in random buildings. The moment you enter one, you instantly get teleported to the roof of that said building. Interesting concept, Felix pondered. It will make it easier to travel the city from a roof to another. Felix's thoughts were shared by most players. Lastly, the second obstacle of the zone would be earthquakes occurring once in a while. Dallas warned, don't underestimate their strength. Seeing that the players were taking his words seriously, Dallas snapped his finger and said, that should be it for the first zone. Let's move to the next one. The players focused on the large screen after noticing that the camera was heading to the finish beacon. After it reached it, they were shocked to find out that behind the city walls, there was a peaceful sea, stretching to the horizon. On the sea, there was a long straight line made from large gray boulders. Each boulder was further than the other by 5 to 10 meters, making the players realize that they were looking at their new track. "This is the second zone, the rocky path," Dallas said with a level tone. "Sigh, water again?" Felix smiled bitterly. Although he won a water-based game, he still hated this environment due to his elements. Unlike him, there were some players who were laughing in excitement, not bothering to hide their delight at landing in an environment that was beneficial to them. Dallas didn't care about any of the players' reactions as he kept explaining. "You will be required to cross the entire sea. I don't care if you used the rocky path, dove in the water and swam, or even flew 10 meters above the water surface. Cross it and you will reach the third zone." The water elementalists grinned even wider after hearing so. Alas, their grin quickly stiffened after hearing Dallas mention calmly, "Do notice that the sea will not be this peaceful throughout your journey. There will be tsunamis occurring once in a while." That's all Dallas needed to say to turn most of those players' excitement into dread. They understood that tsunamis weren't affecting just the surface but also underwater due to the current. Hence, the moment they get caught in one while underwater, they would be pushed back to the starting line. It was depending on the tsunami's strength, though. Dallas pointed at the screen that was showing a leveled grass field that was connected with the other side of the sea. He informed, "After you cross this zone, you will be given 1 kilometer of smooth land that had no obstacle or dangers in it." That's good to hear. After those 2 zones, we will truly need a breather. It's probably for players who also want to give up midway without worrying about getting killed. The players' reaction to the grass field was positive as it was truly a well-needed break before they jump into the next danger zone. Honestly, since battles weren't forbidden in the grass field, Felix believed that it wouldn't be much of a breather if the players were too close to each other. Last but not least, Dallas expanded the view of the camera, allowing the players to see the entire grass field and what was waiting for them at the other side. The moment they saw it, they looked at Felix reflexively and saw that a wicked grin was shaping up in his face. Shivers coursed in their spine at his expression. "This is the third zone and the last one that is connecting to the finish line." Dallas extended his hand at a golden desert and said indifferently, "Welcome to the Damnation Desert." Felix couldn't help but laugh at the sound of that, as he truly believes that anyone who dared to step into the desert with him was bound to damnation. Fucking hell, give us a chance. He already has more abilities than us. It's not a totally lost game. I have Wings of Icarus Bloodline, one of the fastest beasts in Tier 3. As long as I create a vast distance between me and the rest, it wouldn't matter much if the third zone was beneficial to him. Valkyrie thought, "Heh, I named myself Speedster for a reason." A blue-haired man with a tight-fitted white sports uniform scoffed after seeing Felix's reaction. He understood that Felix was thinking that the game was already in the bag since everyone had watched the battle against Mr. Gamma and saw how he was able to move freely on the sand. They didn't know what ability that was, but it was apparent that it would be a huge movement boost to Felix at the desert zone. That being said, the speedster didn't feel threatened at all by Felix since he knew that he was going to leave everyone to eat his dust the moment the game began. By the time Felix reaches the desert, he would have already reached the finish line. Be wary of the desert as there would be recurring sandstorms hitting from all possible directions, Dallas mentioned calmly. In addition, there would be beasts underneath the sand like sandworms, scorpions, etc. Do know that all of the beasts in the game will be at Tier 3. Oh, one last thing. Anyone who flies 10 meters above the desert would face a much worse retaliation from the beasts than those on the ground. The players didn't like the sound of that, but they were already used to facing challenges like those in every game. That should be it. Dallas glanced at his bracelet and said, "Please ask your questions." The players quickly raised their hands and Dallas picked one of them randomly. Can beasts enter the teleportation mirrors? Yes. The players drew a deep breath in dread at the sound of that. Most of them were planning on relying on those teleportation mirrors to escape to the roof in case they were chased by beasts. But it seemed like that was merely wishful thinking. Next. May I know when those disasters are going to occur and how long they were going to last? I don't know next. Is the tsunami going to smash us against the city gate if we get caught in it? No. Dallas clarified. This is an obstacle marathon, not a death trap. All of those disasters are programmed to hinder your progress first and foremost, not get you killed. Hence, the tsunami will simply take you back to the shore and disappear. The players sighed in relief at the sound of that. Though no one wanted to get caught in a tsunami, since getting taken to the shore simply meant that it was game over. Upon seeing that only 2 players still had their hands up, Dallas asked them, "Is your question about the titles?" The 2 players nodded their heads while lowering their hands. Dallas fixed his black bow tie and said, "For the unique title, you will need to emerge first in all 3 zones. The title is called Always First Dash." Damn, that sounds terrible. He wasn't the only one with the same opinion, as not a single player seemed moved by the naming. Those who were familiar with Dallas knew that his unique titles had horrible names that wouldn't make anyone aim for them. Dallas didn't care about their reaction as he carried on. As for the MVP title, you need to win the marathon after giving everyone half an hour head start. Yeah, that ain't happening. Felix, who was thinking he would go for the MVP title, removed that thought immediately after hearing the requirement. 30 minutes? Felix knew that 10 minutes was already too much. Based on the scouting he had in the past 5 days, he understood that there were 4 players capable of beating him in speed. He had no intentions of giving them 30 minutes head start. That should be all. Dallas snapped his finger and said one last time, "Let's meet on the track and good luck to all participants." When Felix looked at him, he noticed that he had received a casual look before Dallas's body disintegrated. "I should be expecting an interview attempt," Felix mused. "I should take advantage of it and bullshit a bit. Look at him smiling without care. I just want to slap the shit out of him." A wide-shouldered man with a thick orange beard said with a suppressed tone near 2 players, "I don't know about you guys, but I am planning on assaulting him with an elemental salvo the moment he enters the city gate." A man with a ponytail hairstyle and a loose gray robe said with a cunning smile, "You too." Another player near him said quite loudly, "I am also going for it. A selfish fucker like him deserved to be cut into multiple pieces. I thought I was the only one with the idea. I will be doing so as well." One player after the other kept clamoring about assaulting Felix at the city gate out loud, making it impossible for Felix to not hear about it. In the end, Felix was speechless to find out that all the 64 players in the game had joined the hubbub in ambushing him. "Sigh, you guys should have spoken a bit softer." Valkyrie's cry shook her head in disapproval and said while pointing her thin finger at Felix, "Now that you have scared him, I doubt he would dare to step outside of his station at the beginning." "True, we didn't consider that. Whatever, I will still camp his station for 5 minutes. I will do the same." Just like before, the players had ended up with a unanimous decision to wait 5 minutes before Felix's station. All of them seemed serious to respect that decision, but Felix was able to notice subtle hints of ridicule and dread when they took glimpses of him. His eyes might not allow him to see anything but the truth yet, but he could still spot those subtle hints with his enhanced vision. Upon connecting some dots, Felix realized what those clowns were attempting to do by playing this charade in front of him. "They are trying to scare me into staying in my station, so I wouldn't be gathered with them during the start." Felix smirked. "They are scared of killing me and also of getting killed by me, since they must understand that it is impossible for them to win against me solo." This made Felix conclude that no one would be camping him at all. Honestly, it didn't even matter to him that much if they truly camped him or not, since he had created a countermeasure for the situation anyways during the past 5 days. Hence, he simply kept enjoying the clown show they were putting in front of him by giving them head nods of approval. The players were weirded out by his behavior, but they ignored it and started talking about creating alliances between them without bothering to approach Felix. Before long, the 1 hour of friends-making had ended and the players started to get teleported outside of the hall one by one. "Hopefully, my fans didn't give up on me," Felix wished while closing his eyes shut. In the Earthling team headquarters, in the open space of the drop, a large holographic screen was placed in front of hundreds of chairs that were packed to the limit with the team members and the drop staff. Some were even sitting on the hover platforms due to the lack of space. Some were talking out loud and some were just staring at the rowdy stadium, not bothered by their colleagues' chatter, since the stream's noise was covering over anything. Speedster. You got this, baby. Landlord, you ugly fuck. Tell us the method. Landlord. I love you. Vaucry. Win this for me. Cheers and chants were resounding in the drop, making Olivia and the rest to feel like they were sitting in the stadium. Well, feeling was just a feeling, and honestly watching the stream would never be the same as watching the game live. Alas, it was impossible for Olivia and the rest to secure their tickets since they got sold out the second Felix had appeared in the game's participation list. Billions of people had competed for those tickets, but only 40 million managed to secure a seat in the stadium. There were some who took advantage of the opportunity to sell their ticket at 10 times the price, making a load of profit by just being lucky. Too bad. Not a single soul on Earth managed to get lucky with a ticket. If Felix didn't forget that he was exposed, he would have given a couple of tickets to his grandfather and Olivia since players had a little bit of privilege. Too bad it was already too late, and right now Olivia, the Earthling team, his grandfather, and even the council could only watch the live stream. Whoosh whoosh. They are teleporting, Olivia said in excitement while glancing here and there, wanting to locate Felix amidst the players. Soon, she spotted him standing all alone in the middle of the players like he had a coronavirus and was getting isolated. Yet, no one cared about this, as the sight of him wearing black shorts and a white t-shirt dumbfounded them. If Felix wore sunglasses and a hat, he would undoubtedly be considered on a vacation instead of a deadly game. His casual attitude as he gave head nods to the viewers didn't make it any better. What the fuck is he wearing? George said speechlessly. What happened to the hoodie and sweatpants? I think he looks better this way, Sophia said, giggling. It's not SHSHS. The MC is going to interview him. Their conversation was interrupted after Dallas had jumped into the ground and went straight away to Felix, who was receiving some tough love from the viewers as they were cursing him left and right. When Dallas reached his side, he was surprised to see that he didn't have the damned no interviews tag on the top of his head. He honestly was just trying his luck, as he figured that maybe since Felix was exposed he wouldn't reject interviews anymore. Lucky. He grinned slightly and brought out his mic. He placed in front of Felix and quickly asked, fearing that Felix might change his mind. Mr. Landlord, do you have anything to say to our dear viewers? He didn't bring the matter, but he indirectly asked Felix about it. No, Felix said bluntly, pissing off the viewers immediately as they started another round of booing that almost deafened Olivia and the rest. Unbothered, Felix scratched his cheek and said, but for those flies who keep annoying me about handing the method to getting mythical bloodlines, all of you can just piss off, as they don't belong to me. They are not yours? Dallas exclaimed in shock, just like the rest of the players nearby and the viewers. No, now stop bothering me, Felix said while waving his hand dismissively. When Dallas tried to speak, he realized that he couldn't. Knowing why, he looked on top of Felix's head and sighed in dejection before leaving. Dallas picked another player to interview him, but the viewers weren't interested in that, as they were still discussing Felix's proclamation. Especially the VIP viewers. Well, it was to be expected. Based on his lowly background, it is truly impossible for him to get even one mythical bloodline. Don't even mention two of them, Killa said calmly while seating with another otherworldly man. He appeared to be in his late 20s, but since he was seating in equal terms with Killa, the chief of the scouting crew in the Alexander Kingdom, he must be of higher status as well. Indeed, he has a provider or someone backing him. If it wasn't for so, those three superpowers wouldn't have allied with that little blue planet. The man said with a soothing tone. It's possible that those three superpowers are actually the provider, but again, I doubt they would have exposed the existence of mythical bloodlines this soon if it was them. True, if it was us, we would have armed our people to the teeth until the information gets exposed, Killa said. This means that background behind landlord shouldn't be attached to any kingdom or empire. They are free to grab, and we must be the first ones to get hold of it. The man said. I couldn't agree more. Killa asked, tell me, General, when are your fleets arriving on Earth? In the next 3 days, the general smiled. We will be the first to arrive, and that would give us the advantage to position ourselves better than the latecomers. That reminds me, the general asked, have you spoken with that blue planet's leading power? Yes, Killa sighed. No matter what I said or offered, they refused to give us permission to enter or even a couple Earthling citizenships to some of our bloodliners. It seems like being an ally with those three superpowers has given them the guts to refuse. The general sneered. Whatever. We will enter illegally and see what we can do from there on. Killa nodded his head and stopped speaking at once, focusing on Felix, who was squatting on the ground with a bored expression. Thankfully, the interview segment was only 30 minutes long. When it was concluded, Dallas returned to his commentary table and snapped his finger, sending all the players outside of the stadium. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves standing between two translucent walls that were 2 meters in width and stretching for half a kilometer. Felix looked around him and noticed that he was placed near 2 players who were staring at him with unfriendly looks. Asna, what are their names and strongest ability? Felix asked the Wikipedia in his mind. The one on left is called Frost Gauntlet. He is known for his ability to freeze surfaces by emitting chilling airs from his hand. The other on the left is called Watermaker. He could create a medium-sized tsunami. Asna informed while sipping from a can of Coke all by herself. She was lying on her side on a couch while sitting behind her were the Jormungandr and Lady Sphinx, who seemed to be discussing quite an important subject based on their solemn expression. All right, thanks. After Felix got informed of their abilities, he kept them in mind and focused on the start beacon in front of the Beastral City's gate. That's the only thing he could do as he realized that it was impossible to move his legs. He wasn't bothered or worried by it as he knew that all the players were frozen just like him, so no one would start earlier than the rest. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, start. Boom! Following the sound of a gunshot, Felix felt that the stiffness on his legs was gone. However, instead of sprinting like the rest of the players, he simply placed his hand on his chest and called in his mind, "Perfect sand copy! What the hell?" The players exclaimed in shock the moment they glanced behind them and saw that new versions of Felix were emerging from his palm and stand next to him. A couple of seconds later, there were more than 20 versions of Felix all hanging in the narrow path, making it impossible to discern the real Felix. He is attempting to confuse the players, Dallas commentated while zooming on Felix's versions who had just started sprinting beside one copy. He was left behind squatting on the floor while scratching his cheek in boredom, appearing like the exact image of Felix from before. Is that Felix or just a copy? Olivia asked in confusion. Alas, no one answered her as they were just as confused. Thankfully, Dallas was smart enough to highlight the real Felix by placing a red arrow above his head. He is sprinting with the pack, Leo Bridge said while pointing at Felix, who was in the middle of his copies. Upon seeing his expression that was exactly the same as most copies, George and the rest knew that without the red arrow, they could have never spotted him. The players who had just entered the city's gate removed any thought they had about bombarding Felix with an elemental salvo, as they knew that would be a complete waste of time. Felix could literally send copies one by one through the choke, forcing them to attack his copies and escape through the smoke. By then, he could easily split his copies and make them run through the buildings and allays, confusing them even more. ZYZYZYZYZ. Whoosh whoosh. Yet, what made them give up on the plan entirely was the sight of 4 bloodlines wheezing by the gate rapidly, leaving everyone behind. One of them appeared like a lightning bolt, going so fast, his body barely was noticeable. 2 more were relying on their wings, and the last one was riding on a smooth silver cheetah. Speedster, Valkyrie's Cry, the Summoner, and Dreams Nocturne are trying their best to put as much distance as possible from the pack. Dallas commentated. Silver Blade. Feet of the Undying. Water Slide. The players didn't like that very much. Thus, they activated their passives or active abilities and chased after them fiercely, not bothering anymore with Felix's station. 40 billion SC was on the line. Whoosh! Whoosh! A couple of seconds later, Felix and the rest of his copies had entered the city gate at last. Upon seeing that no one was here to welcome him, Felix smiled a little and turned on his infrared vision to the limit, giving him information about everything in 2 kilometers radius. For at the front and the rest are in a pack. It seems that no one is fighting so far. Felix ignored the players and focused on the non-humanoid red auras in the city. He got to say that the city was infested with beasts as he managed to spot at least hundreds in merely 2 kilometers, while the city's length was at least 30 kilometers from the start beacon to the finish beacon. Unbothered by being in the last rank, Felix grinned faintly while sprinting towards a gleaming metallic skyscraper. His target? A thin 4-legged beast that seemed to be 4 meters in size. "Where is landlord going?" Dallas inquired with a baffled expression after switching the camera from the frontrunners to Felix. "What is that little rascal up to now?" Robert wondered just like the rest while sitting with the elders. No one seemed to know Felix's motives since the skyscraper was a little bit off track. In this marathon, anything that wasn't leading to the finish beacon was off track. In a short while, Felix finally reached the skyscraper's wide-open entrance, which was leading to a clean, semi-darkened lobby. Yet, the darkness did nothing to hinder Felix's vision from seeing the 4-legged beast sitting behind the receptionist's desk. It seems like the beasts were put to sleep in the first early minutes to give the players a chance to adapt to the city environment. Felix reasoned while approaching the beast openly, not trying to hide his presence or minimizing his footsteps' sound. He understood that sneaking up on Tier 3 beasts was almost impossible without using abilities since their senses were heightened to the max during their sleep. A woo! As Felix thought, the instant his foot touched the beast's territory, it let out a furious roar while standing up on its paws. Immediately after the beast stepped into the light, Felix exclaimed loudly, "What a fine mount!" "Mount?" Robert spewed his tea at Albert while staring in shock at the 4-meter wolf-like beast that had silver fur, dreadful red eyes, and saliva dripping down its fierce mouth. The Moonlight Wolf, an epic Tier 3 beast. Dallas asked what was on everyone's mind. Is landlord trying to kill it and copy it? Since it was impossible to mount beasts without abilities related to taming or something like that, Dallas easily concluded that Felix wanted to slay it then mount its sand copy. Felix didn't leave them wondering for long if he was going to do so or not as he swiftly dashed towards the Moonlight Wolf while having a mustard yellow bomb in his hand. The Moonlight Wolf didn't wait for Felix's arrival as it bent down and lunged at him with its jaws wide open, ready to bite off his head. Whoosh! Felix leaned to the side instantly while pushing out his bomb with his mental energy into the beast's wide-open mouth. Poof! The bomb exploded simultaneously to Felix's successful dodge, as he had emerged from behind the Moonlight Wolf unscratched. Meanwhile, the wolf had ended up inhaling the inducement, stiffing in its place. Felix knew that the effects wouldn't last for even 2 seconds since the beast's poison resistance was too much for his basic poison's potency. Hence, he jumped into its back and enlarged both of his hands at once with size manipulation. Then he snapped the wolf's neck in a brutal manner. Before the body could break into light particles, Felix had already activated his perfect copy. He simply extended his palm in an empty spot and sand started shaping up into the same 4 meters silver wolf. Since Felix did his very best to kill the beast without ruining his body, the copied version appeared without a scratch on it, though its head was a little wobbly since Felix had snapped its neck before. Too bad. There was no other method to kill it without wasting his precious time in the process. By the time the original beast had broken into light particles, Felix was already riding the copied version while pulling its neck fur to make its head always face forward. Landlord has secured a mount for himself, Dallas exclaimed. It's going to save him a lot of energy and stamina in this marathon. He wasn't lying in the slightest since it was impossible for the players to sprint from the start to the end when the distance was 100 kilometers. This without mentioning the obstacles and the players' interferences. Hence, Felix's decision was the smartest one in this situation. Go! Whoosh! Responding to his order, the wolf bolted outside of the skyscraper's entrance and started accelerating on the wide-open empty street. With his long 4 legs, his speed was unattainable by the rest of the players who were sprinting on their feet without any ability. Wait a second. Dallas's eyes widened in shock after remembering something vital. He brought the microphone near his lips and asked loudly, "Does Landlord's copies ever get tired?" The viewers who watched Felix's fourth game were left speechless after remembering how Felix's copies were fishing constantly without a hint of exhaustion. Although that was just fishing and this was sprinting, they still believed that Felix's copies might actually never get tired since they were originally golems. Do golems get tired? No. This conclusion sent a wave of exclamations through the stadium and the stream chat as the haters kept claiming that Felix was cheating in the game while Felix's remaining fans were loving it. Ha ha ha. He will catch up in no time and even surpass them. Mr. Rodriguez clapped his hands in excitement, not caring about being in the presence of the world leaders who were sitting in the assembly hall. Some of them appeared delighted by Felix's performance while others seemed a bit gloomy. God knows why they were feeling like this, since it was already decided that Felix and his close ones would be getting presidential protection. The moment they decided to stand behind Felix, it was only natural to go all out in doing so. Landlord is about to catch up to the slowest players in the race. Dallas's voice resounded in the hall, bringing everyone's attention to the stream. Truly, it could be seen that the Moonlight Wolf was inching closer and closer to four players who were sprinting on foot. Some of them were morphed while others were not using anything, making the viewers doubt if they had a single ability to help them race. Thud thud. Upon hearing loud footsteps behind their back, the four players turned all at once, and they were left horrified by the sight of Felix grinning on top of the Moonlight Wolf. Fuck this. One player didn't hesitate to turn left and bolt in a different direction, having no intentions of blocking Felix's path or being near him. The rest of the players were late by a second, but they also split up and went through either building or allays, leaving the street all for Felix. TSK. Felix clicked his tongue in irritation as he was planning on eliminating one or two for points, not giving a shit if his grandfather or Olivia were watching him. If they didn't like seeing him kill for points, then it was better for them to not watch, since Felix wasn't going to act mercifully even in the individual games. Roar. Scree. Bam. Felix was forced to look behind him at the sound of an ongoing battle. Oh my! The beasts have woke up, Felix exclaimed after spotting three beasts chasing after one of the players who entered the building before. Due to Felix's infrared vision, he was able to see that the beasts didn't wake up because of the player, since all of the non-humanoid auras in the area were moving rapidly towards the streets. It's time for the players to experience the first obstacle, Dallas shouted while zooming out the camera on the city and showing the viewers a sight that sent chills down their spine. Beasts were on the roofs, the sewers, and each goddamn floor on the building. The city was infested with beasts, and they had finally awakened to slay the players who invaded their territory. 2 kilometers away from Felix, the 4 fastest bloodliners in the game were forced to slow down their speed, as each of them had ended up meeting 2 or 3 beasts in their path. Whoosh! Shatter! Fucking hell! They are coming from everywhere. Dreams Nocturne cursed while diving down, trying his best to evade 2 beasts who jumped through the building glass window without a care for their bodies. Thud thud. The moment they hit the ground, the beasts had bounced back up and chased after him even though he was clearly flying. They seemed relentless to catch him. Thank God he was on the air, unlike most players, who were experiencing the same shitty experience. Everyone was either being chased or fighting for his life. The small alliances came in handy in this situation, since fighting in groups made it easier to avoid getting encircled by the beasts. The marathon's rhythm has been brought down a notch, Dallas wondered while switching the camera from a player to another. Who will end up faltering to the beasts? Meanwhile, Felix wasn't in the worst possible scenario, since the Moonlight Wolf was helping him greatly with movement while he was left to focus on the beasts chasing him and those in front of him. Poof poof. Scree. The beasts kept dropping into the ground while crying in pain after getting smacked by dark green bombs, a new variation that Felix had created. Their bodies got corroded while paralyzed. Adding to the mix were 3 mental affecting inducements to make it impossible for anyone to utilize their abilities. He called it Venomous Variation. Since it was created by merging 5 inducements, it was taking more energy than usual. That's why Felix used it only against beasts that were going to potentially die after hit by it. As for the rest, he simply hit them with a paralyze bomb and dashed past them. Congratulations, you have earned 200 GP after slaying an uncommon Cocoa Koala. Congratulations, you have earned 200 GP after slaying an uncommon Night Walker Worm. Notifications kept popping in front of Felix, making him realize that his venomous bombs weren't able to straightaway kill rare Tier 3 beasts. As much as it saddened him, Felix decided to stop utilizing it at all since it wasn't worth it and smart to waste his energy for such a small amount of points. In this marathon, energy was everything. Landlord is still going strong amidst the chaotic streets, Dallas commentated. However, his pace is still not good enough to emerge outside of the city as part of the frontrunners. Just as Dallas mentioned, Speedster and the other three had been slowed, but their speed was still better than the Moonlight Wolf since Felix's copies could not copy more than 20% of its strength. Speed was part of the strength, which meant unless those four had been delayed immensely, there was no way for Felix to catch up at his pace while still in the city zone. As for the C zone, that was another matter entirely. Queen, what's my rank? Felix asked while throwing 2 more paralyze bombs, clearing the path for his wolf. You are currently at 49th rank. The Queen replied. Distance to the city, finish beacon. 25.4 kilometers. Felix frowned his eyebrows and thought, I am going too slow. I might be able to save energy and stamina like this, but it would simply keep me in the marathon but not win it. Felix glanced at the buildings around him and pushed his infrared vision to the limit. After spotting a circular red aura that clearly didn't belong to any life form, Felix nodded his head lightly and thought, It's time to take a shortcut. Felix ordered Moonlight Wolf to change directions and head towards that building. On his way, he got ambushed by 2 giants golden rats from the sewers. But Felix dealt with them easily since he already saw them sneaking upon him. With his base vision, it was almost impossible to ambush him as nothing physical could skip past his eyes. Whoosh! Moonlight Wolf jumped at the wall and propelled itself towards the alley to not affect its acceleration by turning normally. The moment they entered the alley, the building with the teleportation circle had appeared at the end of it. There it is. Felix ordered, Go! The moonlight dashed through the narrow alley and emerged safely to the other side. Poof poof. Felix threw 2 blue bombs to his right and left the moment he exited the alley. The viewers were shocked to see that his bombs had ended up connecting with 2 invisible green scaled snakes that hung down from light poles. How is he able to see them? Dallas exclaimed abruptly. Does he still have his infrared vision? This question had set a new wave of exclamations in the stadium, as no one expected that Felix was still hiding more abilities than the ones he had already shown. This is madness. What the hell is wrong with his bloodlines? Someone find him already and extract the information from him. I can't wait to get my hand on a mythical bloodline as well. Every bloodliner without an exception thought the same, even though most of them couldn't even afford legendary bloodlines. Felix didn't care about hiding his vision abilities since he was going to keep relying on them, and it was almost impossible to hide the fact that he possesses them. Whoosh! Finding no obstructions, the Moonlight Wolf dashed through the teleportation circle and emerged on the roof of the building. The one that Felix chose was 10-story tall, just like the rest of the buildings connecting with it. The best part, they were leading almost straight to the beacon as there were a couple of streets that were separating the buildings. But Felix wasn't worried about that at all, as he quickly ordered for his wolf to accelerate forward. Poof poof. Felix kept helping his wolf by throwing acid bombs at the clothes that were hung on the roof to dry like the building was populated. Naturally, sometimes they get attacked by beasts who remained on the roofs. But the journey was still much smoother than sprinting on the streets since they had to always change directions to go around buildings that were blocking their paths. But now that they were on top of them, it was a straight path to the beacon. When Felix pushed his infrared vision to the limit, he managed to notice through the chaotic red auras that more players were on the streets than the ones on the roof. That totally made sense since those teleportation circles weren't on every building but just a few. If one didn't have an ability or some good luck, he could forget about stepping on the roofs. Landlord has jumped into the 25th rank. Dallas commentated while showing the current ranking of the game on the large screen. 1. The Speedster. 2. Dreams Nocturne. 3. Valkyrie's Cry. 4. Bladator. 5. Shadowhound. 25. Unpaid Landlord. 26. Daredevil's Life. Considering that Landlord's movement speed ability is heavily reliant on the sand, he is doing a terrific job, Dallas praised loudly, not caring about the boos he received for supporting Felix. He honestly didn't give a shit about what others think of Felix, as he was simply doing his job as MC/judge and commentating unbiasedly. That's why every time Felix moved up 3 ranks, he made sure to switch the camera to him and commentate on his climb. By the time 3 minutes went by, Felix had already reached the 11th rank. Yet, he had still to even cross half the city. This was where the Moonlight Wolf shone than the rest, as most players that Felix had surpassed decided to slow their pace when exhaustion started hitting them. Adding the fact that beasts were obstructing their paths and Felix might actually emerge outside of the city as part of the top 5. Alas, just when things were getting smoother for Felix, the game decided that it was the perfect time to introduce the second obstacle of the Beastral City zone. Rumble, rumble. Small tremors started spreading throughout the city, shaking smaller objects, like pebbles, glass pieces, etc. Due to the chaotic and noisy atmosphere in the city, not a lot of the players felt or bothered to address those tremors, as they could have been easily caused by a large beast walking or the ongoing battles. Since Felix was traveling on the roofs, those tremors didn't reach him at all. Hence, he simply kept guiding the Moonlight Wolf towards the edge of a building that was looking at a wide street, separating them from the next building. By the look of it, it was almost impossible for the wolf to jump all that distance, unlike the previous times. Speed up, Felix ordered while narrowing his eyes at the edge. The Moonlight listened obediently and accelerated even further by hunching slightly down. When it reached the edge, it didn't hesitate to jump into the air. He won't make it. Leader Emma and the rest of Felix's loyal fans instantly knew that the wolf and Felix were going to end up falling on the crowded street that was packed with beasts, waiting for a prey to feed on. When Dallas switched the camera focus to Felix, the screen showed that scene. Olivia, Robert, and the rest of the Earthling viewers drew a deep breath at the sight. Yet, before they could feel worried for Felix, their eyes were opened widely in stupor at the sight of blue sand emerging from Felix's palms and encasing the Moonlight Wolf. What the hell is he doing? All the normal viewers questioned his decision, as they didn't know if adding more weight was the smartest thing to do in his situation. However, the scene of descending that they were anticipating didn't happen. Instead, the Moonlight Wolf actually kept flying on his path like gravity wasn't working on him. Gravitational. Anti-gravitational sand, the Maganda chief shouted in shock, scaring the shit out of Zojia and the rest of the Anti-Royalty Alliance who were watching the game live in the VIP room. The Maganda chief was the quickest to know what attributed sand Felix had used, since he had done some research on the blue sand when his friend brought it to him from his space exploration. He still remembers when he told his daughter Alicia about it during Felix's 4th game. He explained to her that blue sand had an anti-gravitational attribute, making it float on the air for a while before dropping down. Yet, not in his wildest dream would he have expected Felix to still show them another attributed sand. How many he does have? He wondered out loud in agitation. Zojia and the rest were half a beat late, but they also saw through Felix's ingenious method of defying gravity to reach the other building. He did reach it safely, as he only needed to deactivate pumping his sand domain right on top of the building. The moment the blue sand disappeared, Felix and his wolf fell into the roof. Thankfully, the wolf wasn't hurt in the process, since the distance wasn't that far. Though both of them did end up rolling on the roof due to the momentum. Thud. They ended up colliding into the other edge. Felix quickly jumped back up and patted the Moonlight Wolf. Get up! We don't have time to laser-roo. Rumble, rumble. Before Felix could finish his sentence, the entire building trembled like it was hit by a giant sledgehammer. Felix's footing was affected, making him drop on his knees. Shit! The earthquake is here! Felix cursed while trying to regain his balance. Alas, that was almost impossible, as the building kept shaking left and right, transmitting vibrations to the roof that kept forcing Felix to remain seated while clutching into the edge. When he peeked at the rest of the city, he was horrified to see that all of the buildings were shaking, even the skyscrapers. As for the streets, fissures had already started to emerge on the asphalt before spreading into the building's walls. Roars, scree, kiki. A symphony of terrified bestial noise kept echoing in the streets as the beasts stopped bothering the players and listened to their survival instincts. It told them to get as far as possible from the city. The players who were being harassed by them were left in peace to escape the city as well, or at least hide in a safe spot until the earthquake passed by. Rumble, rumble. Alas, no one dared to entertain that thought anymore after the second earthquake hit. It was more brutal than the first one. Bloody hell. We need to leave this city before we get buried alive, Felix cursed while turning around. Alas, the moonlight wolf was nowhere to be seen. If Felix was paying attention or had a way to replay what happened during the first earthquake, he would have noticed that his wolf had been destroyed by the sudden vibrations. After all, it was made purely from sand, and no matter how realistic it appeared, it was still sand that could be affected negatively by counters to sand. Vibrations were one of them, since it separates the sand grains from each other. This is truly the worst timing for Landlord to lose his mount, Dallas wondered. How is he going to sprint towards the Finnish beacon before the entire city ends up in rubbles? This question resounded on everyone's minds as they kept watching Felix cursing in annoyance while trying to stand up. Unfortunately, before he regained his balance, the wall he was leaning against ended up splitting into two halves, resulting in Felix falling downward with the building's rubble from 50 meters. Felix! Olivia screamed in fear at the sight. However, before the others could even share the same worry as her, Felix had emerged from within flying rubbles with merely a dirty t-shirt and messy hair. Yet, no one was focusing on those things, as they were shell-shocked by the sight of him surfing on a blue sandy path in fucking midair. They could see that Felix was pumping blue sand in front of him from his extended palm while bending down on it. Appearing like a true surfer, he kept controlling his pathing to avoid the collapsing buildings, dodging left and right while punching other rocks aiming at his head. He is actually surfing on the sand while in the air. What the fuck is that ability? How is he doing that? Is that another ability? God damn it. How many ones does he have? While the viewers were pulling their hair in agitation and bewilderment at the mind-blowing sight, Dallas's thoughts were jumping around rapidly, trying his best to find out the reason and commentate on the scene. It didn't take him even a split second before connecting Felix's abilities used to create that image. He is not using a new ability but merging two abilities and one attributed sand. He commentated passionately. If he knew the abilities' names, he would have used them. But his conclusion was correct, as Felix was currently relying on his desert domain ability and anti-gravitational sand to create a path mid-air that would keep floating for at least an hour. Yet, the most important ability was actually his passive sand surfing, since without it, Felix would merely be able to sprint, and that was nowhere as fast as what he was demonstrating to the viewers. Felix created this combination in his training for this marathon, as he was looking for ways to increase his speed in different environments. He understood that he wasn't going to be the fastest, and he had to work hard to seek a path to victory. This technique was his fruit. However, it had a fatal weakness: energy consumption. Felix could control the amount of sand he wants to emit and from which part of his body during the activation of his desert domain. But the sand released would always remain on the field until he either leaves its range or he deactivates his ability personally. Felix couldn't do the latter, since he would straightway plunge down to the ground. That's why Felix didn't plan on using it so early, as he preferred keeping it until the second zone. Nevertheless, the Moonlight Wolf did a great job by crossing more than 70% of the city zone distance. There wasn't much left, and Felix could finally go all out in his speed without worrying about his energy screwing him over. Rumble. Rumble. Again. Give us a break. Fuck. The skyscrapers are getting affected by the third earthquake. Run. Following the emergence of the third earthquake, the players' frustrated and despaired cries resounded in the city, as every one of them was using their best ability to escape the city. not caring about energy consumption or any other bullshit. Especially when they saw that the skyscrapers were actually trembling while long cracks were running down their walls. A moment later, glass windows started shattering one by one, raining sharp glass pieces from above on the players and beasts. Meanwhile, Felix was also getting showered from above, but he didn't bother dodging those glass pieces since the blue sand had created an umbrella above him that was keeping him protected. He simply focused on the collapsing buildings in front of him, fearing that he might get buried underneath one. If only it was possible to fly hundreds of meters in the air with the anti-gravitational attributed sand, Felix would have done it in a heartbeat. Alas, his blue sand gets affected heavily the further it was from land. Even if it wasn't for this, Felix couldn't fly beyond 10 meters due to the rules enforced in this game to keep it somewhat fair for everyone. What's the point of calling an obstacles marathon when the players with flying abilities could just pass through the course from hundreds of meters in the air? One more player had been buried under the rubble. Dallas shook his head while highlighting that player's gruesome death. The reason he shook his head was because the player had been ambushed by another player after he saw that he was heavily wounded. This showed that everyone and everything was aiming to get to you in the city, and that the players would not hesitate to take advantage of one's misfortune even in this situation. Let's see how our frontrunners are coping. Dallas switched the camera quickly to the 4 frontrunners and realized that 3 of them were only 3 kilometers away from the beacon while the 4th one was lagging behind. If he had to guess, he would say that they would exit the city in under 1 minute. When he switched to Felix, he saw that he still had 5 kilometers between him and the beacon. However, with his new method of racing, his speed had increased substantially and Dallas had believed that Felix could cross that distance in under 3 minutes. This meant he was behind the frontrunners by only 2 minutes. The best part, his energy pool was still full, unlike the frontrunners who must have lost 30% already if they were using abilities. Even if they were using mutations, they would still get physically tired. Crash. Shatter. The hell? Is the city built from paper? Felix couldn't help but complain after seeing a couple of skyscrapers submit to nature, falling into the ground. Some fell horizontally without creating too much mess while some fell to the side, scaring the shit of the players and beasts who were in their path. Thankfully, the players were fast enough to leave the contact area. When Felix focused in front of him and saw the shaking skyscrapers blocking his path, he couldn't help but dread that one of them would end up falling now or after he passed by them. The worst part, he couldn't really go around them since that would delay him immensely and he might still end up being near another skyscraper. After all, the city was full of them appearing just like downtown New York. I need to speed past them before they fall apart. After making his decision, Felix bent down even further to reduce wind resistance. He also stopped attacking the flying rocks and such, leaving his blue sand to take of it. Just like a guardian, the sand kept slapping away every projectile without affecting Felix's speed. Landlord is speeding to the beacon through 3 skyscrapers. Dallas zoomed out on Felix, putting him as well as the shaking 3 skyscrapers in a single frame. That allowed the viewers to see from above Felix's safe emergence from 2 skyscrapers. Olivia and the rest sighed in relief at the sight and couldn't help but cheer afterward as they could see that it was almost a smooth journey to the beacon from there on. Due to Landlord's ballsy move, he managed to secure the 6th star. Rumble. Before Dallas could finish his proclamation, he ended up jinxing it as those 3 skyscrapers had all collapsed at once. One of them could be seen collapsing on itself, but the other 2 were falling sideways. The viewers ignored the one that was falling in the opposite direction of Felix, and placed their unwarranted attention on the last skyscraper that was falling over Felix. Since he was only 10 meters above ground, the skyscraper had darkened the sky for Felix. If it wasn't for its destroyed glass windows, not a single ray of light would have reached him. Fuck me. Knowing that it was impossible to outrun its collapse, Felix waved his extended palm to the left, creating a blue sandy path that was leading outside of the skyscraper's range. Whoosh whoosh. Thud. Desks, chairs, tables, and the rest of the furniture inside the skyscraper were raining from above on Felix. They were exiting from the wide-open windows of each floor. There were hundreds of them, making Felix having a tough time evading everything while also keeping up his speed. Thankfully, his blue sand was constantly punching out those objects, relieving him from the stress of dealing with everything at once. "You can do it, Felix." Asna cheered him on as she could hear that his heart was beating out of his chest while his thoughts had nothing but a pragmatic view of the clearest path to safety. His golden pupils had already been expanded to the limits, marking his constant activation of first-classment. In this deadly situation, Felix was relying on the ultraviolet vision as it allowed him to see everything in almost white and black, removing those annoying colors, sun rays, etc. from affecting his vision. "Where is he?" Dallas yelled while leaning closer to his table mic. His sudden shout was understandable as the camera had ended up losing sight of Felix due to the chaotic situation. This left everyone furious and also distressed about what's going on. Was Felix going to make it outside? They all thought. Boom! Shatter! Alas, the skyscraper had ended up reaching the ground, raising a humongous cloud of dust. Yet, Felix was nowhere to be seen. Before anyone could react to the situation, a gleaming blue light had broken out from the dust cloud. The camera instantly focused on it, making the viewers exclaim in astonishment at the sight of a giant blue sphere that was withdrawing slowly. When the sand finally returned to its original place, Felix was exposed in the open, showing his dirty face, hair, and clothes that were already slightly ripped apart. Regardless of his shitty appearance, the viewers were drawn to his confident smirk as he simply placed one hand in his shorts pocket and kept the other extended, creating a path to the beacon. Wooha! As always, Landlord never fails to demonstrate his resolve to gaining victory, Dallas commentated passionately. Yet, this time the viewers didn't all explode in cheers, as they were still hating on Felix, and no matter how amazing his plays appeared, they weren't going to show a single ounce of support. Though, his loyal fans didn't hesitate to show their support by chanting his name as loud as possible. Meanwhile, Felix's heart was about to leap out of his throat from fright. That cocky smirk was merely a front, as he was truly scared shitless from getting engulfed in the rubble. Although he knew that he wouldn't die, he would be badly wounded. In this marathon, getting wounded was the same as giving up on the game. If this was merely the first zone, I wonder how hellish the second and third one would be. Felix narrowed his eyes. I am currently at 6th rank, and if I manage to reach the damnation desert while staying this close to the frontrunners, it's going to be my win. The moment that thought resounded in his mind, Felix had emerged outside of the city's gate and was met with the sight of a peaceful sea that had a bridge made out of large separated boulders. When he focused deeply on the horizon, he noticed 5 little black dots either flying or jumping on those boulders. The front runners were finally within his eyesight. Felix didn't bother to even glance at the boulder's bridge, as he did the unexpected by lying down on his blue sandy path. While he was lying down on his stomach, he had his arm extended forward, continuing to pump out blue sand without an issue. Whoosh! Landlord's speed had further increased yet again, Dallas commentated. It seemed like the peacefulness of the sea is the perfect place to pull off this posture. Everyone was smart enough to realize that relying on this posture in the city was nothing but asking for trouble. However, in this zone, Felix's kept wheezing by unhindered, bridging the gap slightly every second. If only those bastards were fighting each other. Felix cursed while focusing on the 5 frontrunners, who were too close to each other yet no one was throwing a single ability. He figured out that it was highly likely for them to be in alliance. He didn't know its terms, but he believed that none of them would turn on each other until the last 5 kilometers or 2 kilometers. Queen, show me the ranking, Felix requested. 1. Valkyrie's Cry. 2. Dreams Nocturne. 3. The Speedster. 3. Shadowhound. 4. Bladator. 5. The Summoner. 6. Unpaid Landlord. 7. The Last Soul. 39. Holy Grail. So 39 players are still alive, Felix thought while glancing behind him. Immediately after, he noticed that a pack of players was chasing after him from distance away. It appeared that most of them were totally fine as their speed was still good enough to keep them in the marathon. No one was weirded out by this, as everyone had figured out that the earthquakes and building collapsing might sound like the apocalypse, but for peak second-stage bloodliners, it would not get them killed that easily. If it wasn't for so, the game wouldn't have included those disasters, as they had no intentions of massacring everyone right off the bat. The only reason the rest of the players died was either due to the beasts or other players interfering in their escape and survivability. They wouldn't be a problem to me. Felix focused back in front and requested, "Asna, remind me of those 5 players' abilities." Asna munched on a snack while informing him about their abilities. It took her a short while to finish, since she had to give a short explanation of each ability. Felix still remembers a couple of abilities, but not all of them. They should slow down eventually, otherwise they wouldn't be able to reach the finish line. Felix reasoned this based on their information, as Asna had told him that their speed was based on abilities and not a mutation. This meant their elemental energy was the one taking the hit instead of their stamina. Since they had entered some fights with beasts on their way to the beacon, it was expected that it wouldn't be enough to let them sprint from the start to the end. Hence, Felix simply kept chasing behind them, waiting patiently for them to slow down. The marathon had entered a stalemate. Dallas asked with a faint smile, "But for how long?" Seconds went by, then minutes. The players had already crossed a couple of kilometers on the sea or under the sea, yet no sight of land could be seen. Everyone was slowly getting agitated, as they knew that the sea peacefulness wouldn't last forever. If the timing of the disaster was the same as the city zone, then it should be happening right now. Hence, Felix kept vigilance to the max, focusing mostly in front of him and at the sides, knowing that it was impossible for the tsunami to strike from behind. Sure enough, a long black line had emerged in the horizons, making Felix narrow his eyes in focus at it. A couple of seconds later, that line got bigger and continued to grow in Felix's eyesight until his heart skipped a beat after knowing that it was finally here. The first obstacle of the second zone is here. The Great Tsunami, Dallas shouted while extending his hand at the screen that wasn't showing the players but a towering tsunami, reaching at least 500 meters in height. It was even taller than the Empire State Building, making it possible for this tsunami to fully drown out New York City if it got hit. Holy shit! How the hell are they going to survive that? Ha ha ha! This is too exhilarating. Switch the camera to the players. I want to see their expressions. Dallas didn't need to be told by the viewers, as he had split the camera into 2, showing both the tsunami and the players. By now, the tsunami was visible to even the players behind Felix. Hence, their expressions were priceless when they realized that they were literally in the middle of nowhere while getting stormed by almost half a kilometer tsunami. When Dallas told them about the sea zone obstacles, he mentioned tsunamis, but they never expected that it was going to have such a horrifying size that would put other tsunamis to shame. Yet, before they lost their cool, they looked at the large boulders and their eyes brightened up. They instantly figured out that the boulders must be strong enough to withstand the tsunami's power, since the game wasn't going to leave them without a way out. Thus, every player had rushed to secure one boulder for himself. Felix also dropped down to the biggest boulder near him and quickly tested its hardness by hitting it with his enlarged tail. Thud! The noise produced was loud all right, but the results were satisfactory, as the boulder's surface only ended receiving tiny cracks that were not even an inch long. Upon seeing so, Felix hastily climbed down to the boulder's base that was way thicker than its peak. Then he snapped a finger, forcing out pitch-black sand from his pores. He quickly controlled them by mental energy to encase himself with the boulder. "Landlord is not taking any chances," Dallas said. He decided to add another layer of protection. For those who don't know, that black sand is 10 times tougher than normal sand. Not much reacted to the information, since by now, the news of Felix's 3 known attributed sand had already been out in public for months. Hence, the moment Felix used his black sand, his intentions were understood. But he ended up still surpassing their expectations, as Felix took another step and hardened his black sand with his hands and legs still clasping into the boulder. That made him get instantly affixed in his place without having his head and torso getting affected. That should be more than enough to survive it, Felix thought while stopping releasing sand. He had full control of when to release or stop. But if he decided to deactivate it, everything would disappear. Let's check on others. Felix turned on his infrared and X-ray vision and focused on the 5 frontrunners. He saw that all of them were somewhat in the same position as him, hanging in the air. He couldn't see exactly what abilities or strategies they used to reinforce their defense, but he felt that it wasn't going to be as good as him. After all, Speedster was a lightning elementalist while Valkyrie was a wind elementalist, and the rest also had elements related to movement speed or offense, unlike Felix's sand element. Only the summoner was a metal elementalist, and Felix felt that he shouldn't be affected as badly as the others. There is a high chance that most of them will end up thrown underwater. That might not kill them, but it will definitely delay them immensely. Felix smirked faintly. That would be my chance to catch up to them or even surpass them. Whoosh whoosh. Felix's thought process was interrupted by the raging sound of the wind, making him feel like he was nearby a tornado. This was an indication that the great tsunami was right upon them. Neither Felix nor the player knew its exact position due to the boulder hindering their vision. But the viewers were fully aware of what was going on, and they couldn't help but either cheer or pray for their idol's safety. The great tsunami is about to reach the front runners. Dallas stood up and stared deeply at the 5 players who were each using a unique method to clasp tightly to the boulder. But when the tsunami towered over them like a god, even the players themselves didn't believe that was going to be enough. Shit. Shit shit. Speedster kept cursing with cold sweat coursing all over his body. He already stopped looking at the tsunami as he made sure to close his eyes and affix his head with the boulder to not freak himself. The rest could only do the same because they knew that if they saw the tsunami now, their hearts would probably stop beating. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. SPLASHH. Everything had been engulfed inside the tsunami's belly, making it impossible for the viewers to see if the frontrunners had been cast away or were still holding the boulder. But Dallas was prepared for this, as he made sure to highlight the players' bodies with a red aura. This shocked the viewers alike, as they had noticed 3 red bodies flailing randomly while inside the tsunami that had yet to stop. They appeared like they had been caught in the current without any way to save themselves out of it. When Dallas highlighted the names of those caught, their idols let out despairing cries as they knew that the game was over for them. The cocky Speedster was one of them. Sure, he was the fastest on the ground, but this wasn't a race but an obstacle marathon. Only those who prevailed to the finish line had a shot at emerging victorious. Splosh splosh. Before long, the great tsunami reached the pitch-black boulder where Felix was taking cover. Without lifting his head, Felix knew that it was upon him. Literally. Olivia, Robert, and the rest held their breaths in nervousness while staring without a blink at the tsunami that was only a couple of meters away from Felix. Before they could pray for his survival, the pitch-black boulder had disappeared out of sight just like the rest. Against Mother Nature, everyone was equal to her wrath, and it was time for Felix to have a small taste. Meanwhile, inside the tsunami, Felix kept holding his breaths even though he still had melon fins to breathe underwater. He understood that the tsunami would pass by in 30 seconds max, and there was no need to breathe in water in such a situation. As for his boulder, it wasn't cracked at all since the hardened pitch-black sand took the brunt of the collision, resulting in it getting destroyed from the front. But the back was still safe, allowing Felix to stay affixed with the boulder. 14, 15, 16. Felix kept counting from the moment he got hit, wanting to give himself some indications of the tsunami's current position, so he could move the moment he was out of its range instead of waiting until it reached the shores. When he counted to 30 seconds, he realized that the water pressure on him had been reduced immensely, making him able to move his head without an issue. It's time to make a move. Without an ounce of hesitation, Felix deactivated his desert domain, which ended up turning all of his sand into particles, freeing him in the process. However, he was still clasping tightly on the boulder's surface, not wanting to let go now. He felt that he would be swept away with the tide the moment he released himself, but instead of remaining in his position, he began climbing to the boulder's peak one step at a time. When he reached the top, He waited there until the pressure gets reduced even more. Since he was at the peak of the boulder, he was finally able to see in front of him and scout the situation of the frontrunners. Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment he peeked with his X-ray vision, he was shocked to find out that only 2 skeletons remained affixed in their positions. The other 3, they were gone. They must have gotten swept away, Felix reasoned while trying to turn his head and glance behind him. When he pulled it off, he grinned slightly at the sight of 3 skeletons getting taken away with the current. Lucky for them, they weren't in the boulder's path. Otherwise, they would have been gravely injured after they collide with one. Still, Felix believed that their winning chance in the game had diminished to the bottom, as it was almost impossible to bridge the gap again when the tsunami ends up pushing them back to the shore. A couple of seconds later, Felix lifted his head and focused on the water surface after feeling that the tension had further reduced. I can swim upward now. Felix nodded his head firmly and called in his mind, size manipulation, body X10. Tail remains the same. He chose this combination so his tail's bulgy end wouldn't add to his weight and act as an anchor. The moment his body grew to its desired size and shape, Felix immediately let go of the boulder and swam rapidly to the surface. However, he still underestimated the current since he felt like he was swimming against the current of a waterfall. He kept pushing upward while the current tried to pull him with the tsunami that was already 2 to 3 kilometers away from him. Even leaving his tail with its normal size wasn't enough. I need more. X16. Uncaring about his energy consumption, Felix called loudly in his mind. Immediately after, his body size had grown even bigger, giving him more weight but most importantly more strength to push himself upward. In his present state, he should be having at minimum 10 kbf, a huge increase to his original strength that was equivalent to only 4 kbf. What the hell? Dallas exclaimed in shock the moment he glanced at Felix's small screen that was showing him continuing to swim upward with the size of the biggest whale on Earth. He quickly switched the camera from the tsunami, which was about to smash the pack of players, to Felix. Just as the viewers wanted to curse for his abrupt switch, their jaws were dropped in disbelief after spotting that Felix was daring enough to fight against the current. How did he become this big? I watched his 4th game and he was only half the size of his current state. Can he fucking grow to infinity or what? Maganda Chief and the rest of the Anti-Royalty Alliance couldn't help but lose their shit and comment noisily in their room. Just as they thought that Felix was out of tricks and had shown them the full potential of his bloodlines, he shocks them once again and makes them doubt their eyes. The rest of the VIP viewers reacted the same. Relax. I doubt he could grow to infinity. Zoja let out a long breath and said calmly, it must have a limit. He could grow possibly to 30 meters or even 40 meters if we decided to be generous. But he can't grow any more than that. True mythical ability or not, there is always a limit or a range to them. Maganda Chief agreed with a head nod while gazing at Felix, who was about to reach the surface. I believe that the energy consumption isn't a joke for such an ability, Gabrielle added. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been saving it always for dire situations. Still, this just reinforced our belief that mythical bloodlines' abilities are the best of the best. Maganda Chief said, after the game, contact landlord and push him gently to contact the organization for us. The royal family isn't brain dead to see all of this and not make a move. So we need to secure them quickly. Agreed. Let me do it, Zoja said. After hearing so, the Alliance stopped discussing the matter at once and focused on Felix, who had finally emerged from the surface. Splush! The instant Felix's giant head emerged from the water, he extended both of his palms upward and spewed a magnificent torrent of blue sand, an amount unimaginable with his normal body size. A moment later, Felix deactivated his size manipulation as he could feel that his energy was getting sapped way too fast. Immediately after his size returned to normal, Felix pushed his desert domain to the limit by making every pore in his body release the blue sand. Naturally, since he was in the water, most of the sand was wasted, but those coming out of his head, shoulders, arms, and lastly hands barely touched the water. before the viewers could comprehend what he was going for. They were awed to see him being lifted slowly in the air until his entire body had emerged safely. The blue attributed sand had pulled him out of the sea's clutches. "He is out," Dallas shouted excitedly. "He actually got out!" While some viewers might not understand his excessive excitement, the rest understood that what Felix had pulled up shouldn't have happened in this game unless one had terrific underwater-related abilities. Dallas understood that the Great Tsunami was designed in this game to force the players into hiding behind the boulders until it passes. Then they could resume their marathon. Those who got swept away after losing their grip would end up on the shore and retry again to pass through this zone. Yet, Felix literally just said "fuck that" and emerged while the sea hadn't been pacified. Upon seeing that he was the only one standing in the air while completely drenched, everyone knew that he had at least 30 seconds of free pass to accelerate while the rest could only wait until the sea calmed down. "Those willing to risk it are always rewarded," Dallas shouted passionately. "Landlord is about to receive his reward." Whoosh! Felix didn't waste time appreciating the view of the tsunami engulfing everything in its path as he quickly laid down on the blue sandy path and streaked up close to the water. He was fast enough he caused small waves to appear on the water surface. Even though no one was in front of him, Felix kept scouting those two frontrunners' situation. Upon noticing that both of them were still holding for their dear life, Felix smiled faintly and switched his vision behind him. Heh! The rest is doomed to catch up. Felix stopped paying them any attention after seeing that there were more than 5 kilometers between them. Worst of all, it was still increasing since he was on the move while they weren't. Felix is pulling ahead from the pack while at the same time getting closer and closer to the frontrunners. George smiled widely and said, "If he managed to reach them before they emerge, the game will end in his favor." Noah and the rest nodded their heads in agreement and continued watching Felix bridge the distance to merely 600 meters or so. However, just when it seemed like Felix was going to reach and even surpass those two, everyone was shocked to see that a dark shadow had emerged from the sea, and a winged woman escapes to the surface as well. The winged woman could be seen engulfed inside a giant gray aura that was shaped up like an arrow, making the viewers believe that she had penetrated straight to the surface. Meanwhile, they had no idea how the dark shadow escaped, but they still cheered loudly for them as they wanted nothing more but to see Felix lose. Dream's Nocturne and Valkyrie's Cry have decided to emerge after the tsunami reached a couple of kilometers away from them. Dallas commentated loudly. Their fans screamed in excitement at the sight, as they had truly believed that their idols weren't going to emerge until the sea turned peaceful again. But it seemed like those two weren't any pushovers as they managed to achieve Felix's feat, though it was much easier for them since the tsunami had reached them first. Thus, when they emerged, the tsunami was way further, causing the current to be much peaceful than when Felix attempted to break through. Plus, they both had wings allowing them to fly above the water without needing the boulder. Meanwhile, the last players who remained hugging his boulder probably wanted to emerge as well, but he had no ability to keep himself in the air. "Whatever, I have already bridged the distance." Felix didn't react much to their emergence as he simply stood back on his feet, returning to his original surfing posture. He had to do so since he was expecting retaliation when he gets too close to them. Bloody hell! How did he reach this far? Valkyrie exclaimed in shock and terror after she turned around and noticed that Felix was surfing on the blue sandy path towards them. Since it was impossible to go beyond 10 meters above any surface, all three of them were flying at the same height. This made it easier to spot each other even though the distance between them was in the hundreds of meters. "I am not waiting to receive that devil." Dream's Nocturne sent a message while flapping his darkened demonic wings rapidly. Upon receiving his message, Valkyrie stopped paying Felix any attention and chased after Nocturne, fearing for her life. She was fully clear about her strengths and weaknesses. Hence, she understood that fighting against Felix was a death wish, and the only way to win this game was by pushing through her limits and reaching the finish line before him. "Let the hunt begin." Asna laughed evilly while eyeing those two like they were flying corpses. She expected that Felix would close the half-kilometer gap in no time and kill them, but the end result was far from that as minutes went by and Felix barely closed the distance by 40 meters. The tsunami had already ended and the players could be seen like tiny dots chasing behind him. The speedster who was left behind due to his lack of flight abilities was using all he got to jump from a boulder to another, hoping to catch up to Felix and the rest. Too bad. He might be the best runner in leveled land due to his lightning speed boost, but in this zone, he wasn't really outperforming himself. Meanwhile, a couple of players had taken the underwater route, swimming with fish-like morphing abilities. They were actually ahead of the pack. But they were still slower than Felix and those two frontrunners, since a fish could never outspeed a bird. This made the game enter the second stalemate as each one was chasing after the other without random fights between them. Seconds went by, then minutes. Kilometers were crossed and the horizon had finally turned into a visible land. Queen, distance to the third zone? Felix asked after noticing it. 5 kilometers, give or take. Weird, we are about to arrive, but there is no second obstacle. Felix frowned his eyebrows at the thought. Based on Dallas's words, each zone had 2 obstacles. So, it was expected that they should have experienced another in the past minutes. But they were getting closer and closer to the land, yet still there was no sight of it. 4 kilometers, 3 kilometers, 2 kilometers. The land had already expanded in their line of vision, making them see the spacious grass field but not the desert after it. Shit! We are about to enter that demon's favored environment while he is too close to us. Valkyrie's cry sent a message to her ally while glancing behind her in worry. I don't know about you, but I am planning to go all out in my speed when I reach the grass field. Dreams Nocturne informed. I just need to create a long distance between us and he might not even reach or touch me in the desert. But, if you did so, you wouldn't have enough energy to do one last sprint to the finish line. Valkyrie's cry sent a message. I would rather lose in the last sprint than get caught by him in the desert. Dreams Nocturne said. It is already hard enough to deal with the desert beasts and sandstorms. Valkyrie's cry went quiet after hearing so. She understood his reasoning and realized that he might be right. At this instant, winning should be considered only after they feel safe. But with Felix breathing down their necks, that wasn't happening anytime soon. I am doing so as we... Wait, am I seeing things or the water is increasing in front of us? Valkyrie sent a message while edging her head closer in front to see the ongoing peculiarity. She could see that the water near the land was rising slowly. Dreams Nocturne also noticed this and knitted his eyebrows. Could it be? He had a guess, but he didn't dare to believe it. Alas, the sea didn't care about his thoughts as it kept rising up and up until a medium-sized wave had been created. By now, even Felix knew what was about to come and got into his surfing posture with a solemn expression. The second tsunami has emerged, Dallas commentated excitedly while zooming out on the frontrunners until the tsunami had joined the frame. Seeing how it was still rising while heading towards the players, the viewers knew that a second wave of players was going to be sent packing. Truly, some players within the pack had an ugly expression at the sight. Although they knew that the tsunami wouldn't be as strong as the last one due to the distance. Still, it was going to be tough to survive it since their energy and stamina had already started taking a toll on them. How were they supposed to keep hanging to the boulder when their body was semi-exhausted? While the pack were worrying about this, the frontrunners had different thoughts entirely. We can speed past it before it gets too high for us. I am going all out right now. Dreams Nocturne left this message behind while manifesting 2 smaller demonic wings right above his rear. The moment they emerge, they started flapping with the main wings, increasing his speed substantially, pulling away from Valkyrie's cry and Felix. Dreams Nocturne is attempting to fly over the tsunami while it is still small. Dallas shouted. Can he pull it off? Before the viewers could cheer for him, Valkyrie's cry accompanied him in his attempt, as she had also gone all out in her speed to pass over the tsunami. She had covered herself in that arrow-like aura that helped her penetrate the wind like a real pointy arrow. Only Felix was left behind. Unlike them, he didn't have any other secret way to increase his speed. He was currently flying at his best acceleration, and he could only watch them pulling away from him. Damn it! If they succeeded in passing over it while I hug the boulder, it's game over for me. Felix understood that it was going to be impossible to bridge the gap if that happened, since he would have given them at least a minute as a head start. This meant unless both of them ended up getting heavily hindered in the desert, the game would conclude with his loss. Felix had no intentions of relying on luck to help him win this game. I can do it as well. Felix knitted his eyebrows while lifting his head, staring deeply at the tsunami that had grown already past 200 meters, appearing like a monster ready to devour all things alike. By now, only the three of them were still on the move, as the rest of the players had already latched into a boulder to protect themselves. While Dreams Nocturne and Valkyrie were almost under the tsunami and about to attempt climbing over it, Felix was still hundreds of meters away. However, he didn't flinch or tremble in fear at the apocalyptic scene that would turn any commoner's legs into jelly. He simply narrowed his eyes in focus and kept going at his fastest speed. He understood that even if he failed to go over it, he wouldn't really die, since he could simply turn around and surf on it until it reaches the shore and disappears. Though, if that happens, it's a game over for him, as he would be placed with the last players. But he would rather end up losing like that than hope for a lucky strike to help him win the game. They are going to make it, Felix concluded after noticing that both Dreams Nocturne and Valkyrie's cry had already traveled half the tsunami, while its arch hadn't been manifested yet. He understood that curve or arch was the only thing that was going to stop them and him from passing over it. That's because the players were able to only fly 10 meters past any surface. This entailed that it was possible to fly horizontally with the tsunami, but impossible to do so if it had a moon-like curve extending outward. That's why no one bothered to attempt and pass over the first tsunami, since it had already been developed to its maximum height and already had a curve. Though, it seemed that the game had made the tsunami unable to fall on them even though it reached its peak, so the players wouldn't get killed when it fall over their heads. They did it. Good shit, Nocturne. Haha. That bastard's loss is secured now. I can't wait to see his expression. As expected, those two had gone past it successfully under the cheers of Dallas and the viewers. Their speed and close distance made it appear easier than it should have been. It's Landlord's turn. Is he going to achieve the same or flop? Dallas tightened his fists and said eagerly, I for one can't wait to find out. Meanwhile, Olivia and the rest of the team were already standing on their feet, while having their wide-opened eyes affixed on Felix, who appeared as tiny as an ant in front of the towering tsunami. They could see that he had already reached the bottom of it and was beginning the climb. He was keeping merely 5 meters away from the surface, making it extremely hard to notice his blue sandy path due to the color being the same as the water. This made Felix appear from that frame like he was truly surfing on the tsunami, but upward, going against the current. But when Dallas zoomed in the camera on him, that illusion was gone as the screen started displaying his serious and focused expression. It didn't seem like it was a fun experience, as the raging wind was making his messy golden hair flail around, hindering his vision. Water drops kept landing on his drenched clothes that were sticking to his defined and firm muscles. When those drops land on his face, Felix merely ignores them, keeping his entire focus placed on the peak of the tsunami that had yet to shape up an arch. But everyone knew that would happen soon, since the tsunami had already reached 400 meters in height. Based on the first time, it looked to everyone that the tsunami was limited to only 500 meters, as it couldn't really grow to infinity. This meant the tsunami would grow for another 100 meters before forming an arch and dooming Felix to lose the game. Seeing that he had just crossed half of it, the viewers weren't too optimistic about his chances. Surprisingly, Felix also calculated that based on his current speed, it was almost impossible to cross 200 meters before the arch forms. At least some of it. What do I do? Instead of letting the news affect him negatively, Felix started brainstorming for a method to help him pass over the upcoming arch. He already gave up on increasing his speed any further since the raging wind was going against him, making it impossible to even reach his previous peak speed. Asna, the Jormungandr, and Lady Sphinx all perked up their ears and listened to his thoughts in intrigue, wanting to know how would he solve his problem. Upon hearing the crazy ideas that were swimming quickly in his brain, they looked at each other and laughed together. Felix didn't even hear their laughter, as he quickly picked a plan with the highest success rate and started acting on it. Guardians of the temples, Eagle Guardian emerge. Felix called in his mind while extended his other palm in front of him. Pitch-black sand was projected tens of meters in the air without dropping. That's due to Felix's mental control. But since the Eagle Guardian was 8 meters tall, Felix's mental energy was draining rapidly to keep him from falling. But the moment the Eagle Guardian had been shaped up, Felix let him drop on the blue sandy path while using his mental energy to pull him. Felix had sand surfing passive, but the Eagle Guardian didn't. That meant he would end up getting left behind if Felix ever relaxed his control. As usual, the Eagle Guardian did his greeting ritual even in this situation, making the tenants in Felix's mind laugh out loud at the amusing scene. "What is Landlord up to?" Dallas shouted with a baffled tone. "He is just slowing himself down by adding that giant golem." Truly, Felix's speed had been lowered by a notch, making everyone confused by his decision to summon the Eagle Guardian. Felix didn't bother about how he was perceived as he simply kept surfing close to the tsunami that was already showing signs of curving from the top. At the start, it was barely noticeable, but the moment Felix reached 450 meters, the sky darkened upon Felix due to the arch blocking off the sun rays from his reaching him. Yet, instead of feeling agitated, Felix ordered calmly in his mind, "Eagle, throw me through the arch." The Eagle Guardian didn't think twice before clutching Felix in his giant hand and hurling him like a cannonball. Whoosh! Felix removed his mental control immediately after he got thrown, making the Eagle Guardian break out of his control and remain on the blue sandy path that was in the process of breaking into blue particles. Splush! The entire sequence happened so fast, the viewers could only watch Felix fly in the air with a dumbstruck expression. Since the camera was zoomed on him, they saw that he was flying in a straight posture with his hands extended in front of him while tightly clasped together, appearing like a swimmer jumping for a quick dive. His destination, the tip of the tsunami's arch. Splush! Before they could even think if he was going to make it to the other side or not, Felix had already penetrated the arch, disappearing out of sight. Deathly silence had fallen in the stadium and the stream as more than 100 billion viewers all over the galaxy was watching the other side of the arch while holding their breaths. A second later, splash! A fully drenched Felix had emerged behind the tsunami exactly the same as he entered, appearing like a human missile. Water accompanied him in the air as he flew a couple of meters due to the remaining momentum. The camera captured him right when the sun rays had shone over him, making his wet golden hair gleam for a split second, just like the drops of water that were dripping down his body. Felix jerked his hair to the side, exposing his face that had the same cocky smirk every time his plan had turned successful. Whoosh! Alas, gravity had to ruin the moment as Felix's body began descending back to the tsunami after he reached his peak height. Felix stopped smirking and quickly snapped his finger, creating a cloud of blue sand that helped him stop his descent. Then, he extended his palm forward and started pumping more blue sand to create another blue path. This time it was a path straight to victory, as the only remaining zone was the Damnation Desert. Once again, the daredevil had pulled it off. Thrilled and agitated, Dallas yelled at the mic with spit flying everywhere, hyping up the stadium and stream even more. Landlord! 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 Leader Emma and the rest of the fan club all broke into deafening chants with their cheeks flushed red in excitement and exhilaration. They didn't care how others perceived Felix or how much they hated him for keeping vital information to himself. The only thing that mattered to them was supporting their idol wholeheartedly. Robert, the Maxwell family, the council, the Earthling team, and every Earthling who was watching the game with them reacted in the same manner, as cheers had broken out in each place. "Brother Felix is so cool," Olivia said, laughing in pure happiness. Johnson and the rest nodded their heads in agreement while showing a hint of envy in their eyes at Felix's performance. They also wanted to take part in such a big stage and be viewed by hundreds of billions of viewers. Alas, they didn't have the guts to join the individual games since they were 10 times riskier than planetary games. At least in planetary games, they have teammates to support and help them. Plus, there was the surrender option. They knew that they weren't built to reach the same heights as Felix in the individual games, and if they ever tried to repeat his achievements, they would end up dying in their first game. Although they envied him, they were still happy that he was in their team, as that meant they would be able to win the upcoming games by a landslide, earning them profit and also helping the planet to climb higher on the ladder. Impossible! Why is he still behind us? Their thought process was broken by the shocked and agitated voice of Valkyrie after the camera had switched to her and Dreams Nocturne. Dallas wanted to see their reaction after they noticed that Felix was still glued behind him like a piece of gum in their hair. Shit! 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 He is going too fast. Dreams Nocturne's expression darkened when he spotted Felix's speed that was at least double their current speed. Clearly, it wasn't because Felix had magically managed to find a way to increase it, but simply because those two were forced to slow down since their energy was already below 20%. This was due to them going full ham in the first zone to create as much distance as possible from the pack. When they reached the second zone, they were planning on reducing their pace since they were already 3 kilometers away from the rest. However, Felix's emergence had changed this, as he forced them to keep going at their fastest speed so he wouldn't catch up to them. The only difference between them was that Felix had consumed way less energy and still had plenty in his tank to keep the same fast pace. Although he wasted a ton by using size manipulation, Felix still had the purified emergency tank unlike them. That's why Felix was fully confident in his chance to win the game if he kept being at the front runner. If it wasn't for so, he wouldn't have gone all out to fly over the tsunami. I am increasing my pace. We don't know how much energy he still has, but it wouldn't be too far from ours. Dreams Nocturne informed with an ugly expression. Valkyrie nodded her head and started flapping her wings faster, chasing after him. The reason they were losing more energy every time they increased their speed was that most wing abilities consume energy every second. That consumption depends on the current state of the wings. If they were dormant, the energy consumption would be at the bare minimum. If they were hyperactive, more fuel would be consumed. Because the consumption was based on elemental energy, their stamina wasn't really affected by it, making them not feel exhaustion at all. However, if those wings were based on a mutation and not an ability, they wouldn't consume elemental energy. But the users would sure feel physically tired when they keep flying for an extended period of time. Hence, pace and energy management were important in both cases. Too bad. Felix wasn't giving them the opportunity to do that with his massive energy pool. Dreams Nocturne and Valkyrie are 1 kilometer away from Landlord, Dallas said loudly. But the grass field is right in front of them, and beyond it is the desert. Can all 3 of them manage to survive it with their reckless energy management? The camera switched to what lays in front of Nocturne Dreams, making the viewers see the peaceful and soothing grass field like it was taken from paradise itself. A huge contrast to the raging sea in front of it and the dreadful desert behind it. It was like a piece of land that was meant to bait the players into giving up. However, when those 3 reached it, they didn't even spare the grass a glance as they continued flying towards the desert. This half-zone wasn't made for frontrunners but for the players at the last place who knew that it was impossible to win the game. Instead of hanging around in those 2 dangerous zones, it was much better to stay in the grass field until the game ends. Sometime later, Dreams Nocturne and Valkyrie had officially stepped inside the peaceful golden desert that resembled any regular one. There were golden dunes that were big enough to be called mounds, and that's all. Only dunes and sand stretched to the horizon. If it wasn't for a beacon of light that was shining brightly at the other side of the desert, Dreams Nocturne and Valkyrie wouldn't have known where was the finish line at. Whoosh! Finally, I am here. Felix laughed in elation the moment he crossed to the desert. Without further ado, Felix dropped into the golden sand after deactivating his desert domain. There was no need to create a path when the entire desert was his playground. The hell is that posture? The viewers were left speechless when they saw him placing his bulgy tail's end on the sand while he sat on his folded long tail. He was sitting in a mediation position while stretching his arms behind his back lazily. As for his speed, he was going only slightly slower than before due to him surfing on dunes instead of flying over them like the other 2. This is so unfair. Valkyrie cried in her mind at the demoralizing sight of Felix catching up to them without wasting a single ounce of energy. She knew that he was probably relying on passive sand surfing since it was a somewhat known ability, unlike the other unique ones. Although the distance was getting a bit longer between them, she understood that she was bound to get exhausted in the middle of the desert if she kept going at this pace. When that happens, forget about the marathon, they would either get killed by Felix or the beasts hiding under the sand. Dreams Nocturne was no different. Felix was killing them slowly but surely. It seems like Dreams Nocturne and Valkyrie are at their wits' end. Dallas sighed. They are hopeless to reach the finish line, and they can't even kill Landlord since their energy is too low. Even if it wasn't, I doubt they were capable of killing him. The only chance they got to win the game is by Landlord ending up dying to the beasts lurking underneath the desert. The viewers agreed with his comment as they also believed that Felix had pretty much secured the win unless he got super unlucky with the desert's obstacles. Unbeknownst to them, Felix was able to feel the vibrations in the sand, making him sense the beast's positions from kilometers under the sand. Even if he didn't have it, he could easily utilize his vision abilities to spot them beforehand. Hence, the moment he noticed that a 2-meter scorpion-like beast was about to emerge tens of meters in front of him, he changed his direction slightly to the left. Splush! As expected, a brownish-scaled scorpion had emerged right next to Felix instead from beneath him. Before the viewers could exclaim at its sudden appearance, the scorpion straightaway attacked Felix with its gleaming red sting. Whoosh! Alas! The golden sand rose in front of the sting and blocked it automatically without Felix even glancing at it. Looking at the frozen stiffly scorpion, Asna couldn't help but feel bad for it. Why are you bullying the little thing like this? You want him to hit me? Felix asked speechlessly. I see no issues with that. Asna laughed. Too bad. In this desert, even if I wanted to let them hit me, they wouldn't be able to. Felix said while glancing at the poor scorpion who was chasing after him. If this wasn't a race, he would have started farming the beasts here. While Felix was being chased by a couple of new desert beasts that failed to kill him, Dreams Nocturne and Valkyrie weren't having the best time either. Giant page-colored worms kept emerging from the dunes and reach up to those two who were 10 meters in the air. Felix wasn't exposed to the same worms since he was racing on the ground obediently. Naturally, to balance things out, the game made it harder for those with flying abilities since it wouldn't make sense that only the players on the ground get exposed to the beasts. Those worms weren't easy to deal with as they were long and flexible, forcing those two to continue evading even when they pass over the worms. I can't do this anymore, Valkyrie said in dread. I am at 15% energy and I will drop to 10% soon if I kept dealing with those worms. Same. Dreams Nocturne frowned his eyebrows as he sent a message. I suggest we turn back to the grass field before the second obstacle begin, and we get left stranded in the desert without energy to defend ourselves. My thoughts exactly, Valkyrie said. Sigh, it was a close game. Dreams Nocturne glanced at Felix and complained. Mythical bloodliners are truly too unfair to play against. The moment he noticed that Valkyrie had made a sharp turn, Dreams Nocturne stopped thinking about those disheartening matters and followed after her. Their lives were far more important than forcefully trying to secure a win with all of those disadvantages stacked against them. I guess their energy tank had finally given up on them. Felix smirked as he gazed at them flying towards the grass field but not from his direction. They weren't stupid to come near Felix since he could simply fly up and force them to fight him. While they didn't know how much energy he had, they understood that it was much more than theirs. As expected, Valkyrie and Nocturne were forced to make a tactical retreat. Dallas leaned against his chair and shook his head slightly. You can't just sprint in a marathon from the very start and expect to finish it. While those two Idols fans were sighing in dejection or booing for Felix, Emma and the rest of the club had already started an early celebration by chanting loudly. 5 wins in row, 5 more to go. 5 wins in row, 5 more to go. 5 wins in row, 5 more to go. It seems like Landlord's fans are believing in their Idols' chances to break the current win streak record in the SG Human branch. Dallas commentated while switching the camera to Emma, Marcus, and the rest. It was common knowledge that the highest win streak record was 10 wins. It was currently held by a retired SG player who became a bloodline clan leader in the Bardo Empire. However, unlike Felix, he didn't skip to gold from silver, and he also didn't win the first 4 placement games, making him obtain a single-tier advancement in each win and also have a shitty MMR. That made it easier for him to win 4 games in bronze and 4 more in silver just to end his winning streak after winning 2 more gold games. But still, to achieve so, he was extremely strong and skilled. But most importantly, he had a stroke of defying luck to get games that he was good at and advantageous to his abilities. Meanwhile, Felix could care less about the record as he was playing to climb as fast as possible. Another win in the bag. I wonder how much revenue would I be getting for this one? Felix pondered while scratching his chin. Felix believed that he should be getting at least 40 billion SC since the expensive ticket prices alone were going to net him 30 billion SC. Don't even mention the stream, the recorded game earnings, etc. If it wasn't for the SG Alliance deducting 5% taxes from his total, he would have earned more. Thankfully, the SG Alliance gave him straight away the deducted amount to not piss him off after seeing how much he was getting robbed. 40 billion SC. Felix thought, I should donate 1 billion SC to the planet's bank account for the troubles I brought to the citizen. It truly won't be fun for them to know that most backgrounds are sending their people over. But, if everything went well with the Anti-Royalty Alliance, they wouldn't need to worry at all. Felix still felt responsible for the plight he caused by his exposure, though it was going to happen sooner or later. Honestly, he felt that it was much better that it happened now instead of later since the planet was still locked from outsiders. If he got exposed months or years later, the planet would have already integrated with other kingdoms, giving their bloodliners permission to roam the planet freely. By then, the citizen would truly get harassed by those bloodliners due to Felix. But now, as long as the council never gives permission to anyone, those citizens wouldn't be approached by the non-natives. However, those backgrounds could still potentially hire natives and make them do their bids like the Gamma organization. Nevertheless, Felix wasn't worried about this as well since the second planetary game was just around the corner, and when he wins it, they would order for a planetary defensive grid that helps them strike down spaceships that either land on their soil or in space. If those background fleets got destroyed or kicked out from the planet, those Earthling gangs and criminal organizations wouldn't dare to provoke the Council after they see their means. Surveillance tower and planetary defensive grid were the backbones of every planet in this era. Only by having both of them could primitive planets afford to focus on their citizen without worrying too much about non-natives. That's why he wasn't worried about his grandfather and Olivia getting kidnapped. As long as his grandfather and family remained in Pearl Island, they would be safe from criminals, aiming for them. Even if someone made it to the island, Eric and Malik were going to wipe the floor with them. As for Olivia, she was staying in the Earthling headquarters, the safest place on the entire planet. Whoosh whoosh. Felix's thoughts were broken by the sound of the wind that had noticeably increased in speed. Sand grains were lifted in the air and drifted by, making Felix rest his chin on his hand. It seems like the sandstorm is approaching. Not a second later, Felix managed to spot a massive brownish cloud that was edging closer to him from the front. It was long enough it stretched past Felix's line of sight. In terms of size, Felix didn't know how big it was, but he believed that it was even bigger than the tsunami. Yet, not a shred of fear had resurfaced on Felix's face as he kept surfing on his tail. This game might not be over after all, Dallas said. If by some miracle, Landlord ended up dying in the sandstorm, the players behind him who had yet to surrender could still win it. Alas, Dallas regretted those words the moment Felix had entered the sandstorm. Felix's body didn't even get hit by a single sand grain as the moment they reach 1 meter to him. They freeze like he had some sort of a godly aura blocking them off. But in reality, those sand grains were simply reacting to Felix's passive absolute sand defense. How could sand harm Felix when he has this passive? Hence, the creation of a mind-blowing scene of Felix surfing in the middle of a raging sandstorm without having a speck of dirt on his face or clothes. He truly became a semi-god in the desert with his abilities. Dallas commentated with a wry smile, making the viewers envy Felix for his sand bloodline that caused all of this. When Dallas saw that Felix had passed through the sandstorm successfully, he murmured near his mic, Maybe he will reach beyond the four greats in the universal individual supremacy games. The moment his voice resounded in the stadium and the stream, most viewers shuddered in shock and alarm. The same thought couldn't help but go through their minds. When they recalled Felix's abilities, experience, skills, and other assets that separate him from the rest of the players, they started to see that he might actually be able to pull it off. It's been really a long time since we had a bloodliner climb to diamond rank of the USG. Maganda Chief sighed. Indeed, the only 4 bloodliners who made it to that rank are being named the Great Four. Zojia shook her head. But in reality, there is nothing great in having only 4 humans from a quadrillion population in the galaxy make it to diamond rank. Well, it's really not easy to climb the USG where it was infested with hundreds of different races that were built for combat from their birth unlike us. Gabrielle said, "It is already a legendary achievement in my eyes to go beyond platinum rank in that hellish competition. Do you think Landlord could actually go beyond them?" Maganda wondered. "I don't know." Zojia said, "We don't even know if he was going to accept the normal promotion and stay in the SG human branch or break off and join the USG. I believe in the latter." Maganda nodded his head firmly. If his organization truly wanted to gather data about the strength of the bloodline, then testing it against other races is the best course possible. Clearly, Landlord is overpowering bloodliners easily, and he shouldn't be even in gold rank. True, he is too strong and the organization wouldn't be getting useful data against those bloodliners. Barry agreed. This meant he only needs to win one more game against bloodliners before playing the promotion games in the UISG platform. Maganda smiled faintly. "I won't lie and say that I am quite anticipated to see the reaction of other races when they fight against him. Ha ha ha. Same. Our race has been bullied more than enough in USG Gold and Platinum rank." Gabrielle smirked. "It's time for our turn. Though his integration is too low currently." Zojia chimed in. "He needs to integrate in the next months to a year until he reaches peak 3rd stage of replacement. I believe he would have enough strength to place his mark in gold rank by then, unlike the rest of the bloodliners who get trampled on like children." The rest of the alliance agreed with her. "That's if he isn't caught by then." Barry added one last time before focusing back on Felix, who was just about to reach the finish beacon without any dramatic occurrence. He just crossed over it, and when he emerged on the other side, the beacon had exploded into bright lights, leaving behind a single notice for the incoming players. "Congratulations to the champion Landlord for finishing the marathon first." Immediately after the players saw it, they smiled bitterly while slowing their speed down until they stopped at once. Meanwhile, those chilling in the grass merely dusted their hands and stood up, preparing for the teleportation. Although battles were allowed in the grass field, no one bothered to provoke another without benefits that were worth risking for. Hence, this marathon might have apocalyptic natural disasters, but not a lot of players ended up dead in the game. "Now that you are done, get some rest and continue your training," the Jormungandr said after he saw that Felix was in the process of teleportation. Felix's joy from winning the game was replaced with dread after remembering the grind that was waiting for him. "I will be on it after a nap," he said after opening his eyes back in the rumbling stadium that was filled with boos and cheers. But mostly booze. "You have 2 hours break," the Jormungandr informed calmly. "There is much to learn and time isn't our ally in your situation." Felix nodded his head slightly while waving his hand to his fans and the angry mob that was booing him. He understood that even if he trained his poison manipulation for a year, it was nothing compared to serpent halflings who were training with their limited manipulation since the moment they were born. Naturally, those were the remaining descendants of the Jormungandr, and God knows how they would react to him when he meets with them in the UISG. After all, he was a fucking human with poison manipulation just like them. No, he had the complete version unlike them. Still, at this moment, they were 100 times better than him in manipulating poison. He had to work hard every day to bridge the gap lest he ends up shaming the Jormungandr in front of other primogenitors when they see that the champion he chose was worse than his descendants. 2 hours of nap. Better get going. Felix smiled one last time to the spectators before flashing away, leaving behind him disgruntled Dallas, who was just about to jump down for a quick post-game interview with him. "Too bad." Felix wouldn't be the same without leaving unanswered questions behind him. 1 hour and a half later, in the Androxa house, the game's highlights were already spread all over the network in the galaxy for those interested in SG News. The moment Felix had won the game, he received another bunch of invitations to interviews, threats, insults, troll emails, etc., making Emma drawn in them, though she clearly filtered only the useful ones and left the rest in the spam. Since Felix had fully blocked communication with George, Olivia, Johnson, Mr. Rodriguez, and the rest of the people close to him, he ended up receiving congratulations emails from them, to which he read them after waking up from his nap. Felix chuckled when he read that Olivia was threatening to cut all relations with him if he didn't unblock her. Too bad. Felix had no intentions of unblocking them for now, as he had no time to deal with their questions and inquiries. He understood that they were eager, just like the rest, to know his secrets and possibly benefit from them as well. That was completely understandable behavior, but Felix didn't have time for it. When he dealt with their emails, Felix jumped to Chief Maganda's email that was sent in the past hour after they failed to get in touch with him. A minute later, Felix closed the email while rubbing his chin. It seems like they are getting a bit impatient with meeting the organization. I guess it's time to put them at ease that the organization is the real deal. I can't lose allies like them, and especially when I can take full advantage of their resources. After making his decision, Felix sent a small message to Chief Maganda, entailing that he got a video meeting with them at 12 a.m. next Friday. So, in 7 days. Upon doing so, Felix waved the inbox from his face and requested, "Queen, please show me the game's earnings again. I want to do a quick calculation." When Felix had just teleported to his house, the first thing he did was glance at his earnings, but since he only had 2 hours of rest, he left it after he wakes up from his nap. Winning wish. Total streaming revenue, 0.01% from game points /1% from popularity /3% from victory 47.5 billion SC, with taxes. Game points collected solo, 600 GP. Although the earning list wasn't as long as the previous ones, it was still the best earning list Felix had ever gotten. 47.5 billion SC. That's after the Alliance took their taxes. Felix couldn't help but smile foolishly after seeing the amount again. He understood that with the 11 billion SC that he possessed right now, he would have 58.5 billion SC in his bank account. That's liquid assets that could be used anytime and any day. But Felix understood that this was merely a one-time occurrence due to the viewers fighting for tickets to see the appearance and abilities of First Mythical Bloodliner. However, in the upcoming games, the ticket prices would return to somewhat normal as well as the streaming viewership. 98% of people would rather watch the highlights in the VR videos platform for free than watch an entire game. Even if the amount would be lowered in the next game, it would definitely not get lower than 15 billion SC in each game. Felix rubbed his hands together like a sleazy salesman, making Lady Sphinx roll her eyes at his poorness. In her eyes, coins wouldn't even get her the cheapest material in her current state. Thankfully, she kept those thoughts to herself. "Queen, show me my profile," Felix requested. Name of the participant: Unpaid Landlord _6996. Age: unknown. Address: unknown. Integration level: unknown. Rank: high tier gold. Placements are finished. Games played: 005. Wins: 005. Loss: 000. Win streak: 005. Click to obtain rewards. Loss streak: 000. Eliminations: 047. Hopefully, I have gotten some good coupons this time. Felix rubbed his palms in anticipation and pressed on the win streak button. Immediately after, a hologram emerged before him. 1-tier advancement coupon. Allow the user to jump a tier in any rank. You can't skip promotion games. 1 use /365 days before expiring. 2x2 game points coupon. Allow the user to double all earned game points in one game. Only game points farmed in the game are counted. 1 use /365 days before expiring. 3. World announcement coupon. Allow the user to send a message into the sky, visible throughout the entire game world. 1 use/365 days before expiring. 4. Format pick coupon. Allow the user to pick a format of his own choice. 1 use/365 days before expiring. Not bad at all. Felix grinned. All of those coupons were useful in their own moments, especially the X2 game points coupon. If he had it in his previous games, he would have earned at least 20k GP. Meanwhile, the 1-tier advancement coupon was almost perfect for Felix in this situation as he could skip straight to the promotion game. But he wasn't going to do it. He wasn't a retard to let go of a chance to brutalize those peak second stage bloodliners one last time and earn tens of billions SC of their backs. Plus, he would be able to continue his winning streak, giving him more coupons. I will activate the format pick coupon and choose the battle format in my next game. Felix licked his lips. Let's see how many game points I will earn from hunting them. Kinda feel bad that I missed the PPFT market gathering. Seeing the pitiful GP amount in the list made Felix remember the PPFT market that was going to be held in 7 days. Although it was 7 days later, Felix still had missed it, since by the time the players gather in the market, his prize pool items would have already been purchased by other players in his game. Honestly, it was for the best that Felix didn't go since he was probably going to be harassed by the players when he places his shop. Those players would not buy shit from him and also annoy the rest of the players who actually wanted to buy something. To avoid all of that, it was much better to just not participate in this one. At least until the situation about his bloodlines cooled down. Upon seeing that the 2 hours of rest were about to finish, Felix quickly contacted Gowadi. Ring ring. Clunk. After the call got connected, Felix requested the entire epic tier 5 stock of bird species from fire and wind element. Before Gowadi could register his request, Felix added, I also want the entire stock of octopus species with water element and avian species. Are you sure about it? Gowadi gulped a mouthful and said, that would be a total of 26 bottles. Just give me their pricing. Felix rushed him. Give me a moment. Gowadi went silent for a couple of seconds before sending Felix an email that had each bloodline price and the total amount if he bought them all. 9.9 billion SC for 7 fire bottles, 8 wind bottles, 8 water bottles, and lastly 3 avian species bottles. Those water bottles were for the trade he was planning on making with the Anti-Royalty Alliance. He was going to sell them a 75% Essence Primogenitor bottle. In return, he was going to make them sign a contract that was extremely beneficial to him. Felix didn't doubt that they wouldn't accept it since they were desperate to get their hands on a Primogenitor's bottle. Too bad. 75% wasn't enough to awake the Primogenitor, and their tech wasn't going to discover the secrets of the essence since only beings like Primogenitors and Unigens could do so. I should milk them out of 50 billion SC for it. Felix grinned widely while disconnecting the call. If others knew that Felix was going to earn 50 billion SC for a bottle that cost him almost nothing with his reselling scheme, they would honestly cough out blood from envy. Though, Felix understood that the reason the first bottle was expensive as hell was due to its research value. When the Anti-Royalty Alliance find out nothing from researching the bottle, they weren't going to buy it again at the same price like fools. Felix merely cared about the one bottle going to the light so he could remove the suspension on him, as everyone would be aiming their guns at his organization. Plus, he wouldn't receive more public backlash when the news of the bottle's existence spread far and wide. The only problem with this plan is my location. Felix thought, Botadai can't deliver cross galaxies and I don't trust anyone with my coordinates. This was the reason Felix purchased those 26 bottles now. He was planning on waiting thousands of kilometers near the VIP wormhole expressway for Botadai to bring him his stuff. Because the moment he enters the wormhole and emerges from the other side, he wouldn't stop until the next Mariana's VIP expressway. That expressway would be connected to the Witch Forsythia Galaxy's outskirts. Felix wanted to make 2 last deliveries with Botadai before he exits the galaxy. He wasn't worried about getting located by other spaceships due to his spaceship's excellent anti-surveillance system. Plus, he would be staying tens of thousands of kilometers away from the wormhole. It was almost impossible to spot him like that. Phew. Too many things to do and consider. Felix glanced at his bracelet and cracked his neck. But nothing will matter if I don't increase my strength first. Let's start training. The Jormungandr smiled faintly when he saw that he had started practicing the liquefying technique. Checkmate. Lady Sphinx drank a sip while gesturing with her head at the chessboard. The Jormungandr's smile stiffened after hearing so. He looked at his chessboard and started to feel despair playing against this monster. They were already on their 40 games and he had yet to win a single game, making Asna mock him every single day for it. Let's postpone for later. The Jormungandr coughed. It seems like the kid is requiring my guidance. Looking at Felix, who was training in silence, Lady Sphinx snickered lightly at his attempt to weasel away. But she didn't embarrass him by exposing it. Instead, she teleported to Asna's mansion, where Asna was currently watching a rerun of the same series in boredom. What are you watching? Lady Sphinx asked while sitting at the side of the bed. My boyfriend can't understand me. A long drama with 3 seasons. Asna said lazily. I don't know why you guys like watching people acting fakely. Lady Sphinx shook her head. It's not like I have anything else to do. Asna murmured. Why don't you enter the UVR then? Lady Sphinx frowned her eyebrows. I believe that it is possible to connect to the UVR if you possess this thief's body for a couple of seconds until the Queen AI binds your consciousness with the AP bracelet. No! Asna shook her head firmly. At the start, I was trying to hiddenly possess his body by using the purified energy without caring if it was going to work or not. But now, I don't dare to risk it since it might fail and his brain could end up imploding if I switched with him. Indeed, Lady Sphinx agreed with her on this point. She was already informed by Asna about her prisoning situation and the millions of souls that she absorbed their memories. Those memories were going to be daunting to handle for Felix's brain if Asna attempted to possess his body even for a few seconds. Although she believed that there was like a 10% chance of that happening, she still didn't want to tell Felix about it and put him in a bad position. Well, if you promise me something, I can help you out. Lady Sphinx tempted. I know a potion recipe that allows the soul to be split into 2 halves for a couple of seconds. Asna raised her eyebrows in surprise and said, a potion like that exists? I thought only the spirits and souls Unijin Guardian is capable of doing that. Well, my limit is just for 3 seconds. Souls and spirits are too hard for me to study since the spiritual universe is blocking my access. Lady Sphinx informed. But I can tweak the recipe to make it target splitting both of your souls from each other for 4 seconds, and that would give you enough time for the Queen to bind your consciousness with the bracelet. Is it going to harm Felix? Asna asked with a worried tone. Don't worry, your boyfriend will only feel some pain from the process. Lady Sphinx teased after seeing that Asna truly cared for Felix's well-being. Boyfriend? Asna humphed. Like hell I will ever end up together with that pervy prick. Haha, aren't you guys together right now? Lady Sphinx laughed while covering her mouth, making Asna feel annoyed. Seeing that she wasn't going to reply, Lady Sphinx chuckled. Fine, fine. Just tell me, do you want to make a deal or not? What do I need to offer? Asna tilted her head in confusion and asked. I doubt I have something that's useful to you. Lady Sphinx got closer to Asna and requested with a smile. I simply want you to help me out in the latest discovery of mine when you finally split your soul from this little thief. By then, your peak strength would have been recovered. Are you willing to wait that long? Asna said. I doubt I will be freed anytime soon. Don't worry. Lady Sphinx offered her furry golden hand to Asna and winked. The only thing I don't lack is time. Upon hearing so, Asna shook her hand to seal the deal and said eagerly, when are you going to finish the potion? My clone was already in the process of tweaking the recipe a week ago. Lady Sphinx smiled. I don't know when she will finish the whole thing, but it wouldn't take more than a year. It seemed like Lady Sphinx had expected Asna to agree to the deal before she even proposed it. A year? Asna nodded her head. That's not too long. All right, I will leave you be. Seeing that she didn't mind, Lady Sphinx stood up. However, before she could teleport, Asna asked her suddenly, how about that old snake? Do you have a way for him to enter the UVR? What are you talking about? Lady Sphinx looked at her speechlessly. Unlike you, He can enter the UVR anytime he wanted. He is a separated consciousness and he only needs a bracelet and call for the queen. The hell? Was it always that simple? Asna was left at loose for words at the sound of that. Of course, your problem is that the Queen AI considers you and Felix as one person due to your soul being merged. That's why splitting your souls would do the trick. But for Jormy? He doesn't need to do any of that. Lady Sphinx clarified. Old snake, did you hear that? Asna shouted from the window at the Jormungandr who was sitting on a tea table while watching Felix train. Yes, he shouted back without turning his head. Then why don't you enter the UVR? Didn't I tell you many times that I don't want to? The Jormungandr said. Upon hearing so, Asna realized the reason why neither she nor Felix knew that it was so easy for Jormungandr to get access to the UVR. The old snake never gave them the chance to even try since he always expressed his disinterest to enter the UVR. Jormy, stop being stubborn. Lady Sphinx teleported next to him and said, How are you going to meet with other primogenitors and bet with them if you keep staying here? True. The Jormungandr glanced at Asna and asked telepathically, Did you find a way to help her enter the UVR as well? I did. Lady Sphinx's eyes widened slightly as she asked telepathically, Don't tell me you never bothered with the UVR due to her? The Jormungandr smiled gently while looking at the fuming Asna who seemed furious on his place for rejecting to enter the UVR. I just didn't want her to feel left behind. The Jormungandr focused back on Felix and said lastly, She suffered in the past and is suffering in the present. When she gets freed, she will suffer again in the future. Understanding what he was implying, Lady Sphinx took a glance at Asna and thought, The origin of laws, a being that shouldn't have been born. She shook her head to remove those thoughts and said, Don't worry about her. She will join next year in the UVR if everything went well. All right, I will inform the lad after he finishes his training. The Jormungandr waved his hand at Lady Sphinx and shouted at Felix after seeing him entering a daze. Don't lose focus. After training his poison manipulation for over 8 hours, Felix finally decided to stop for the day as he was mentally exhausted. Since the results weren't really that obvious, the training truly appeared like a rewardless daily grind. But Felix had no intentions of bailing out on reaching second stage of poison manipulation as fast as possible. When Felix went for a quick shower, the Jormungandr had informed him about his desire to enter the UVR and the way to do so. Naturally, the first thing Felix asked was Asna's chances of using the same method. Although he was told that wasn't possible, Lady Sphinx did inform him about the potion that she was making for Asna. Are you willing to drink it? Lady Sphinx asked. Your life wouldn't be endangered, but the pain both of you will experience would be beyond your comprehension. Isn't just pain? Felix chuckled. I am used it to buy now. Let's see if you will say the same when you taste pain based on soul. Lady Sphinx kept this thought to herself. She didn't want to discourage him or make him stressful when the potion wouldn't be ready until a year later. Elder, I will shop for an 11th generation or hopefully 12th generation bracelet right now. Felix informed the Jormungandr. I only have normal bracelets on me now, and they lack too many useful features. All right, you know better, the Jormungandr said, smiling. Felix nodded his head while opening a website that belonged to the metal race branch in the galaxy. This website was responsible for selling all the technologies, equipment, gadgets, devices, bracelets, and every other invention by the metal race. Naturally, Felix didn't have access to everything but just the public items. He straightaway entered the bracelet section and scrolled to the most expensive ones that were still available in stock. Upon finding that 150 11th Gen AP bracelets were still in stock, he quickly purchased 2 online and obtained their serial codes. Then, he sent it to Bodadai and told him to bring them with the rest of the 26 bottles. 2 days later, at 11:05 a.m., Sir Felix, the spaceship has stopped exactly 10,480 kilometers away from the VIP Wormhole Expressway. The Queen's monotonous voice resounded in Felix's mind, interrupting his training session. Felix threw a poisonous liquid drop in his mouth and requested calmly, "Log me out." The moment Felix opened his eyes in VR pod, the needles that were connecting to his bloodstream, automatically withdrawn while the glass door opened up slowly. Felix stepped outside of the pod wearing only his underwear. His feet were touching the room's carpet naturally like gravity was still applied on the spaceship. That's because of the artificial gravity of the spaceship. Felix didn't bother to look through the science of it, but he knows that the centripetal force wasn't required in the technology used. Anyhow, Felix stretched his limbs for a couple of seconds before walking to the closest window to him. Since the spaceship was finally not moving and there was no close star to emit light, Felix was left to marvel at the universe's breathtaking beauty. Stars of different colors, appearing like tiny dots, colorful nebulas of different shapes and sizes filled Felix's vision, making him wonder about their astronomical size. Although he had been to space many times and experienced its beauty on multiple occasions in his clan's spaceships, Felix always got mesmerized by it. Waking up to such a sight is truly a delightful experience. Feeling refreshed, Felix smiled and walked to the spaceship's cafeteria. When he was seated on a circular milky white table, he pressed on the holographic menu and ordered breakfast. He wasn't worried about the food or taste being horrible since the kitchen was run by bots and the food stock in the spaceship was loaded to the brim. The stock would probably last him a couple of years. Naturally, Felix had ordered for his spaceship to be filled with all of this before it reached him. In a short while, Felix started eating his breakfast while sending the newest coordinates to Bodadai. Since he was in space, the coordinates were different as there was no altitude, latitude, or 4 directions. Instead, it was a long serial code of 1,000 letters mixed with numbers. This code wouldn't make sense to anyone but the Queen AI. That's because the UVR's roots were spread on a universal level. That made it possible to map out at least 30% of the known universe and make the Queen be the GPS of everyone. Hence, when Felix sent this code to Bodadai, the Queen would inform Bodadai of the exact place where Felix was currently standing. Naturally, this wouldn't have worked if Felix's spaceship was in an area that wasn't mapped out. The way to map out an area was simple. The AP bracelet of every person was constantly scanning the area around him. For example, Felix's 11th gen bracelet was capable of scanning up to a 1-kilometer radius. This meant right now he was helping the Queen map out that 1 kilometer around him. Though, in this situation, the Queen already possessed a map of his area since other people had gone through here for billions of times due to being in one of the directions to the Wormhole Expressway. The reason people allow this to happen was because it was to their own benefit. Without the Queen's map and GPS feature, they wouldn't know where to go and how to arrive at another place fast enough without ending up crashing into a meteor, planet, or another unlucky spaceship in their path. Only due to the Queen AI was it possible to fly at the speed of light without that kind of worry. That's because she always chooses the perfect path to their destination. If she couldn't do so, she would inform them to see if they were willing to risk going blindly or not. This was another reason why the Queen was treated in high regard by everyone. When Felix had finished dealing with Bodadai's situation, he went to the cockpit, wanting to see the VIP Wormhole Expressway. Alas, his spaceship was parked way too far for him to spot it. Adding to the stars and nebulas around him made it impossible to know which dot it belongs to it. Felix understood that if this was a natural wormhole, its size would be noticeable even if he was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Too bad. Felix knew that the space worm race wasn't capable of creating wormholes with that astronomical size. Only the universe was capable of creating them. The space primogenitor is capable of creating it. The Jormungandr interrupted. I have seen him once do it. Heck, I believe that wormhole is still up and running to this day if that fatty worm is still alive. He is alive, all right, Lady Sphinx said. He was also part of the primogenitors who decided to enter the illusionary world. Upon hearing so, Felix clutched his heart in pain, as he knew that his chance to use the space element had been forever butchered. Alive primogenitor equals bad choice. If Lady Sphinx wasn't kind and had probably a thing for the Jormungandr, he assumes, she wouldn't have spared him even if she saw his research value. Felix had no intentions of testing his luck for the third time with another alive primogenitor. I heard you order avian species bottles before. Have you finally made up your mind? Lady Sphinx asked. Yes, There is no point in delaying it any further. Felix nodded his head. Naturally, to make sure that Felix ends up with a primogenitor that was willing to hand him his elemental manipulation, they discussed it days ago. After all, Lady Sphinx was going to make experiments on Felix to turn him into the first person to host multiple elemental manipulations in the universe. That wouldn't be possible if the primogenitors chosen refused to give their elemental manipulations. That's why the primogenitors who were still alive were the first to be eliminated, followed by primogenitors who were dead but had hostile or unfriendly relations with Jormungandr and the Sphinx. Even ones who disliked lesser races were removed as well, since they might straightaway kill Felix from disgust. Heck, even the illusion primogenitor was eliminated since he was still alive like Lady Sphinx. This made Felix drop any thoughts of utilizing the illusion affinity that he had. It was a hard decision, but it had to be done to avoid getting killed. In the end, Felix was left with merely 7 potential primogenitors who were dead and also had a familiar relation with either the Jormungandr or Lady Sphinx. Those primogenitors were representing 7 elements, ranging from common, uncommon to rare. But Lady Sphinx told Felix to focus only on common elements first, since she explained that uncommon and rare elements were more complex and it would make her research tougher from the start. It was better to start simple and increase the difficulty as they go. Felix had no issue with that. He already dropped his prejudice against common elements. The 3 common elements he was given to choose from were lightning, wind, and water. The lightning element was belonging to Thor. The wind element was for the celestial rock. Lastly, the water element as belonging to the Kraken. Just because wind and water were going to be used by Eric and the Anti-Royalty Alliance, it didn't mean that Felix couldn't use them as well. After all, 99% of the essence that he gathers from bloodlines wasn't the only amount out there. In fact, if Felix wanted, he could continue gathering the Jormungandr's essence from other tiers 5/6/7 bloodlines and create more 99% filled bottles. But he didn't do so since he never had to, and his capital never allowed him to go for side projects like those. With that being said, Felix had still made his choice in the past couple of days after thinking deeply about it. The lightning element is my final pick, he informed calmly. I will be awakening Thor, the Elder's best friend and rival. Good choice. Lady Sphinx smiled. He is the one with the highest chances of giving you his elemental manipulation. Felix nodded his head in agreement. But he didn't only do it for that, but also because the lightning element was the perfect one for him currently. After all, the lightning element was one of the best for destructiveness and also mobility. Felix was missing both. The only reason Felix was hesitating to pick the lighting element instantly was due to Thor's unique species. The Jormungandr had shown him how Thor appeared and his species when he was given the choices. He belonged to the Avian species, an ancient and extremely rare creature that lived in planets with thunderclouds raging all year long. This species was known for their eel-like resemblance, as they were long, thin, and had fish-like scales with tiny holes in them. Meanwhile, their scales' color ranges from black and white. While eels were known for living in shallow water, the avions lived in thunderclouds by consuming clouds and lightning. While clouds were their source of food, lightning was their source of survival. Without absorbing it ceaselessly day and night, their speed wouldn't be fast enough that gravity wouldn't work on them. Because they never stopped wheezing by inside the thunderclouds, it was extremely difficult to catch them and extract their bloodline essence. Hence, their prices weren't a joke. But with Felix's win in the 5th game and the upcoming load of coins from selling the water bottle to the Anti-Royalty Alliance, Felix stopped bothering with prices and just went for the pick. Cough. Elder, you told me to pick an element, but how am I supposed to land on it when I drink the elemental potion? Felix asked with a tingle of hope. Or are you going to gift me a potion that could help me awaken lightning element? Naturally, I can easily make a potion that could achieve such a result, Lady Sphinx said. Before Felix could get CK'd to hear this, Lady Sphinx said calmly, but I don't gift stuff. I make trades and deals. Always. Deals? Felix asked speechlessly. Yes, the potion is worth 45 billion SC. Lady Sphinx said. Only I and sage witches can concoct it. Felix drew a deep breath at the price. He expected that it would be expensive since he never heard of a potion that could specifically awaken a targeted element, but he didn't know it would be this much. 45 billion SC is the market price for it, but it goes for way higher than that. Lady Sphinx said calmly. This potion rarely gets sold but traded with an item of an equal value. That's because it doesn't just awaken the lightning element but also increase your affinity of it by 30% at once. No wonder, Felix exclaimed. He understood that if the potion truly provided 30% affinity enhancement, then its price was fully justifiable. Although in his case that 30% was useless since he had asthma, but for other users, they would need to spend at least 30 billion SC for it. It wasn't easy at all to increase affinity, and people would jump on any item that was helping them increase it no matter how expensive it was. This wasn't just for humans but for other races that were heavily reliant on elemental affinity as well. So, am I going to pay 45 billion for it? Felix clutched his heart at the thought of it. He just earned almost 50 billion from the game, yet it was about to be spent almost entirely for a potion. Don't be silly. Lady Sphinx waved her hand and said calmly, I don't need coins. I have more than enough to create a planet of them. TSK, TSK. Both Asna and the Jormungandr clicked their tongues after hearing her brag like this. Unbothered, Lady Sphinx said, What I want you to do is earn the potion. Felix sighed in relief and asked, Oh? What should I do? Not much. Lady Sphinx smiled faintly. I simply want you to emerge as one of the top 3 scorers in the first semester in the Royal Witch Academy. Wait, what? Felix exclaimed in disbelief. This was honestly the last thing he expected to hear since it was totally random. He expected that he would be hired as a janitor for her lab, an errand boy, or something like that to earn the potion. But top 3 scorers? Why was she interested in that? Upon seeing his puzzlement, Lady Sphinx said with a displeased tone, With each generation, those witches are getting worse and worse in their potion mastery. When I first decided to teach them, most witches were capable of easily reaching Grandmaster rank and even Sage rank. But now, Lady Sphinx scoffed, the majority of them are stuck as potioneer masters capable of concocting only rank 3 potions. Only an exceptional few were able to reach Grandmaster. As for Sage, there are barely 20 of them alive in the entire empire. This is an embarrassment to my teaching standards, as I haven't introduced the art of potion making just to let them swim into the wealth those potions were bringing them. Felix might be a bit confused about some parts, but he did understand other parts. Like the fact that rank 3 witches were one of the wealthiest people in the entire universe. That's because they were capable of concocting rank 3 potions like Elemental Potion with a 30% to 60% success rate. Rank 3 potions were best for the witches to earn money because they were expensive but also manageable to concoct, unlike rank 4 to 5 potions. Those types of potions might be even more expensive, but their materials were rare, and most witches that were capable of concocting them had a 1% to 20% success rate. As for rank 1/2 potions, they were the common ones like rejuvenation potions, pain relief potions, etc. They didn't have 3 billions plus prices. Upon hearing Lady Sphinx's rant, Felix reasoned that witches seemed to pause their advancement to higher ranks after turning Master Potioneer due to the profits of rank 3 potions being the best. With that being said, Felix still failed to see what's his role in all of this. It's simple, Lady Sphinx said. If the newest generation of witches saw that a human is doing much better than them in the only thing they were truly good at, they would naturally work harder to prove themselves. Being in the top 3 of the first semester would suddenly change the entire situation? Felix was honestly at loss for words at her logic. Of course not, Lady Sphinx said nonchalantly. That's why you will keep being in the top 3 in the rest of the semesters until you graduate. When you graduate, I want you to be a Master Potioneer, unlike the witches who could graduate only if they became expert potioneers. Cough. I think I might want to pay for the potion with coins, Felix said with a tingle of fear in his tone. He should be afraid, all right, as Lady Sphinx was asking him to do impossible, while at the same time start a war against the witches in the academy. Felix doubted he could even become an expert potioneer in 6 semesters that span for 3 years, even if he invested his entire time in potion making. If it was so easy, it wouldn't have been made into a graduation condition. Yet Lady Sphinx was telling him to go beyond that and become a master potioneer? What a joke. Sphinx, you should go easy on him. The Jormungandr shook his head. He will be using most of his time training his poison manipulation, combat senses, techniques, playing the games, and more. If Thor was awakened and decided to give up on his lightning manipulation, he would need to focus on that as well for a bit. Adding potion making would merely make spread himself thin more than he already was. The Jormungandr said, Elder. Felix felt his eyes tear up a bit after receiving some support. Since he wasn't inside the consciousness space, he didn't know if Lady Sphinx approved or not. But a second later, she mentioned to the Jormungandr, Don't worry. I will feed him some potions that are going to greatly enhance his performance permanently. Oh? Like what? Asna inquired for Felix. Photographic memory potion, neuron enhancement potion, veil of trance, and a couple more that could easily make him absorb knowledge and also smarter. Lady Sphinx smiled. With them, you would have an easier time studying and also concocting potions. Felix's eyes brightened up in delight after hearing so. He was always afraid of not having a talent for potion making. That worried him since if he didn't pick it up quickly, he would waste too much time on it. A well-needed time that could have been used efficiently for other matters. But with those potions, he would honestly be turned into a prodigy even if he was the dumbest person in the universe. He understood that some of those potions exist and were sold for billions of SC, but their effects weren't permanent as Lady Sphinx claimed. Instead, their duration lasts from months to a year before wearing off and leaving the user to feel like a retard again. That makes them want to use those potions over and over like they were addicted to their effects. It was like taking that pill in the movie Limitless. Felix had just got offered to take a pill that had permanent effects. For that kind of potions, he didn't dare to imagine their prices since the potions had never landed in the market. But if he had to give them a price, he would guess that their total would be around 200 billion SC. But didn't you say that you don't gift stuff? Felix wondered after reeling in his excitement. Of course, those potions are your rewards for reaching the top 3 of each semester. Each potion is counted for a semester. Lady Sphinx warned with a pretty smile. So you better not disappoint me and get a lesser result. You won't like the outcome. Felix gulped a mouthful in dread after remembering that he was literally going to be experimented on like a lab rat. He was already in her hands, and God knows what punishment she was going to give him if he failed his end of the bargain. I will try my best, he promised with a forced smile. You better. Lady Sphinx took a sip. I want to see those little witches doubt if you are a witch in disguise. Hee, Witch Felix. Asna giggled. Makes me laugh just thinking about it. Then don't think of it, Felix said in annoyance. He already expected that he would be getting a load of mockery after everyone starts addressing him, Witch Felix. He honestly dreaded the thought. I should probably create a male version which name to avoid having getting called a witch. Instead of fretting about it, Felix started brainstorming some ideas. He spent at least 10 minutes eliminating a name after the other until he landed on one that pleased him. The Witcher. That has a nice ring to it. Felix grinned faintly. I don't mind being called that at all. After waiting for 3 days somewhat near the wormhole without entering it, Bodadai finally opened up a spatial bridge in the spaceship's cafeteria. Like nothing ever happened. Bodadai simply threw the bottles and bracelets on the ground and went away just like always. Felix didn't react much to this since he had spoken on the phone with Bodadai about the whole matter of him being landlord. Honestly, Fatty Bodadai didn't seem to give a shit about it since he wasn't a human. Only humans cared about Felix's ability to own many abilities. The rest of the races. It either appeared like a joke to races with limited manipulation or a farce to races who never bother with strength and fighting. Since Felix and Bodadai had a strict lifelong contract that could be signed with only one client, Bodadai naturally wouldn't betray Felix and give away his coordinates since the penalty imposed was nothing like the one in regular contracts. Hence, as long as Felix was making deliveries with Bodadai, he was in safe hands. Sadly, he only had one more chance to make another delivery before exiting the galaxy. Bodadai was too young for cross-galaxies deliveries. With that being said, Felix decided to think of a solution when he reached the Witch Empire. For now, he quickly wore the newest 11th generation bracelet and brought it to his eyes. Elder, try calling the Queen. The Jormungandr was already prepared for this. Hence, he closed his eyes and called Queen AI in his mind. A few seconds later, the Jormungandr had opened his eyes in the same basic white room where the Queen AI meet with everyone. Just like she did with Felix, she asked if the Jormungandr wanted to bind his consciousness with this bracelet, to which the Jormungandr agreed at once. The Queen congratulated him and asked if he wanted to know more about the UVR Universe AP bracelet, etc. But the Jormungandr had declined and requested with an intrigued expression, "Please take me to this link." He forwarded a long teleportation link like the ones Felix used to teleport to the yearly auction event. The Queen did as he asked, and his body immediately started deconstructing into light particles. When he opened them up again, he was greeted by a cosmic golden pyramid that was suspended in space. Meanwhile, he was standing right in front of a wide opened-up gate. Behind it, Lady Sphinx was waiting for him with a faint, charming smile. "Welcome to my UVR's territory, Jormy," Lady Sphinx said while extended her hand behind her. "Thank you for your hospitality." The Jormungandr smiled faintly and entered the gate with her. The moment he stepped into the other side, the gate had closed up behind them. "Elder, did it work?" Felix asked after waiting for a minute without a response. "He is in my place now," Lady Sphinx informed him. "Phew, that's nice to hear." Felix sighed in relief while glancing at his second bracelet. Although it was attached to him, he realized that he couldn't even turn it on to look at the time. It was like the entire bracelet was dead. But in reality, the Queen was considering the Jormungandr as the real owner, and she wouldn't give access to Felix unless she was given permission by the owner. "Elder, please tell him to make a bank account first, so I can wire him a couple billion to work with," Felix requested while heading to the VR pod. "Don't bother yourself with such matters," Lady Sphinx said. "He is under my care now." Upon hearing so, Felix didn't bring the matter again since Lady Sphinx's care was a billion times better than him. "You're next, Asna," Felix joked. "Since the Elder's bracelet had already taken my second wrist, I will place yours above my left ankle. My favorite place for my favorite girl." "I dare you to do it, you fucker." Asna snapped immediately at the sound of that. She couldn't imagine how humiliating that would appear, but if Felix truly did it, she honestly would still not hesitate to enter the UVR. "Beggars can't be choosers," Felix snickered while contacting the VIP wormhole expressway. Totally ignoring her second barrage of insults, he spoke politely to the company's employee for a few minutes. The content of their conversation was about his ID and spaceship license. When they got approved, since he didn't have any criminal records, he was asked about the type of service he wanted. Whether he wanted to subscribe with the company or just pay for one-time entry. Naturally, Felix bought only one ticket for this wormhole to not leave any trails behind him, since if he bought another one for the next wormhole, that intel might end up in the hands of his hunters. They would know exactly where to wait for him. Even now, he wasn't completely safe. Hence, the moment he received the ticket after he paid 5 million SC for it, he requested the Queen to enter the wormhole. Because it was a VIP expressway, the spaceship entered it with the speed of light, not bothering with queues and checkups. That's why Felix entered the VR pod. He knew that he wasn't going to see the wormhole or experience how it was inside. But he didn't care about it since he had experienced it plenty of times in his previous life. If he had to describe being inside a wormhole, it would be quite difficult since he saw only a bunch of merged colors from the windows like he was inside a juice mixer. That's the closest thing he could come up with. "Sir Felix, the spaceship has emerged from the other side of the wormhole," the Queen announced in his mind. "You are currently near the center of the Mariana Empire. Should I stick to the preset path?" "Yes, please," Felix agreed. He had no intentions of making a detour and going to check some of the popular hotspots in the Empire when everyone was on his ass. Hence, he entered another long journey to the next wormhole that would take at least 15 days. For days later, at 12 p.m., Felix was sitting in his Androxa house's living room, wearing a suit and a disguise that changed his size, posture, face, voice, and everything else that could remotely associate with his real self. This was the disguise he was planning on using for the meeting with the Anti-Royalty Alliance. He had already created a fake name for himself, the organization, the people working there, etc. He wasn't planning on introducing them, but it was better to be thorough in his lie. Let's begin. Felix took a deep breath to make himself focused and immediately sent his newest fake contact information to the Maganda chief with his real email. He simply informed him that one of the higher echelons of the organization was ready to meet him and he should contact him right now. After sending it, Felix waited for merely a minute before his bracelet started ringing. Here we go. Felix fixed his attire and accepted the call with an indifferent expression. Cluck. The moment the call was connected, 5 holographic videos emerged before Felix. Each one belonged to a member of the Anti-Royalty Alliance. Meanwhile, the image those 5 were seeing was a totally dark background and Felix wearing a black suit. Naturally, they didn't recognize him at all due to the disguise. You have 2 minutes, Felix said indifferently, not wanting to wait for Maganda Chief to make the mood friendly like he always does. His tone naturally displeased the seniors, but they reeled it since they finally contacted the makers of the mythical bloodlines. Hence, they decided to respect those 2 minutes and straightaway jump into the subject. There is no need to sugarcoat it. We are interested in your bloodlines, and we want to enter a partnership that will ensure a steady stream of bottles for our people, Zojia said calmly. Felix didn't speak as he simply kept looking at them with a disinterested gaze, making them frown their eyebrows slightly. Before they could start feeling irritated by his scornful look, they were shocked to hear him say calmly, "Here we are trying to create a path for the human race to surpass other races and remove the stigma of a weaker race from our name. Yet you are desperate to get this power up for what? To win a war between you and the royal family." Maganda Chief and the rest were left aghast at the sound of that without the ability to retort. Impossible. How does he knows about our alliance and plans to declare war against the royal family? Did one of your trusted subordinates leak the news? That's not possible for me. Zojia sent a message while trying her best to hide her agitation. All my loyal subordinates are hidden slaves, so they can't betray me like this. Same. Me too. A heated discussion was ongoing telepathically between the 5 as the bombshell that Felix dropped was too much for them to handle. The information about their hidden alliance and the declaration of war were fully classified. Only a few trusted people knew it. They believed that it was possible for the organization to figure out about their alliance since they had met with Felix together during the auction. But the declaration of war was off bounds. You have 1 minute and 30 seconds. Felix said nonchalantly, making them break out of their discussion and focus on him. This time, they were looking at him with a hint of dread, as they had no idea how much information did he know. Upon seeing the way he was treated, Felix smiled faintly and comforted. Don't worry, my organization never utilizes those kinds of information. We simply collect them for security reasons. Terrifying, their roots must be buried deeply in most of the backgrounds if they could even know about our classified information. Gabrielle said telepathically. We will discuss this later. We need to convince them to sign a contract as fast as possible in this remaining minute. Zojia said, They are the real deal.